Chapter 1. The Dark Elf. In the northern region of the Goranlin Empire, the dark sea roars like an enraged beast, its waves towering several meters high and crashing against the rocky shore with heart-stopping intensity. The once tranquil waters now display a tempestuous fury as hermit crabs, startled by the chaos, hasten their scuttling across the sand. Suddenly, an arcane arrow infused with magical energy streaks through the air like a shooting star, striking one of the hermit crabs. The arrow inflicts an impressive additional 30 magic damage, augmented by elemental mastery, nearly halving the creature's health with a single blow. Though classified as a level 2 neutral monster with 120 health points, the hermit crab's formidable defense made it a challenging opponent. Had Lin Yi not recently acquired the arcane arrow and mastered elemental mastery, dealing such damage would have been exceptionally difficult. In mere moments, the hermit crab lies lifeless, a source of experience, sprawled upon the ground. With no damage taken, Lin Yi collects a dozen pieces of fresh crab meat, the quality quite satisfactory. With a campfire, he could savor a delectable feast, while the nourishment would also replenish his energy. This is a scene from the game's Silver Radiance. With society advancing and technology increasing, some ancillary industries have flourished, such as holographic gaming, where players immerse themselves without the need for a mouse, keyboard, or screen merely by connecting to sensors. They can engage in a vividly enhanced virtual experience. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Lin Yi sets off towards the dark forest, as he has another task to complete. Above him, a hawk with gray plumage soars, its sharp eyes keen and alert. This is Lin Yi's pet falcon. While devoid of combat abilities, the falcon possesses acute awareness and can share its sight within a designated area for a limited time. Many times, it has aided Lin Yi in cleverly avoiding high-level monsters. The current mission requires him to gather 30 pieces of wood, having learned the life skill of lumberjacking. However, Lin Yi's current proficiency limits him to cutting trees about the diameter of his arm. The game lacks power tools, leaving Lin Yi with only an old axe, which requires roughly 10 minutes to fell a tree of that size. The dark forest is fraught with peril. Apart from the high-level black leopards, small yet formidable green-skinned goblins lurk here, posing a considerable threat. The falcon circles overhead, faithfully ensuring Lin Yi's safety by alerting him to any impending dangers. In this entire dark forest, Lin Yi is the only player present, for this is the domain of the hidden race, the Dark Elves. Players who belong to hidden races enjoy innate advantages. They do not compete with others for creatures in the starter village, nor do they clash over a piece of or a medicinal herb. While hidden races are not uncommon within the game, their scarcity is undeniable when measured against the vast number of players. If finding someone of a hidden race is rare, encountering a player who possesses both a hidden race and hidden profession is something akin to legend. One might say it is akin to finding an exceptionally rare treasure. By chance, Lin Yi embodies this mythical existence. Race, Dark Elf. Class, Elemental Archer. Boasting 2 hidden attributes, Lin Yi exudes an air of distinction. Few within the gaming realm possess such fortune. After nearly 2 hours of labor, Lin Yi finally gathers the required materials, his energy nearly depleted, and a rumble emanates from his stomach. If he wished to continue in the game, replenishing his energy was imperative. The remaining energy might just enable him to rush back to the safety of his camp. After collecting his spoils, Lin Yi whistles up at the falcon before setting off at a sprint. Dark elves primarily dwell in subterranean caverns or deep within forests. They are a mysterious race, devoted to the dark god, fortified by dark powers, and possess some measure of resistance to magic and toxins. Like their elven counterparts, dark elves excel in both magic and archery. "You have not let me down, my young kin," speaks a female dark elf, tall and elegant, her long ears extending gracefully from her head. Her skin is a shade of deep purple, with silver hair cascading gently down, and her lithe legs epitomize the dark elven beauty. System message: you have obtained a bag of sweet spring water. System message: you have obtained a delicate small bag. System message: you have gained 1,000 experience points and leveled up to level 3. Absolutely a bag. Lin Yi smiles lightly. In this game, players start with a limited inventory of only 20 slots, and each player can carry 5 bags to expand their storage capacity. Delicate small bag. Description: increases the user's item slots by 6. Initially, bags possess significant rarity. Aside from acquiring them through quests or monster drops, they can only be crafted by players skilled in tailoring with the appropriate blueprints and accomplishment few players could achieve in the early game. Equipping the bag expands Lin Yi's inventory from 20 slots to 26. The bag of spring water serves as a restorative item, capable of replenishing a portion of health and magic when out of combat. The game has been live for over half a month. Most players have reached level 10, entering the realm of class change. Lin Yi, having started a bit later than the majority, is currently at level 3. Yet, thanks to his hidden race and profession, catching up to the main throng is not an insurmountable challenge. Character: Mingyue Yi. Class: Elemental Archer. Race: Dark Elf. Level 3. Health: 150,150. Mana: 180,180. Energy: 100,100. Attack: 1,215. Strength: 12. Agility: 15. Intelligence: 15. Spirit: 8. Constitution: 8. Perception: 8. Defense: 7. Will: 5. Focus: 5. Stealth: 8. Critical rate: 10. Magic resistance: 8. Movement speed: 10. Shadow enhancement: 13. Holy enhancement: 13. Frost enhancement: 13. Flame enhancement: 13. Arcane enhancement: 13. Dark Elf racial specialty: Shadow Veil. Shadow Veil absorbs surrounding dark elements, enabling you to enter a stealth state outside of combat, during which you can move undetected. This effect lasts for 15 seconds with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Dark Elf racial trait 1. Dark Elves excel in magic, archery, and stealth, receiving bonuses of 5 additional spell power, 5 agility, 5 stealth, and 3 natural resistance. Upon level advancement, every level up grants an additional 1 to agility checks and 1 to shadow enhancement checks, and every 2 levels grants 1 to magic resistance checks. Dark Elf racial trait 2. Dark Elves worship the Dark God and possess the ability to harness dark power skills. Dark Power conjures dark elements to weaken the target's attack and defense by 10 for the next 18 seconds, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Elemental Archer passive trait 1. Elemental Archers master elemental profundity, effortlessly manipulating magical elements to enhance the potency of their attacks. Elemental Archer passive trait 2. Elemental Archers possess a balancing ability that synchronizes their attribute Shadow, Holy, Frost, Flame, and Arcane enhancements to align with the highest value among them. As night falls, the dark forest deepens into impenetrable gloom, rendering both leveling and questing unwise. Consequently, Lin Yi retreats into the safety of his camp tent and takes a seat. System message: do you wish to exit the game? A faint glow flickers, and Lin Yi's presence vanishes from the camp's haven in the dark forest. Chapter 002. The out-of-village quest. The room was quite austere, furnished with a wooden bed, a wardrobe, and a time-worn writing desk upon which sat a personal computer. To the left of the desk gleamed a resplendent virtual gaming pod. It was hard to fathom that such a high-value, limited-edition gaming pod could be found in such a modest rental abode. Lin Yi extracted a slightly shriveled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, deftly pulled out a cigarette, swiftly lit it, and took a deep drag. Then he approached the desk and powered on the computer. A new holographic game was released recently. I've been playing it for a few days, and it feels rather good that I wonder if you still play. Message sent successfully. My current game ID is Mingyue. Message sent successfully. The chat window displayed the ID of the other party, Qinyu. The window was gray, indicating that the other party was offline, and the chat history was extensive, filled with hundreds of messages, all sent by Lin Yi, suggesting that Qinyu had not logged in or used his chat account for quite some time. This individual, Qinyu, was a longtime gaming friend of Lin Yi. They had played numerous games together, forming a partnership and a deep friendship. However, the two had not been in contact for over 2 years. Or more accurately, Lin Yi had been unable to reach Qinyu. Staring at the grayish-white screen, Lin Yi found himself slightly lost in thought, but he recalled that the last time Qinyu logged into the game, he had only typed a few characters. Not feeling well, signing off. Since then, Qinyu's avatar had never lit up again, and his in-game character had not logged on. After a long while, Lin Yi closed the computer. His gaze then fell upon the resplendent gaming pod, and as he contemplated the intricately designed characters Yin Yao emblazoned upon it, his thoughts seemed to drift back to the past, recalling many people and events. In response, Lin Yi fell into a deep silence, his expression complex as he regarded the gaming pod, Old Huang's restaurant. This was a modest eatery situated not far from the rental apartment, with a simple sign. Lin Yi was a regular patron, frequently stopping by to order a meal whenever he had the chance. Perhaps due to the time of day, the restaurant was empty aside from Lin Yi, giving it a somewhat desolate atmosphere. The stir-fried dishes were quickly served. Old Huang took a bottle of wine and sat across from Lin Yi, pouring him a glass as they began to converse. In his 40s, Old Huang had a son studying abroad and was quite talkative. "Isn't there a game called Yin Yao recently? It's truly remarkable. Feels like time travel." Unbeknownst to him, Old Huang had begun discussing the game Yin Yao, and Lin Yi was not at all surprised that a man in his 40s would be playing video games, as the promotion for holographic games had been overwhelmingly extensive, making it widely known. The demographic of players now included individuals of all ages and genders. One could say that the virtual industry was currently at its peak. "By the way, you must be playing it too, right? I've heard that young people are all into it." Old Huang looked at Lin Yi. "Yes, I've played. It's quite good." Lin Yi replied honestly. "I think it's excellent as well, especially the realism that I made a grilled fish last night. And the taste was exceptional, even better than in reality. You must try it when you have the time," Old Huang said with a cheerful demeanor. Lin Yi was aware that the game featured cooking, and he could see that Old Huang was genuine in his enthusiasm. Thus, at Old Huang's request, Lin Yi left his character information. After a satisfying meal, Lin Yi returned to his rental apartment that he did not immediately enter the game, as the time in the game was inversely proportional to reality. It was nighttime now, and most players could not undertake quests or engage in combat during the night, as most were occupied with trading items. Although dark elves were not hindered by the lack of visibility, certain monsters' attributes would change at night, increasing their strength. Furthermore, Lin Yi had no need to compete for leaderboard rankings, so there was no rush. Lin Yi took a nap, and when he awoke, it was already evening. The crimson sun had set, casting a blood-red hue across the sky that gradually faded into darkness, enveloping the city in a grayish mist as nightfall approached. After glancing at the time, Lin Yi finally reclined into the gaming pod. Within the game, Lin Yi found himself in a humble tent, surrounded by patrolling dark elves as a player of a hidden race. He shared a commonality with other ordinary race players. He must complete the out-of-village quest. Otherwise, he would be unable to leave the novice village, according to the monster levels in the dark forest. Lin Yi needed to reach at least level 10 to depart from this place. That a system notification alerted Lin Yi that he had an unconfirmed friend request. System: "You have accepted the friend request from player Old Huang Cooking." "Lin, I truly apologize. Obtaining food materials is quite challenging. You wouldn't believe it, but the nearby fishing spots are all occupied by players that it might take a few days before I can provide you with grilled fish," Old Huang messaged Lin Yi, sounding somewhat helpless. Every novice village continually welcomed fresh blood into the game, with the number of players reaching astounding figures. Leveling maps were overcrowded, herbs and ores were fiercely contested, and fishing spots were filled with players. Fishing was also a life skill. During the fishing process, players could gain a certain amount of experience points, catch various types of fish, and with a stroke of luck, even obtain fishing treasure chests. If fortune favored them, they might even unearth skill books or equipment. Even with less favorable luck, they would at least secure fish as a food resource, which various studios were eager to purchase. "No worries," Lin Yi replied, and then thought of the Dark Sea, where no players existed and fishing spots were plentiful. He could provide Old Huang with some food materials when time permitted. After bidding farewell to Old Huang, Lin Yi purchased a low-quality mining pick, several bottles of spring water, and bread from the general goods merchant at the shelter. This expenditure totaled 85 copper coins, nearly all of Lin Yi's possessions. Once his purchases were complete, Lin Yi dashed out of the camping shelter, ready to embark on a significant endeavor: mining. This was also one of the out-of-village quests, requiring the submission of 30 iron ingots. In the northern region of the Dark Forest lay a vein of ore, an area frequented by black iron dwarves at a T level 3, Lin Yi needed to exercise extreme caution when facing these level 5 foes in large numbers. A hawk screeched and landed upon Lin Yi's shoulder, affectionately nudging him, seemingly seeking his favor. Lin Yi casually tossed a few pieces of crab meat from his backpack. The hawk's sharp eyes suddenly gleamed, expertly snatching the crab meat in its beak. Like players, pets also had energy levels. If their energy was depleted, the system would forcibly return the pet to the virtual space, where it would require at least several hours before it could be summoned again. With the hawk's energy restored, Lin Yi's energy was also full, and the two set forth towards the black iron mine. Along the way, Lin Yi collected some freshly respawned herbs, adding them to his backpack. Lin Yi's primary life professions were apothecary and miner. Each player could only learn 2 primary life professions, while the number of secondary life professions was unlimited, allowing players to learn all sorts, such as logging, fishing, cooking, and first aid. Soon, Lin Yi encountered monsters that a black-spotted leopard, a level 5 beast with 300 health points, was known for its rapid speed and skills that inflicted bleeding and grievous wounds. This swift melee creature posed a threat to ranged professions. If one were to be cornered without timely evasive maneuvers, it could result in instant death, should one be unfortunate enough to sustain grievous wounds without treatment. Survival would be severely compromised. Observing the approaching black-spotted leopard, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with determination, completely unfazed. His movements were swift. In an instant, a magic arrow struck the black-spotted leopard. This was a standard shot, commonly referred to as a normal attack, whose damage was minimal, reliant solely on the weapon's base attack. Lin Yi wielded a basic white bow, resulting in only a modest damage output. However, the leopard's speed abruptly diminished. Its limbs enveloped in a faint blue frost. Lin Yi moved swiftly, unleashing 2 consecutive magic arrows in a seamless motion. Although the leopard's close-range attacks were fierce, they posed no threat if it could not execute them. Its current speed was far inferior to Lin Yi's, maintaining a constant distance that rendered it incapable of causing harm. Facing a level 3 player against a level 5 monster may be daunting for an ordinary individual, but Lin Yi was no regular player. As a dual hidden class player, failing to defeat monsters 2 levels higher would be a rather embarrassing feat system. You have slain the black-spotted leopard, earning 120 experience points. In the distance, the black-spotted leopard's corpse twitched. Lin Yi rummaged through the remains and found only a copper coin. Having not learned skinning, he could not acquire the leopard's pelt. After collecting his spoils, Lin Yi continued onward, as he still had some distance to cover to reach the black iron mine, likely encountering more monsters along the way. Chapter 003, Rare Skills. Dallas City, a city located on the northern border of the Goranlin Empire, was of moderate size within the entire empire, with an increasing number of players completing their job transition quests. The population in these intermediate cities began to soar, becoming livelier and more bustling. Compared to the novice village, this place offered more dungeons, larger maps, and richer resources. Oh, who are these people? Their equipment looks quite impressive. Could they be from a studio? I don't think I've seen them before, someone remarked with curiosity. Perhaps they are from a newly formed studio, suggested a tall magical archer. Then on the streets of Dallas City, a team of 10 players appeared. A sight common in the game, easily capable of overwhelming others with their presence. Perhaps it was due to the leading female warrior that they attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. This is a shielded warrior, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. In her left hand, she wields a shield, while her right hand grasps a sword. Her figure is strikingly voluptuous, and her form-fitting silver armor accentuates her silhouette exquisitely. Her deep-set eyes gaze intently as she strides at the forefront of the group. The tank role is quite common, yet female tanks are a rarity. Goodness, that shield resembles the small round shield dropped by the ultimate Null boss, someone exclaimed, recognizing the shield in the warrior's left hand. Mouth agape in astonishment. The small round shield from the Null boss is indeed one of the most formidable shields available at this level. Boasting a white copper quality and significantly enhancing health, block, and parry attributes, rivaling that of purple copper grade shields, it is the preferred equipment for warrior tanks. It truly is gear from the Null dungeon. I've heard the drop rate is terrifyingly low. My heavens, their luck is astounding. The girl leading the group has such fair skin. I wonder what it would feel like to touch her. It is evident that some are more captivated by appearances than by equipment. It is no surprise, as female characters in the game tend to attract attention, particularly those of exceptional beauty, like Yin Jing. That will be all for today. Everyone can log off and rest for a few hours, Yin Jing said with a smile. Having successfully cleared the Null camp and even obtained a shield, which significantly uplifted her spirits, that it was a rare occasion to grant everyone a respite. Oh my, finally some time to rest, if I don't sleep soon. ILL turned into a yellow-faced woman, lamented one female player. After Yin Jing relayed some instructions to her teammates, they gradually logged off. However, Yin Jing remained online. Although she felt somewhat fatigued, she nonetheless opened her friend list and typed in a long-forgotten ID. Selecting the option to add a friend, that moment, her finger hesitated, hovering over the confirmation button, as she gazed at the ID with a mix of longing and apprehension, contemplating the potential outcomes that made her feel uneasy. After a prolonged moment, she steeled herself, gritted her teeth, and clicked Confirm. System. This ID does not exist. Friend request failed. Upon reading the system notification, Yin Jing fell silent, biting her lip, her expression a blend of indignation and resentment. Perhaps even reflecting both emotions, that in the dark forest, within a black iron mine, a full week had passed, and Lin Yi had leveled up to level 7. Finally, I've gathered enough for 30 iron ingots. Lin Yi sighed in relief as he surveyed his backpack. This task had stalled him for several days. Iron ingots are no easy feat to procure. Each ingot requires 10 iron ores to smelt, and with the possibility of smelting failures, Lin Ye's mining skill was not particularly high, resulting in a low success rate. Although the black iron mine is rich in resources, they are not infinite. Additionally, numerous black iron dwarves pose significant interference, making the completion of this intricate task quite time-consuming and energy-draining. However, as a reward, in addition to the 30 iron ingots required for the task, Lin Ye's backpack also contained a substantial amount of ore, and he had reached level 7, accumulating a total of 315 copper coins over the past few days. Along with a 4-slot backpack, a bronze-quality bow, a black iron-quality short sword, a pair of black iron boots with a speed increase of 3 points, and 2 pieces of whiteboard equipment. Moreover, Lin Ye's mining skill had significantly improved by several hundred points, advancing from beginner to intermediate proficiency. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Yi submitted the task. System. Task completed, evaluation grade. Completing an A-grade task is exceedingly rare, and naturally, this led to task rewards in addition to a considerable amount of experience points. Lin Yi received 100 copper coins, a black iron-quality leather armor jacket, and a skill book. This was a delightful surprise for Lin Yi, as the drop rate for skill books is notoriously low. He had spent an entire week battling black iron dwarves without encountering a single book. Piercing arrow description. Requires bow or crossbow. Instant attack. Consumes 32 mana points and 50 energy points. Pierces the target, ignoring 15 points of the target's defense, with a certain chance to knock back the target. Effective range 540 yards. 30 seconds cooldown. Quality. Rare. This is a rare skill. Lin Yi marveled at the skill description, feeling moved. It was indeed of rare quality, providing him with a significant advantage in slaying monsters beyond his level. Without hesitation, Lin Yi learned the skill, that he gradually became familiar with the hidden class of elemental archer. This profession is remarkably potent, possessing the long-range advantages of a sharpshooter, the magical damage benefits of a magic archer, and even the pet summoning abilities of a ranger. Of course, such a versatile class also has its drawbacks. If one possesses inferior equipment, lacks skills, or has inadequate technique, they may find themselves rather mediocre, even falling short of ordinary classes. In essence, it requires strong overall mastery coupled with a solid foundation of equipment and skill support. I wish to learn skills. Subsequently, Lin Yi approached his trainer. Based on your current level, you can learn a total of 4 skills: basic movements, bow mastery, archery mastery, and throwing. Basic movements allow players to roll and sidestep more swiftly and nimbly, a fundamental skill for all players. Since basic movements are a low-level universal skill, they are quite inexpensive, costing only 10 copper coins, and Lin Yi readily learned it. Bow mastery enhances accuracy and skill damage when using bows and crossbows, a fundamental skill that must be learned. Archery mastery increases the hit rate and damage of archer skills, similarly essential for archers. Throwing is a skill with a certain attack range that requires throwing weapons to inflict physical damage on targets, making it relatively less beneficial for range classes. All these skills are basic universal skills, thus their learning costs are not high. Lin Yi promptly learned all of them. System: you have learned basic movements. System: you have learned bow mastery. System: you have learned archery mastery. System: you have learned throwing. Chapter 004. Fire Goblin. At this point, aside from racial specialties and class traits, Lin Yi possessed a total of 6 skills. Excluding the basic movements, bow mastery, and archery mastery, which are passive universal skills, Lin Yi also had 2 primary attack skills and 1 auxiliary skill considered unnecessary by most players: Arcane Arrow, Piercing Arrow, and Throwing. Arcane Arrow requires bow or crossbow, instant attack, 540 yards range, consumes 25 mana points, deals an additional 30 arcane damage, 15 seconds cooldown. Piercing Arrow requires bow or crossbow, instant attack, 540 yards range, consumes 30 energy points and 35 mana points, with a certain chance to knock back the target, ignoring 15 points of the target's defense, 30 seconds cooldown. Throwing requires throwing weapons, maximum distance of 30 yards, throws a weapon at a target to inflict physical damage. 30 seconds cooldown. After completing his skills, Lin Yi received his next task: to learn arrow making. As an archer, you must understand how to make arrows to go. There's a bamboo grove in the southern region of the Dark Forest where you need to gather some materials. Although arrows can be directly purchased from NPCs, the arrows sold by NPCs are quite mediocre in attributes, significantly reducing their damage output. In contrast, arrows crafted by players are of superior quality and effectiveness. The task requires submitting 50 pieces of bamboo. While this is a relatively simple task, Lin Yi found himself somewhat exasperated, as the elemental archer class, like the magic archer, utilizes magical arrows formed from magical energy and does not require the crafting of arrows like rangers and sharpshooters. Nevertheless, since this was an out-of-village task, Lin Yi could not afford to abandon it. He departed the camp and headed south. After collecting the bamboo, Lin Yi received his next task: to gather feathers. Feathers can only be obtained by defeating avian creatures, but fortunately, the Dark Forest is home to various species, and with some time invested, he could complete the collection. System: you have learned arrow making. Arrow making level 1. Using wood, bamboo, feathers, and iron ingots, you can craft ordinary iron arrows. Lin Yi's hands glowed crimson, and in a flash, 100 arrows were produced. The iron arrows confer an additional 23 points of physical attack. This is the most basic type of arrow, providing 23 points of physical attack, which is already superior to the 12 points of attack offered by NPC-sold arrows. As Lin Yi's arrow-making skill level increases and materials vary, the arrows produced will possess even more formidable attributes, potentially adding extra effects. Following the task requirements, Lin Yi continued crafting until 10 sets of 1,000 arrows were completed. Thankfully, the arrow-making skill allows for the simultaneous crafting of 100 arrows. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have been busy for an eternity. Your talent is quite impressive. This quiver shall serve as your reward. The Dark Elf mentor regarded Lin Yi's achievements with an unguarded glimmer of appreciation in his eyes before handing Lin Yi a quiver. The brand new quiver description: capable of holding 1,000 arrows. Quivers are essential items for all rangers and sharpshooters. They do not occupy backpack space and are solely used for storing arrows. The quiver and the 1,000 arrows held little value for Lin Yi, as he could only sell them to other classes once he exited the village. After completing this step, Lin Yi did not receive any further tasks. He surmised it was a matter of level. Only by increasing his level could he take on more out-of-village tasks. Having spent over 10 days in the game, Lin Yi had become quite familiar with the Dark Forest and quickly selected a training area, the spawn point for fire goblins. Lin Yi's intention was to elevate his level to 10 here, while also hoping to fortuitously acquire a few equipment skill books or the like. Activating the Falcon's Eye skill, Lin Yi's field of vision expanded dramatically, allowing him to monitor every movement of the fire goblins with ease. These fire goblins were 3 levels higher than Lin Yi and were numerous, compelling him to adopt a cautious approach. Spotting a solitary fire goblin, he unleashed an arcane arrow, the trajectory of which was precise and its speed astonishing, striking the goblin squarely at the back of its head. 161. The arcane arrow possessed a 30 increase in arcane damage, combined with the elemental mastery characteristic of the elemental archer class, resulting in exceedingly high damage, with critical hits surpassing 160 points. With only 600 health points, the goblin let out a shriek and promptly locked onto Lin Yi, charging towards him with alarming speed. Unperturbed, Lin Yi began to strafe, employing the slowing properties of the frost elemental mastery to diminish the fire goblin's movement speed. Despite the fire goblin's swift pace allowed it to rapidly close the distance to Lin Yi, its hand axe magnifying in his vision, poised to cleave downward. Lin Yi deftly stepped back and swiftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the strike. Axes are among the highest damage melee weapons, but their drawback lies in their sluggishness, a flaw that becomes magnified when facing a nimble elven player like Lin Yi. The goblin's hand axe, wreathed in flames, posed a significant threat, as being struck would likely result in debilitating and burning effects. Either outcome would be fatal. In the next moment, Lin Yi created some distance, adjusted his position, and targeted the goblin's throat, releasing another arrow, once again imbued with the frost mastery. The force behind this penetrating shot was several times greater than that of the arcane arrow, as the massive magical projectile pierced through the goblin's throat. 124. The tremendous force sent the diminutive and slender goblin flying backwards. Triggering the skill's knockback effect, the goblin was sent sprawling over 20 yards away, crashing heavily to the ground. With two primary skills on cooldown, Lin Yi could only rely on basic attacks for the time being, yet he remained unfazed as a range class. Kiting was the core strategy. By maintaining a consistent distance between himself and his foes, he could inflict damage while remaining impervious to theirs, ultimately leading to their demise, even against foes of significantly higher levels. This maneuver is lauded as the kite flow. In the era of mouse and keyboard gaming, any player with a modicum of skill could accomplish this without difficulty. However, in the realm of holographic virtual reality, few could master such finesse, as the simulation of reality introduces uncontrollable inertia during high-speed movement. For instance, while many can execute a backward shot, the subsequent landing often results in an unstable balance, adversely affecting future positioning. Moreover, visibility differs markedly. In the mouse and keyboard era, players enjoyed a god's-eye view, clearly perceiving routes from all directions, whereas in holographic games, the perspective is akin to first-person view, significantly constricting visibility and increasing the likelihood of spatial missteps. Thus, those who can achieve perfect kiting in holographic games must possess exceptional physical coordination and balance, along with heightened focus, observation, and reflexes. These individuals are undoubtedly regarded as masters. Lin Yi moved with remarkable lightness, his positioning methodical that he executed backward shots, angled runs, and even showcased a backflip, astonishing onlookers with his unyielding speed and the absence of common blunders such as tripping over stones or colliding with trees. His archery was as fluid and effortless as breathing. Throughout, the fire goblins could not graze even the hem of his garments. Lin Yi's speed in dispatching foes was prodigious, and as time elapsed, a multitude of fire goblin corpses accumulated on the ground, his experience bar rising swiftly. Chapter 005, Making Money System. You have obtained the item Debilitation. Debilitation description. Skill book requires a melee weapon, attacks the enemy's weak points, causing debilitation, reducing attack and movement speed by 30 for 8 seconds, with a 30-second cooldown time. Level restriction, level 10. Today my luck is quite good. Gazing at the scattered goblin corpses, Lin Yi stowed the skill book away. This marked the first time since entering the game that he had acquired a skill book from monster drops. While not particularly valuable, it still provided a sense of accomplishment. Speed reduction is an exceedingly useful skill. Its importance self-evident in both PvP and monster hunting. With roughly 2 hours until nightfall, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to return to the camp shelter, replenish his supplies, repair his equipment, and sell some ordinary materials to the merchant. Most of Lin Yi's copper coins were spent on purchasing spring water, as the elemental archer class consumed mana voraciously. Even basic attacks required a substantial amount of magical energy due to the element mastery. Watching his copper coins dwindle rapidly in his inventory brought a pang of regret. Upon completing these tasks, The night began to descend. Lin Yi had no intention of logging off. Instead, he ventured to the vicinity of the Dark Sea. Here, only neutral hermit crabs roamed, and there were few red-named monsters, making it one of the safest spots in the entire dark forest. Lin Yi crafted a simple fishing rod and dug up some sandworms for bait. Preparing to embark on his fishing career, these resources were valuable. Lin Yi sensed that if he did not earn some money soon, he might not even be able to level up in a couple of days due to the inability to afford spring water. Without spring water to replenish his magical energy, leveling efficiency would plummet, leading to considerable frustration. Thud! Just after Lin Yi cast his fishing rod, a faint snapping sound resonated, and the line connecting to the rod broke. Unfazed, Lin Yi continued crafting fishing rods and gathering sandworms for bait, casting repeatedly. However, regardless of his technique, the result was invariably the same. The line snapped as a seasoned player. Lin Yi quickly discerned that this was not a matter of technique. He checked his proficiency and soon realized that his fishing level was too low. There were numerous fishing spots along the coast, but these were all saltwater fish, which were likely of high grade. Beyond his current capabilities, after pondering for a moment, Lin Yi left this fishing spot and selected a small creek, one that flowed from the dark forest into the dark sea. Perhaps he could find success here. System. You have obtained black waterweed. Your fishing proficiency has increased by 1 point. System. You have obtained a tattered oilcloth. Your fishing proficiency has increased by 1 point. System. You have obtained a dirty wooden plank. Your fishing proficiency has increased by 1 point. System. You have obtained a stinky piece of bread. Your fishing proficiency has increased by 1 point. Lin Yi was somewhat speechless. His luck was undeniably poor, as every cast yielded nothing but trash, items that even the merchant would refuse, providing no utility other than occupying inventory space. The silver lining was that Lin Yi had confirmed his suspicions. The line snapping was indeed due to his low level. He could enhance his fishing skills here. Once his level increased, those saltwater fish would inevitably belong to him. System. You have obtained a fresh long-snout loach. Your fishing proficiency has increased by 5 points. Finally, a catch! Lin Yi exclaimed with delight. This was his first successful catch. The increase in proficiency from loaches or fish was 5 times greater than that from trash. Such fishing spots in the creek were rare. And areas without fishing spots predominantly yielded garbage, resulting in slow proficiency gains. Nonetheless, Lin Yi found the activity quite enjoyable. As the day wore on, his proficiency approached the intermediate level. To external players, such speed was nothing short of astonishing. Following the creek, he arrived at a slightly wider lake. Surrounding the area were some level 10 red-named monsters, clad in black-scaled armor and measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. These were ferocious water crocodiles. With alarmingly high melee attack power, given Lin Yi's fragile build, a critical hit could likely result in instant death. After deliberating, Lin Yi abandoned his fishing plans here, recognizing that his level was still too low and that he could easily attract the monster's attention. This area was excessively dangerous for him, not worth the risk. It seems that to enhance my fishing proficiency, I must first level up. This was a vexing dilemma, as Lin Yi required a substantial amount of spring water for leveling, and spring water necessitated funds that he quickly recalled another lucrative opportunity. The black iron mine, in the market. Ores were in high demand, essential for engineering and crafting equipment, with numerous studios cultivating players specializing in gathering professions. The monsters in the black iron mine were only level 5, while Lin Yi had reached level 8, making them no challenge at all. Thus, Lin Yi returned to the black iron mine, where no outsiders were present. And all the respawning ores filled his inventory, that by the end of the day, Lin Yi's inventory was overflowing, and with the remaining ores from earlier, his weight exceeded 90. I wish to open a personal warehouse, Lin Yi requested of the merchant in the camp shelter. Hello. Opening a personal warehouse requires a fee of 10,000 copper coins, the merchant replied. Lin Yi's lips twitched. He was so broke that he could scarcely afford a pair of pants, let alone find a way to procure 10,000 copper coins. His inventory was already stuffed with ores, leaving no room for anything else. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi opened his friend's list and, feeling fortunate to see that Huang was online, sent him a message requesting assistance in selling a batch of ores. Lin Yi calculated that if all these ores were sold, he could expect a profit of at least 1,000 copper coins. Rest assured, My brother Lin, I will take care of this. That as for the commission you mentioned, please, I cannot accept that, Lao Huang quickly replied. No need to be polite. I will surely require your help in the future, Lin Yi responded. He sent all the ores he had to Lao Huang, significantly reducing his burden by 80%, in addition to the ores. Lin Yi also included some scattered herbs, white-grade equipment, and a debilitating skill book for Lao Huang to sell. In Dallas City, Lao Huang stared incredulously at the package containing the ores. Although he was not an experienced player, he was aware of the significance of herbs and ores. While gathering herbs and mining was not particularly difficult, the sheer quantity was astonishing. There were over 200 ores and a dozen ingots, which at the prices set by street vendors, were worth thousands of copper coins, not to mention the herbs, a skill book, and some equipment. Brother Lin is truly capable, Lao Huang marveled, fully aware of the value of these items. Following Lin Ye's instructions, he set the prices about 20% lower than the market rate. And soon, players began to flock to him. Friends, our War God studio will take all of these. May I have 5 minutes to gather the funds? The studio required a substantial amount of ores to train blacksmiths and engineers. And Lao Huang's pricing was exceptionally fair, leaving no reason for the studios to refuse. Chapter 006. The Golden Elite sounds good. Upon seeing the interest, Lao Huang readily agreed. The studio's fundraising proceeded swiftly, and Lao Huang successfully completed the transaction, acquiring over 930 copper coins. Gazing at the coins in his bag, he felt a sense of unreality. It was his first time possessing such a substantial sum. The remaining skill books, equipment, and herbs were quickly sold out. As these items were in high demand at such discounted prices, even merchants would be eager to acquire them. In the dark forest, Lin Yi received a message from Lao Huang, informing him that he had garnered over 1,200 copper coins, which aligned closely with Lin Ye's expectations. Over the next few days, Lin Yi continued to immerse himself in the black iron mines. Low-level ores like copper and iron refreshed daily. Although the quantity decreased with each refresh, it remained plentiful relative to the outside world, as he was the only one mining here. During this time, Lin Yi handed over the ores he mined to Lao Huang, netting another 1,500 copper coins. Instead of asking Lao Huang to send him the copper coins, Lin Yi requested that he purchase several items. 5 bottles of basic healing potions, 20 bottles of basic mana potions, 30 sets of intermediate magic spring water and bread, 10 long-handled throwing weapons, 10 crude explosives, 2 basic acceleration scrolls, a dual arrow skill book for archers, and a piece of bronze-quality leather leg armor. The initial healing potions were exorbitantly priced at 50 copper coins each, and skill books and equipment were also scarce and costly. As for the throwing weapons, crude explosives, and acceleration scrolls, these could only be purchased from NPCs at staggering prices, which consumed over 2,000 copper coins. Keep the remaining funds for yourself, Lin Yi generously offered, finally experiencing the sensation of having a mine at home. The basic healing potion restores 400 health points with a cooldown of 120 seconds. The basic mana potion restores 300 mana points with a cooldown of 120 seconds. The intermediate magic spring water restores 200 mana points within 15 seconds after exiting combat. The intermediate magic bread restores 300 health points within 15 seconds after exiting combat. The throwing spear is a ranged weapon with an effective range of 530 yards. Dealing 50 physical damage and having a chance to knock back targets, though it cannot affect targets above level 20 and requires 20 points of strength to wield. The crude explosives, when used, deal 15 fire damage to all targets within a 10-yard radius and incapacitate them for 3 seconds. Any damage interrupts this effect, and it is more effective against unsuspecting targets. But it cannot affect targets above level 20. The basic acceleration scroll instantly increases movement speed by 20 for 15 seconds, usable in combat. The dual arrow skill book allows the user to shoot 2 magical arrows in succession, with the second arrow's damage increasing by 20 if both hit consecutively. It has a cooldown of 15 seconds and an effective range of 540 yards, requiring level 5. The wild leather leg armor is of bronze quality, requiring level 7, with a defense of 1822, agility of 2, intelligence of 2, and durability of 28. Lin Yi learned the dual arrow skill and equipped the wild leather leg armor, further enhancing his prowess. Subsequently, he ventured to the spawning ground of the flame goblins. His efficiency in monster hunting had notably increased by at least 50% compared to the last time, thanks to the intermediate magic spring water, with a total of 280 mana points. The magic spring water's restoration of 200 points proved significantly more advantageous than the basic potion's 120 points, saving him considerable time. Lin Ye's experience points surged rapidly, nearing a breakthrough to level 9. An elite monster. The sudden appearance of a goblin elite surprised Lin Ye. Elite monsters were considerably stronger than ordinary ones, and their loot was far superior. The golden elite flame goblin was level 10 with 1,800 health points. A golden elite, indeed, Lin Yi pondered, contemplating whether to take it down. In the game, elite monsters are classified as silver and golden elites. Silver elites are roughly 5 to 6 times stronger than their ordinary counterparts, while golden elites enjoy significant enhancements in attributes and skills. Generally, a well-equipped 5-member team is required to defeat a silver elite of the same level, while a 15-member team is necessary for a golden elite. After careful consideration, Lin Yi made his decision. He would take down this elite. His experience bar lingered at 9,999 points for level 8. He had calculated that he needed just one more point to level up to 9, that many players might choose to level up immediately to enhance their attributes before engaging the goblin elite for a better chance. But Lin Yi had his own strategy. Opportunities like this with a 9,999 experience bar were rare. Lin Yi knocked an arrow. The elemental essence allowed him to imbue his attacks with any element. The frost essence could slow enemies, while the fire essence would cause explosive flames, and the shadow essence had corrosive effects, among others. Lin Yi released an arrow, striking the golden elite flame goblin with precision, targeting its calf instead of the more vulnerable head or heart. Enhanced by the frost essence, the flame goblin was immediately slowed. Lin Yi swiftly turned, aware that the lesser goblins would respawn in 2 minutes. He needed to draw the elite to a safer location. The flame goblin, enraged by the attack, roared and charged after him, its hand axe engulfed in flames. Despite being slowed, the golden elite maintained a frightening speed. Lin Yi avoided confrontation, turning to flee while occasionally shooting arrows to maintain the goblin's aggro. Drawing aggro was a skill in itself, easily leading to failure if the monster's attention shifted or if missteps allowed the creature to catch up. Utilizing his range and nimbleness, Lin Yi lured the flame goblin a considerable distance away, to an area devoid of monsters, only inhabited by low-level neutral creatures lacking combat prowess. The terrain was complex, with uneven ground, dense thickets, and towering trees that he could use to his advantage. Lin Yi moved swiftly, continuously firing magic arrows. The flame goblin, in a frenzy, swung its axe, wreaking havoc among the foliage, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. Suddenly, the flame goblin crouched and leapt, executing a skill akin to a berserker's leap. Lin Yi had no time to reposition. In a critical moment, he dropped to the ground and rolled away. Boom! The earth trembled as debris was sent flying. 78. Lin Yi felt a slight impact, but remained largely unscathed. He rolled, regained his footing, sidestepped, and retreated, moving fluidly to evade the goblin's attacks. Lacking a mobility skill, he relied solely on his positioning and the terrain to create distance from the flame goblin. But this creature, being a golden elite, had some resistance to slowing effects, and the gap between them was narrowing. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, accompanied by a pungent smell of gunpowder. It was Lin Yi using the crude explosives, which could incapacitate enemies. The flame goblin was caught directly in the blast, rendered immobile for 3 seconds. Ample time for Lin Yi to create a safe distance. Chapter 007. Prolonged Battle Dual Arrow. Lin Yi positioned himself and unleashed 2 arrows toward the flame goblin. Given the goblin's high resistance to fire, it was unwise to use the fire essence. Instead, applying the frost essence would yield more substantial damage. The 2 icy arrows struck the flame goblin's chest almost simultaneously, the crimson critical damage notifications drawing attention, particularly the second arrow's damage, which rivaled that of an arcane arrow. Immediately thereafter, Lin Yi unleashed another arrow, this magical projectile, akin to a streak of dark radiance, struck the fire goblin with precision. This was the essence of shadow elements, augmented by the power of darkness, resulting in substantial damage from his basic attacks. More significantly, the shadow element possessed a corrosive effect. Although the corrosion caused only a few points of damage per second, in the context of a prolonged battle, the cumulative damage became increasingly significant. On the battlefield, the fire goblin emitted a series of roars, utterly helpless in the face of Lin Ye's onslaught, unable to retaliate. The scene appeared to be heavily skewed in Lin Ye's favor. However, he dared not relax his guard, meticulously calculating the distance in yards between himself and the goblin. Despite being slowed by the frost essence, this was no ordinary creature. It exhibited a certain resistance to negative buffs, maintaining a slight edge in speed over Lin Yi. Utilizing the undulating terrain, towering trees, chaotic piles of stones, and dense underbrush, Lin Yi managed to maintain a safe distance of over 30 yards. All of Lin Yi's attacks were executed while in motion. As he could not accurately gauge the cooldown of the goblin's jump attack, nor whether it possessed other ranged assault capabilities. Should Lin Yi pause to shoot, he risked being charged by the goblin. And should he be struck by a powerful melee attack with the potential for a critical hit, he might find himself returning to town for free. Lin Ye's accuracy with his arrows soared above 80. Impressive considering these were shots taken while moving. Many players in the game, even when stationary, could not achieve such a high accuracy rate. Unlike mages, archers lacked skills with homing effects and relied instead on their own judgment and the angle of their shots to strike their targets. The fire goblin's health had dwindled by 30, and Lin Yi executed the kiting strategy to perfection. Despite the relatively low damage of his attacks, with sufficient time, the fire goblin would inevitably become his prey. Alas, reality often proves to be more brutal than one's expectations. When the goblin's health fell below half, it let out a furious roar, followed by a surge of crimson energy enveloping its form, causing the frost that had covered it to dissipate in an instant. The goblin's speed returned to normal, closing the distance to Lin Yi to under 30 yards. Without hesitation, Lin Yi tore open a basic acceleration scroll, summoning 2 small whirlwinds at his feet, granting him newfound swiftness. The goblin's silhouette loomed larger in Lin Ye's vision as it initiated its jump attack. With a resounding thud, Lin Ye's left shoulder endured a violent impact, receiving over 200 points of damage. Thankfully, his timely use of the acceleration scroll allowed him to retreat slightly, mitigating a portion of the attack's force. Otherwise, that blow might have severely incapacitated him. With half his health remaining, Lin Yi retrieved a crude explosive from his backpack and hurled it at the goblin. The explosion resounded, yet this time, the fire goblin did not succumb to paralysis. Seizing the fleeting effects of his acceleration, Lin Yi sprinted away, launching several frost magic arrows in his wake. The fire goblin, now exceedingly dangerous, dealt devastating damage and, most alarmingly, became immune to all control effects during this brief interval. Lin Yi maneuvered skillfully, weaving between the scattered rocks and thickets, making it difficult for the goblin to charge him while he dealt damage with his skills. However, he underestimated the pursuit capabilities of this elite gold-tier creature. When Lin Yi realized he could no longer evade, he understood that the goblin had initiated a charge. Fortunately, the red aura surrounding the goblin had just faded. The fire goblin surged toward Lin Yi like a cannonball. The next moment left observers astonished. Had other players witnessed this, they would have been left speechless at how this supposedly useless auxiliary skill could be utilized. Lin Yi, spear in hand, crouched slightly, and with a low shout, hurled the spear at the fire goblin. Just as the goblin initiated its charge, its axe yet to descend, it was struck by the gravity spear, which coincidentally triggered its unique knockback effect. This effect was not guaranteed to activate, but the likelihood varied based on the direction, force of the throw, and the point of impact. Taking advantage of the elite goblin's moment of vulnerability, Lin Yi created sufficient distance. Enhanced by the acceleration effect, he dashed away, quickly extending the gap to an extreme 40 yards. Gradually, the fire goblin's health dwindled further, nearing the threshold for execution. During this time, Lin Yi endured 2 more attacks. But all remained within his calculations that a healing potion restored his health. And on the second occasion, he dispatched a level 1 neutral creature, gaining a point of experience and instantly ascending to level 9. Fully replenishing his health and mana that I end the game. Certain maps spawned unique neutral creatures such as goats, hares, and badgers. These beings possessed low health, typically level 1, with only 10 hit points. Naturally, defeating such creatures yielded no loot. Only a mandatory point of experience. Their existence served to enhance the immersive experience for players, elevating the game's virtual authenticity. However, Lin Yi cleverly utilized this compulsory experience point to level up instantly and restore his health. Enduring the second attack from the fire goblin, its over, Lin Yi unleashed a barrage of magical arrows, his mana depleting at an alarming rate. After consuming a quick recovery potion, his mana neared full capacity once more. The fire goblin, now on its last legs, succumbed as its final health points were extinguished, leaving behind a lifeless corpse. The experience gained was substantial, nearly half a level's worth, but what truly delighted Lin Yi was the luminous equipment and skill book that dropped beside the goblin's remains. System: you have acquired the item Mystic Fire Bow. System: you have acquired the item Flame Slash. System: you have acquired the item Basic Healing Potion. System: you have acquired 200 copper coins. A bow, a skill book, a healing potion, and 200 copper coins. This day's haul rivaled what he would typically gather over several days, or even a week. Chapter 008. Recipe: delicious little fish. Lin Yi released a sigh of relief. The Golden Elite had not been slain in vain. In the game, elite and higher-tier monsters, upon their first defeat, boasted a commendable drop rate, akin to the principle of first kills in dungeons, serving as a motivational mechanism for players. Mystic Fire Bow, bronze quality. Requires level 10, agility 8, intelligence 8, attack 58-65, adds 25 points of fire damage, durability 30-30. Flame Slash. Skill book, requires level 10, class Berserker. Truly, as a bronze quality weapon, the base attack alone reached 65 points. Lin Yi placed the items into his backpack. With just one more level, he could wield this bronze quality weapon. With it, his attack power would at least double, showcasing the formidable enhancement that high-quality weapons provide, which also explains why weapons are generally priced higher than other equipment in the marketplace. As for the skill book, it pertained to the Berserker class. Lin Yi could sell it for currency or trade it for skills or equipment suited for archers. Motivated to level up, Lin Yi eagerly anticipated reaching level 10, which would enable him to accept quests outside the village and embark on new adventures. Moreover, the impressive attributes of the Mystic Fire Bow ignited his desire to test its capabilities. Consequently, Lin Yi scarcely logged off, remaining engrossed in slaying monsters and leveling up. With no competition for kills and somewhat lavish use of quick recovery potions, his progress could only be described as meteoric. Within a single day, he surpassed level 10. Without delay, Lin Yi retrieved the Mystic Fire Bow from his backpack and equipped it. Upon inspecting his attack power, he found it had already risen to over 80 points. Character: Minjuai class, Elemental Archer race, Dark Elf level, 10 health, 480 mana, 350 energy, 100 attack, 75 strength, 22 agility, 38 intelligence, 45 constitution, 15 defense, 23 critical hit. 10 Lin Yi targeted a fire goblin, drawing back his bowstring to unleash 2 arrows in rapid succession. 135, 218-36, a critical hit. The damage from the dual arrows was vastly superior to before. Merely one skill, combined with the weapon's fire damage, had decimated half of the health of this level 10 fire goblin. Lin Yi launched another attack and followed up with a basic hit, leaving the fire goblin no time to react before it collapsed to the ground. What a powerful weapon, Lin Yi marveled. The Mystic Fire Bow, empowered by the fire essence, coupled with the additional fire damage during attacks, rendered his basic strikes utterly fearsome. Were he to face a level 10 Golden Elite now, Lin Yi believed he could defeat it without consuming any healing potions. Without lingering too long, after dispatching a few more fire goblins, Lin Yi hastily returned to the safe zone, reaching the camp sanctuary. Adventurer, your growth astounds me. I believe you are ready to accept my challenge. May the Dark God bless you. Eileen Vina, as the leader here, felt it was time for the young adventurer to face the trial and emerge from the dark forest. System: quest, growth baptism, will you accept? Accepted. This must be the quest to leave the village, and it is also the final trial. Such quests are generally not too difficult, as they are designed for all players. If the challenge were excessively high, it would be unreasonable, Quest, Growth Baptism. Content, Adventurer. We have already witnessed your strength, but you must prove yourself that if you are sufficiently powerful, please collect 50 tokens of strength and return to me. May the Dark God forever protect you. After a series of inquiries, Eileen Vina informed him that the quest items were quite simple. As long as one defeated monsters of level 10 or above, they could be collected. After making some adjustments to his equipment, Lin Yi departed from the sanctuary. This task was exceedingly easy, even simpler than he had anticipated. Lin Yi had thought that, as a hidden class, the village exit quest would be more challenging than that of ordinary classes. But it seemed quite comparable. Lin Yi chose not to seek trouble with the flame goblins any longer. Instead, he headed southeast, following the riverbank until he arrived at a lake, where level 10 black armored crocodiles respawned. The black armored crocodile, level 10, possessed 800 health points. Among level 10 monsters, the black armored crocodile had 200 more health points than the flame goblin and boasted at least double the defense. Lin Yi was not reckless. His objective was to eliminate these black armored crocodiles while also enhancing his fishing level, as the lake was replete with fishing spots. The next moment, Lin Yi knocked an arrow, and the magical arrow flew forth with precision and swiftness. The strength of the black armored crocodile was significantly greater than that of the flame goblin, yet it had a fatal weakness. It possessed no ranged attack skills and no charge abilities. The ferocity of such monsters lay in their close combat prowess. For melee classes, facing a black armored crocodile would be quite troublesome. However, for ranged classes, as long as one maintained proper positioning and distance control, it was akin to shooting at a live target system. You have slain the black armored crocodile, earning 750 experience points. Armed with a white copper quality, Su Enhu Bao, Lin Ye's speed of killing even this high-defense creature was commendable. Taking merely 37 seconds, Lin Yi approached and looted the corpse, his expression darkening as he found not even a single copper coin, let alone a quest item. Just standard procedure, Lin Yi reassured himself before continuing to hunt the next black armored crocodile. After consecutively defeating 5 black armored crocodiles, Lin Yi finally obtained his first quest item. The lake was not large, and the surrounding black armored crocodiles numbered perhaps only 40 or 50. Lin Yi cleared one side of the black armored crocodiles before retrieving his fishing rod to cast his line. The respawn time for the black armored crocodile was at least 10 minutes, and 10 minutes was ample time for Lin Yi to clear a fishing spot. System: you have caught a spiny catfish. Your fishing proficiency has increased by 10 points. System: you have obtained a piece of blackened cloth. Your fishing proficiency has increased by 1 point. System: you have caught a delicately flavored fish. Your fishing proficiency has increased by 10 points. System: congratulations. Your fishing level has risen to LV3, that having cleared merely 2 fishing spots, Lin Ye's fishing level had surged directly to level 3, a truly astonishing pace. In the outside world, even a modest fishing spot would attract dozens or even hundreds of competitors, making it no exaggeration to say that the rate of fishing proficiency increase was exceedingly slow. System: you have received a shimmering box. The shimmering box is not tradable. Description: what could be inside? A fishing treasure chest. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such boxes were notoriously difficult to obtain, as they could only be acquired while fishing and had a very low chance of appearing. The box itself was not tradable, but the items obtained from it could be traded if they were equipment, skill books, or gems. System: you have obtained a recipe. Delicately flavored fish. Chapter 009, Blueprint. Frenzied boots. Recipe: delicately flavored fish. Description: teaches you how to cook delicately flavored fish. Requires cooking level LV2. Delicately flavored fish. Consuming it restores 15 energy points, 300 health points, and 200 magic points within 30 seconds. It is a level 2 cooking recipe. Lin Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. Such a hard-earned box yielded a recipe instead of equipment or skill books. However, it was better than nothing. This recipe had commendable effects at present. Most players were purchasing spring water and bread from NPCs, so if he could cook delicately flavored fish and sell it, it should sell quite well. After stowing the recipe in his backpack, Lin Yi resolved to share it with old Huang, who would likely be interested in such matters. Subsequently, Lin Yi cleared all the fishing spots in the lake. Although no further treasure chests appeared, he managed to catch a substantial amount of fish. The lake yielded delicately flavored fish and spiny catfish. Lin Ye's backpack now held 73 delicately flavored fish and 58 spiny catfish. A satisfactory haul. Moreover, Lin Ye's fishing proficiency had risen to level 3 with 71 points, not far from level 4, .as for the tokens of strength required for the quest. Lin Ye had already gathered 49. Needing just one more, system. You have obtained a token of strength. After defeating 6 black armored crocodiles, the final quest item finally dropped. Lin Ye exhaled, ready to return and turn in his quest. However, just as he prepared to head back to the camp, he suddenly paused, taken aback. Lin Ye's pet relayed a portion of its vision to him, revealing that an elite monster had spawned on the other side of the lake. Another golden elite? Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. The black armored crocodile golden elite was level 12, with a staggering 2,800 health points. A level 12 golden elite. Lin Ye locked onto it and examined its attributes. This golden elite boasted an impressive 2,800 health points. A smile crept across Lin Ye's face, filled with confidence. It seems my luck has been rather good. With a calm demeanor, Lin Ye found a small hillock to position himself and began to draw his bow. The surrounding magical elements rapidly coalesced, transforming into a dazzling magical arrow. Unlike mages, archers do not require incantations. Soon, Lin Ye had launched his first attack. 2 consecutive fiery magical arrows struck the black armored crocodile's forehead, resulting in a thunderous explosion as damage numbers of 53 and 89 floated above its head. Armed with a white copper quality Suin Hu Bao, the dual arrows barely broke the 100 mark, revealing the formidable defense of this golden elite. Lin Ye had anticipated this and was not overly surprised. He quickened his shooting speed. When standing still, players could concentrate more easily, enhancing both the angle and speed of their shots. And Lin Ye was no exception. His arrows were remarkably accurate, consistently striking critical spots and inflicting an additional 20 damage. When the black armored crocodile was merely 10 yards away, Lin Ye began to reposition himself. He tore open a scroll, his speed suddenly surging, and quickly distanced himself to over 30 yards. Lin Ye attempted to use a gravity spear, but it failed. The gravity spear was effective against humanoid creatures, but its success rate against the black armored crocodile was exceedingly low. Fortunately, the effects of the explosives remained valid. For monsters under level 20, the success rate was nearly 100, justifying Lin Ye's high-priced purchase. With no charge or mobility skills, the creature could not touch the hem of Lin Ye's clothing. Relying on his exceptional maneuvering skills, he effectively kite the monster, and with the small item bought at a premium from the NPC. The level 12 Golden Elite's health was rapidly dwindling, soon approaching the kill threshold. System. You have slain the black armored crocodile Golden Elite, earning 85,000 experience points. Lin Ye's experience bar surged significantly. The archer class is often regarded as one of the most straightforward classes for solo play. And this is no idle boast, particularly when accompanied by a pet, that if the pet is a defensive combat companion, the player can simply shoot from behind while the pet absorbs damage. System. You have obtained a recipe. Crocodile Stew. System. You have obtained a blueprint. Frenzied Boots. System. You have acquired 300 copper coins. No equipment or skill books dropped. Lin Ye felt a surge of frustration. Recipe. Crocodile Stew Rare. Description. Teaches you how to cook crocodile stew. Requires cooking level LV3. Crocodile stew. Consuming it restores 20 energy points, 800 health points, and 600 magic points within 30 seconds, and increases the consumer's main attribute by 15 points for 10 minutes. The effect disappears upon death. Blueprint. Frenzied Boots. Rare. Description. Teaches you how to forge Frenzied Boots. Requires forging level LV4. Frenzied Boots Armor. Purple Copper Quality. Requires level 12, grants 10 agility, and a movement speed of 55, with an additional passive effect of increasing movement speed by 5. I truly struck gold this time. Upon reviewing the attributes of these items, Lin Ye could not help but break into a grin. Whether it was the attribute-enhancing food or the purple copper quality boots, both were exceptional. First, the food. It turned out that the culinary creations not only provided sensory pleasure, but also restored health, magic points, and energy, while additionally enhancing attribute values. What did it mean to enhance attributes? If it were attribute potions, they would require at least a level for alchemist and a recipe to create, which no players could currently produce. To boost attributes in a short span, One could only purchase attribute scrolls from NPCs. That a basic attribute scroll could enhance a main attribute by 30 points within 20 seconds. Yet its price was a staggering 500 copper coins each, quite the exorbitant cost. Even if one had a fortune, affording such items would be impossible. Lin Yi gazed at this rare recipe and could already envision that if he managed to produce the food and sell it, he would undoubtedly reap a handsome profit. Lin Yi smiled. This scroll was worth 2 pieces of purple copper armor, and he had no intention of exchanging it, but he understood the principle that rarity enhances value. However, when he examined the attributes of the other forging blueprints, he was utterly stunned, rendered speechless by the revelation of a staggering 55 speed points, along with an additional 5 movement speed from the shoes. Is this not akin to taking flight? Lin Ye's heart raced uncontrollably. What did such attributes signify? Merely possessing 55 points of movement speed prior to level 20 could boost one's speed by at least 10 to 15 points, and with the passive addition of 5. The total enhancement approached 20, that even a basic acceleration scroll only provided a mere 20 movement speed. Even after reaching level 20, as player attributes increased, the 55 points of movement speed would gradually diminish in effect. Yet the passive 5 movement speed would remain effective. In terms of sheer movement speed, these shoes could easily rival those of level 30 equipment. Truly deserving of the title Boots of Frenzy, they live up to their name, remarked Lin Yi. Under normal circumstances, a purple copper quality shoe at level 12 would typically offer around 20 points of speed. Yet these extraordinary shoes provided an astonishing 55 points, truly invincible. After collecting his spoils, Lin Yi did not linger and began his journey back to the camp. Chapter 010. Opening the teleportation portal, Lin Yi swiftly returned to the resting camp, eager to reach level 12 and abandon one of his primary life skills to learn forging. He was determined to craft the Boots of Frenzy, even if it meant spending a fortune. With such swift footwear, he felt confident enough to solo defeat a boss monster. Adventurer, your strength has exceeded my expectations. Thus, you have the right to venture into a broader world. The outside is exhilarating, yet it also harbors great peril that I hope we shall meet again, spoke Aelinwina in the common tongue of the Shore Aran elves, her voice gentle as she held the quest items Lin Yi had submitted. Following this, Aelinwina extended her slender fingers, chanting an incantation. Upon the completion of the spell, a golden light enveloped Lin Yi. System. Quest completed. You have gained 150,000 experience points. System. Your level has risen to level 11. System. You have acquired the following skills: Leather Armor Mastery, Swiftness, Tame Beast, Teleport to Dark Forest. Leather Armor Mastery. Passive when you equip Leather Armor. Your agility, intelligence, health, and mana are further enhanced. The increments based on the basic attributes of the equipment. Swiftness. Instantly boosts movement speed and shooting speed by 30 for 20 seconds, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Tame Beast. You can tame various beast-type creatures as pets and convey more complex commands to them. Teleport to Dark Forest. Upon use, you can return to a random location in the Dark Forest, requiring 10 seconds of casting time. This skill cannot be used in combat and has a cooldown of 7 natural days. Lin Yi successfully completed his village quest and gained 4 skills, which were of immense importance to him. Looking at the newly added skills in his skill bar, Lin Yi felt elated. His progress since entering the game seemed remarkably smooth. Soon, a magical teleportation array, shimmering with white light, appeared in the camp's sanctuary, offering passage to a nearby city. System. Would you like to use the teleportation portal? It requires a fee of 500 copper coins. Lin Yi tested it and discovered that this portal could transport him to all the mid-level cities of the Goranlin Empire, with a steep fee of 500 copper coins. No! Lin Yi declined the teleportation. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the cost, but rather, if he left the Dark Forest, returning would necessitate using the teleportation skill, which had a cooldown of 7 days. The Dark Forest still held numerous resources, such as elite monsters, treasure chests, fishing spots, ores, and herbs. Lin Yi could easily gather these resources before departing. System. Do you wish to forget your alchemist life skill? Yes. Lin Yi chose to forget alchemy and relearn blacksmithing. His current primary life skills were miner and blacksmith. These two professions complemented each other quite well. In the following hours, Lin Yi explored various corners of the Dark Forest, but regrettably, he only encountered a single silver elite, yielding a piece of rather mediocre black iron equipment. The good news was that Lin Ye's fishing skill improved rapidly, his proficiency skyrocketing to an impressive level 4, enabling him to catch higher-tier sea fish. System: you have caught a blackmouth fish. Your fishing proficiency has increased by 50 points. System: you have caught a colorfin fish. Your fishing proficiency has increased by 70 points. The proficiency gained from sea fish was remarkable, making Lin Ye's fishing experience exceedingly pleasant. The night passed in this manner, and it wasn't until dawn that Lin Yi opened his backpack to survey his haul. Blackmouth fish, 84 pieces. Colorfin fish, 62 pieces. Total, 146 pieces. Lin Ye's proficiency had surged by several thousand points, and reaching level 5 was merely a matter of time. Haha, this is a reward for you. Lin Yi tossed a few sea fish from his backpack, which were swiftly caught by the hawk nearby. The remaining fish, along with the recipe and materials for the delicious small fish and crocodile stew, were sent via mail to old Huang. Lin Yi did not feel fatigued and opted to continue playing until the next day. In the game, when old Huang logged in and saw the fish Lin Yi had sent, he was momentarily stunned. Is this sea fish? Old Huang could hardly believe it. Having played for over a month, he had never encountered sea fish. Not only old Huang, but over 95 of players in the game had never experienced the ocean, as it was situated far from the main towns and surrounded by numerous high-level maps, which were currently inaccessible. Lin Ye's ability to acquire them easily stemmed from his birth in the Dark Sea map, making him a fortunate one. Lin, are you a professional player from some studio? In old Huang's restaurant. He couldn't help but ask, for how else could one person amass such an abundance of materials? I suppose I'm a semi-freelance player, Lin Yi replied. Under old Huang's probing, Lin Yi revealed the existence of the Dark Forest. Old Huang, still unfamiliar with various aspects of the game, felt a surge of admiration upon hearing Lin Yi speak. Old Huang, follow my instructions and learn the crocodile stew recipe. Then take the food to the town to sell. As for the price, let's set it at 100 copper coins per serving, and we'll split the profits 50 to 50. Upon logging back into the game, Lin Yi instructed, although old Huang's level and equipment were not impressive. His cooking skill was exceptionally rare, having reached level 3, higher than most players. The first part of Lin Ye's statement was bearable, but when old Huang heard the latter part, his legs nearly buckled in disbelief. 100 copper coins per serving? While old Huang wasn't an expert in the game, after over a month of play, he had gleaned a basic understanding. Take food, for instance. Typically, NPCs sold food at around 10 copper coins for a stack of 20. Even slightly higher quality player-made food was priced at several dozen copper coins per stack. But what had he just heard? 100 copper coins for a single serving? Yes, a serving, not a stack. Old Huang understood the value of money in the game. He had heard that the current exchange rate was frighteningly high. 100 copper coins could translate to a considerable amount of real-world currency. Would anyone truly be willing to spend such an extravagant sum? Isn't that price a bit? Old Huang hesitated. Indeed, it seems somewhat unreasonable. Selling crocodile stew at that price is too cheap. Perhaps we should add another 100 copper coins. As for the delicious small fish, we can afford to price it lower. 100 copper coins per stack. Lin Yi pondered, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, old Huang remained speechless. Lin Yi believed that in the current game landscape, food that could provide attribute bonuses was exceedingly rare, if not entirely absent, that if a food item capable of enhancing primary attributes were to emerge, players across various towns would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Then, I'll give it a try. Old Huang steeled himself. Truthfully, he feared being labeled a profiteer. After all, how could mere attributes be worth such a price? As for Lin Yi, he harbored his own concerns. But they were not about the feasibility of selling the items. Instead, he worried about the subsequent sales. Lin Yi was certain that once the items were sold, a supply-demand imbalance would emerge. After thoroughly exhausting all fishing spots in the Dark Forest, Lin Ye's fishing level surged to level 5, making him an exceedingly rare presence within the game. System: would you like to teleport to Dallas City? It requires a fee of 500 copper coins. Yes. Lin Yi completely vanished from the Dark Forest and arrived in the bustling mid-level city of Dallas. Chapter 011. The popular crocodile stew in the trading district of Dallas City. A considerable number of players had gathered. Among them, one particularly bustling stall attracted the most attention. Food that can also provide an additional 15 points to primary attributes. What if you were deceiving us? He must be a fraud. Food can only restore stamina. How can it possibly enhance attributes? It's not like it's an attribute potion. That would be outrageous. The vendor was a middle-aged man, a common fire mage, and it was old Huang, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He stated earnestly, "Crocodile stew can indeed provide an additional 15 points to primary attributes. All right then, I'll buy a serving to test it out that I'm from the Ghost Studio, and if you dare to deceive me, I will make sure you regret it." A rogue pulled out his money and purchased a serving of crocodile stew. He sat down and devoured the dish. Moments later, upon noticing the buff on his character, he was left utterly speechless. Could such an extraordinary food item truly exist? As an internal member of the Phantom Studio, he had encountered numerous remarkable items, including the rare attribute potions, which merely increased the primary attribute by 30 points for a duration of 1 minute. However, the crocodile stew before him astonishingly increased the primary attribute by 15 points for a duration of 10 minutes, far surpassing the efficacy of those potions. Moreover, he was well aware of the rarity of attribute potions. Even their leader was reluctant to use them casually. In mere moments, the entire city of Dallas buzzed with excitement, rousing all the studios stationed in the city. What? Food that increases primary attributes by 15 points. 200 copper coins is reasonable. Everyone hurry and gather some coins to buy more. Old Huang never anticipated that these so-called studio players would be so frenzied. Jostling to purchase. "Brother, we are from the Brush Studio. Here are 2,000 copper coins. Sell it to us first. I'm from the War God Studio, and this totals 3,000 copper coins. Have you forgotten our previous transactions? Brother, leave us some. Brother." Over 80 portions of crocodile stew were swiftly sold out, accompanied by delectable small fish. Although they did not provide additional attributes, their restorative capabilities rivaled those of intermediate spring water and bread. And they surpassed bread in taste by leagues, coupled with a fair price that made them equally sought after. "Hey, let's add each other as friends. Next time you have goods, just contact us directly." Some players from larger studios sent friend requests to Old Huang. Does this big brother have a team? If not, how about joining our War God Studio? We can discuss the terms. Some studios, recognizing Old Huang's capabilities, extended an olive branch. Old Huang politely declined, fully aware that without the recipes and materials provided by Lin Yi, he could never produce such items. Just as Old Huang was preparing to close up shop, a player approached him, a young girl. "Hello, I heard you can create food with additional attribute values. May I ask if you still have any?" She wielded a sword and shield, her voice melodious and polite. "I sincerely apologize. Everything is just sold out." Old Huang replied regretfully. "If you have more in the future, could you please contact me in advance? I am willing to purchase at 250 copper coins. I cannot guarantee it, but if I do have more for sale, I can reserve some for you." Old Huang said reluctantly, as he dared not make promises, knowing he could not produce them alone. The female warrior nodded, sent a friend request to Old Huang, and then departed. This day utterly transformed Old Huang's perspective. He glanced at his backpack, which brimmed with over 18,000 copper coins, worth more than 3,000 in the market run by those responsible for currency acquisition in Dallas. In such a short time, over 3,000 coins had effortlessly filled his BAG'd for Lin Yi. Old Huang found himself deeply impressed. He felt that even the professional players from those larger studios could not compare. Dallas, indeed, lived up to its reputation as a thriving intermediate town on the northern border of Goranlin, featuring wide streets bustling with countless players, an array of NPC shops, and magnificent towering city walls. Where town guards clad in silver armor patrolled with long spears or heavy swords that eye in the trading area, the flow of players was overwhelming, and the cacophony of noise made Lin Yi, who had been in solitary play for a while, feel a bit out of place. Following the coordinates provided by Old Huang, Lin Yi traveled for about 10 minutes before they finally met. "Brother Lin, you've finally arrived. Here are a total of 18,300 copper coins." Old Huang's level in the game was not high. Like Lin Yi, he was at level 11, having chosen to be a human fire mage, and his equipment appeared somewhat worn, likely of basic quality. After speaking, Old Huang initiated a trade with Lin Yi. "You give me 10,000 copper coins, and the rest is yours. There's no need to refuse. This is just pocket change, and there will be plenty of opportunities to earn more in the future. Lin Yi accepted this. Old Huang was responsible for food preparation and sales, and taking half was only fair. Moreover, they were acquainted in real life, and Old Huang had taken good care of Lin Yi, so he would not be stingy with such a small amount. This is too much. Besides, I won't be able to use this much. Old Huang hesitated, feeling he was taking more than he should. No worries. If you truly can't use it all, just sell the excess to the studio for cash, Lin Yi suggested. Lin Yi's sincerity left Old Huang with no choice but to accept the money. By the way, some studio players came looking for me earlier. Some were even willing to pay 250 copper coins for purchases, Old Huang mentioned. Lin Yi smiled. He was not surprised. Attributes in the teens were equivalent to decent equipment, making it understandable that many studios would be willing to spend that amount. Just over 200 copper coins was not a significant sum. And as long as they cleared dungeons for equipment, they could easily double their investment if the attributes were decent. I still have some food materials and high-grade fish. No need to make too many. Just 5 or 60 portions of crocodile stew a day will suffice. There are also a few pieces of average quality equipment and 2 skill books. You can sell those as well, that if you find it too troublesome, feel free to list them in the trading hall. You don't need to give me the money right away. Just open a personal warehouse, Lin Yi instructed. All right, I'll follow your lead, Old Huang replied with a smile, now holding complete trust in Lin Yi. After bidding farewell to Old Huang, Lin Yi made his way to the trading hall in the trading area. The trading hall, established by the system, offered a plethora of good items for those with coins. Although the prices in the trading hall were somewhat higher than those in free market stalls, the convenience and time-saving aspects made it worthwhile. Calling forth a virtual interface, Lin Yi began to search by category, with over 10,000 copper coins to his name. He was considered a minor tycoon. Lin Yi searched for forging blueprints. There were many blueprints available, but most crafted trashy whiteboard items that a few blueprints for bronze equipment had skyrocketed to exorbitant prices of over 10,000 copper coins. Without hesitation, Lin Yi purchased several whiteboard blueprints, totaling over 2,000 copper coins, and also bought the necessary forging materials that in less than 10 minutes. His backpack was already full, and Lin Yi began to spend money on leveling up his forging skills. Chapter 012, Spider Cave Blueprint. Rough Dagger. Whiteboard quality, Agility 1. Attack 10-15. Requires level 5 crafting materials. 5 copper ingots, 1 weak solvent, 2 inferior grinding wheels, 1 green hide. Blueprint. Inferior chain leggings. Whiteboard quality. Defense 15 to 20 points. Requires level 5 crafting materials. 6 copper ingots, 2 weak solvents, 2 inferior grinding wheels. The profession of a blacksmith is often dubbed the most financially taxing among the crafting occupations, and this is no mere exaggeration. Initially, blacksmiths can only forge subpar equipment, which once crafted must be sold to shops, as even selling to players would yield minimal returns. The selling price is starkly disproportionate to the cost, rendering it a losing venture. Only once they level up and acquire blueprints for higher-grade equipment can they truly start to profit, akin to Lin Yi's frenzied boots. Once crafted, he could dictate the selling price. However, at this moment, he needed to invest substantial amounts to level up. Lin Yi estimated that advancing from level 1 to level 4 would likely require tens of thousands of copper coins, if not more. The thought alone caused him a twinge of pain. No wonder only studios could afford to sustain blacksmiths. Fortunately, with Old Huang assisting in the preparation of rare foods, the costs incurred from forging should be recoverable. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Lin Yi purchased some essential forging tools and, using the anvil, began crafting according to the 2 blueprints he had purchased. After forging 7 or 8 items in succession, Lin Yi discovered that the success rate was alarmingly low. All attempts resulted in a pile of scrap metal. Ignoring the sting of loss, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and continued forging. In the immersive virtual game, forging required excellent control over various factors such as measurement, ingredient proportions, and the force of the hammer strikes. However, merely knowing these elements was not sufficient. Without substantial experience, successful crafting was elusive. After destroying 2 more pieces of equipment, Lin Yi finally forged his first successful item. Rough Dagger. Whiteboard quality, Agility 1. Attack 10-15. requires level 5 that Lin Yi briefly examined the level 5 whiteboard dagger before discarding it into the shop. There was no choice. As this was not a novice village but a mid-tier city, and anything bought from the shop was likely superior. Truly a money-burning profession, Lin Yi lamented, realizing why no solo players pursued blacksmithing. The funds simply did not exist to squander. When Lin Yi had exhausted all the materials in his backpack, his forging level had already reached over level 2, rapidly approaching level 3, that upon reaching level 3, he would be able to forge whiteboard equipment of level 10 and above. System. Congratulations. Your forging level has increased to level 3. Lin Yi was jolted from his thoughts by the sudden system notification. Finally, level 3. He glanced at the time. He had been forging continuously for over 20 hours. And the copper coins in his backpack had severely dwindled, leaving him with just over 200 without funds. Lin Yi could not continue forging and was forced to temporarily leave the blacksmith shop. Exiting Dallas, Lin Yi traveled for several dozen minutes until he arrived at the Spider Cave, a level 10 5-person dungeon. The dungeon map was never short of players, as most of the game has equipment. Items and materials were sourced from dungeons. The difficulty of dungeons was divided into 4 stages: normal, hard, expert, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the greater the drop rates and item quality. The Spider Cave needs more people. We're short an MT. It would be best to have an experienced knight. We are missing a healer. If someone comes, we will start right away. Difficult challenge. For those who wish to join, please DM me your attributes. Experienced players only. Newcomers, please refrain. Nearby the dungeon map, a throng of players swarmed, with numerous teams actively seeking companions. After all, not every player boasts their own squad. A significant number rely on assembling a group of random players to form a team. Bro, add me, add me. Lin Yi noticed a towering barbarian warrior calling for players. The warrior, known as Huang, was level 14, adorned in seemingly decent gear, likely featuring several bronze-quality items. Casting a glance at Lin Yi, Huang inquired, "What level are you, brother? Share your attributes. Have you tackled this dungeon before?" "I'm an 11-level archer. I've attempted it a few times," Lin Yi replied, sending over his primary attributes that in truth. Lin Yi had never ventured into a dungeon before, yet for a 5-person dungeon, the difficulty was not daunting, especially since this individual was calling for a normal challenge. For a seasoned player like Lin Yi, it would be a casual affair. "Your level seems a bit low, brother," Huang began, but upon reviewing Lin Yi's attributes, which showcased nearly 100 points of base attack power, he was taken aback. Such attack power was quite impressive. Many level 15 players could not match it. "All right, apply to join the group," Huang promptly agreed. Lin Yi successfully entered the team, as it had only recently been formed, thus comprising solely of Lin Yi and Huang. "I'll go call for a healer," Huang remarked before continuing to recruit. System. Player Lin has joined the team. Moments later, a human priest, presumably a female, given her name, entered the group. Welcome to our team. I have 2 friends who will join us shortly. Rest assured, we will clear this dungeon in one go," Huang boasted confidently. Lin approached, indeed a female player at level 13. Apart from her black iron staff, her other gear seemed rather lackluster, almost entirely unadorned. However, as a healing class and a female player, she was still quite sought after. "Hello, everyone," Lin greeted Lin Yi and Huang. She appeared to be in her 20s, not particularly striking, but still pleasant enough. "My friends are both level 15 and equipped with bronze-grade weapons that we've successfully completed this dungeon multiple times. When we obtain the priest gear, it will be prioritized for you," Huang offered graciously. Shortly after, 2 more players joined the team. System. Player Huang has joined the team. System. Player Huang has joined the team. Their names shared a common format, likely Huang's 2 friends. Huang, a rogue of the elf race, specialized in assassination, excelling in burst damage over short durations, while Huang, a human swordsman, was adept in sustained damage output. "Wow, we have a female in the team. Hello, miss. I'm Huang, a level 15 assassin. After we finish the dungeon, let us level up together." The rogue, Huang, entered the team, visibly excited upon seeing the female player. Lin appeared slightly uncomfortable. shifting closer to Lin Ye's position. All right, let's be serious that I'll outline the distribution. The loot and materials will be shared evenly, while equipment and skill books will be purchased as needed. That if there are no objections, please confirm your positions, and we shall enter the dungeon, Huang stated. Huh. Why is this archer only level 11? I say. Big guy, the dungeon monsters have substantial health. Having him as the sole ranged attacker will result in low damage output, making it difficult, remarked Yuexiafeng, casting a glance at Lin Yi. What do you know? His base attack power is nearly 100. Huang retorted, shooting Yuexiafeng a look before opening the dungeon entrance. Chapter 013. This person is not simple. Wow. An 11-level player with 100 base attack power? Impressive, brother. This revelation caused Yuexiafeng to regard Lin Yi with newfound respect, and soon, both Yuexiang and Shizlingyin could not help but shift their attention to Lin Yi. Just luck, Lin Yi replied modestly. Yuexiang scoffed, attributing his prowess merely to superior weaponry, believing his skills could not be that exceptional. Otherwise, how could his level be so low? Soon after, Huang summoned several spider monsters, and the group engaged in battle. The spider cave served as a small dungeon for novice players to further hone their skills, and given its normal difficulty level, how challenging could it truly be? Moreover, Huang and the others were clearly not novices and were well equipped, efficiently directing the battle with relative ease. Amidst the clamor of combat, the 5-person team advanced steadily, with Lin Yi showcasing seasoned techniques, his arrows striking with remarkable precision, adeptly maneuvering and managing aggro, prompting Huang to exclaim, "Brother, you re quite skilled." Yuexiang felt a pang of discontent. Although his weapon might not rival Lin Ye's, he believed that with his level and skills, along with his superior equipment, there was no reason he should fall behind this archer named Minjiwai. Yet, the reality was that Lin Yi dominated the damage output leaderboard, and embarrassingly, he outperformed Yuexiang by a significant margin. To add insult to injury, even the female player had begun to cheer for Lin Yi. Wow! Minjiwai, you're amazing. Your damage output is incredible, Shizlingyin exclaimed. This doesn't make sense, Yuexiang lamented, scratching his head. However, he quickly deduced the reason behind Lin Ye's high damage output. Every magical arrow he fired bore elemental attributes. The spider monsters in the cave were primarily of the dark element, possessing high dark resistance but low fire and light resistance. Coincidentally, every magical arrow Lin Yi shot was imbued with fire attributes. Wow! Boss, look at that guy's attacks. They all carry elemental attributes, including his basic attacks, Yuexiang quietly reported to Huang. Taking a discreet glance, Huang confirmed the observation, realizing the gravity of the situation. I in the game. Whether for mages or other classes, only certain skills inherently possessed elemental attributes. For example, Fireball had a fire attribute, Arcane Missiles bore arcane attributes, Frostbolt came with ice attributes, and the Berserker's Flame Slash had fire attributes. Among others, aside from these, many skills would simply deal magical or physical damage without any elemental infusion, and basic attacks typically lacked elemental attributes altogether. The only explanation was that Lin Yi wielded a high-quality weapon that conferred elemental damage. And such weapons were invariably exceptional. They contemplated this. Each player inhaled sharply, realizing this individual was no ordinary player and certainly had a noteworthy background. They could not fathom that Lin Ye's prowess stemmed not from his weapon, but rather from his class. My goodness! It can't be a white bronze quality weapon. It must be a purple bronze level weapon. Yuexiafeng gulped, understanding that such a weapon could account for Lin Ye's seemingly inadequate gear and low level yet high damage output. Wow! Just thinking about a purple bronze level weapon is exhilarating. Even if we can't obtain it, merely witnessing it is worthwhile. I heard that just a few days ago, the leader of the Xingxuan studio purchased a purple bronze sword with ice attributes. It is said that when he fights monsters, it's akin to cutting through vegetables, as if he were in an unchallenged realm. Yuexiang shared enviously. I heard that it cost him 150,000 renminbi. That's incredibly wealthy for just a level 10 weapon that will soon be obsolete, Yuexiafeng remarked. Astonished by such extravagance, the group engaged in hushed conversations, utilizing private voice chat, oblivious to Lin Yi and Shizlingyin. After dispatching another wave of monsters, The group sat down to recuperate, consuming spring water and bread to restore health and mana. Lin Yi utilized a skill to kindle a campfire and retrieved a pot along with some delicious fish, initiating a stew. The fish was already a finished product, requiring only slight heating. Wow! Yuexing stared in astonishment as Lin Yi set up the pot. Momentarily speechless. While spring water and bread were effective for recovery, their flavors were rather mundane. Consuming them daily would tire anyone. In contrast, Lin Yi's delicious fish not only restored health and mana, but also provided a delightful culinary experience. A highlight of the immersive game where food could be genuinely savored. Brother, what do you have there? Yuexing could not help but approach, swallowing hard at the tantalizing aroma emanating from Lin Yi's pot. Lin Yi decided to share the attributes of the delicious fish in the team channel, stating, "If anyone wants some, feel free to join me, I don't mind." With that, he produced several portions of the delicious fish from his backpack. Upon hearing Lin Yi's invitation, Huang and Yuexing promptly discarded their bread and moved closer. "Shizlingyin, you should join us too. There is plenty to go around," Lin Yi encouraged. Shizlingyin pressed her lips together before also joining. "Wow! It smells amazing. Why doesn't my food taste like this?" Shizlingyin remarked while eating. Cooking requires not only skill, but also quality ingredients and recipes, Lin Yi explained, emphasizing that all three components were essential. After finishing their meal, the group resumed their advance, having already surpassed 2/3 of the dungeon's progress, nearing a successful completion. The final boss was a rather exaggeratedly large spider, spewing venom and webs, yet against Lin Yi and his companions. The boss struggled significantly, its health rapidly depleting. After Shizlingyin cast a buff enhancing attributes, the five rallied together, swiftly vanquishing the boss. The boss dropped 2 pieces of black iron gear, several potions, and various materials. The equipment obtained from this moderately challenging low-level dungeon is rather unimpressive. Instead, the materials are of far greater value, as they are required in numerous locations and will never go out of style. We acquired a pair of black iron quality cloth shoes and a piece of leather armor for the shoulders. Huang cheerfully distributed the gear among Shui, Ling Yin, and Lin Yi. "We'll split the remaining materials equally." Huang began to allocate the gathered materials. Once the spoils were distributed, the group successfully exited the dungeon. For such a low difficulty dungeon, a single run could yield around 100 copper coins and a portion of materials, requiring only a short amount of time. Quite a satisfactory outcome. How about we team up to hunt monsters and level up? I know a map not far from here where monsters spawn rapidly. With our combined efforts, we should achieve good efficiency and perhaps even encounter some elite monsters, Huang proposed, glancing at Lin Yi. "Huh, Brother Mingyue Yi, if you lack a team, why not join us? It will certainly be faster than grinding alone," Yuexing chimed in. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, glanced at his experience bar, noticing he was close to reaching level 12. Since he had no funds for upgrading his forging skills at the moment, leveling up with this team seemed like a good idea, especially since their strength was quite respectable. Thus, he agreed. Chapter 014. The Forest Cat Demon seeing Lin Yi's agreement. Huang smiled. "Shui, Ling Yin, you should join us as well. This way, we won't need to seek a healer." "All right." Shui, Ling Yin nodded. Recognizing the team's competence and amiable nature, she had no objections. "Brother, your archery angles are truly remarkable. I admire your skill. Which studio are you from?" Yuexing asked during their journey. "I'm merely a casual player." "You flatter me," Lin Yi replied. "Oh, I see." Yuexing nodded. Occasionally, Yuexing and the others would ask Lin Yi a question, to which he would respond briefly, showing less enthusiasm towards Shui, Ling Yin than before. After a journey of about 10 minutes, they arrived at a dense forest, surrounded by towering trees, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting scattered patterns on the ground. In the forest, massive vines intertwined like giant pythons. Here spawned the level 17 forest cat demons. They offer good experience and spawn quickly. "The 5 of us should manage just fine, plus they drop cat's eye stones, which can sell for over 1,000 copper coins in the market," Huang explained to the team. Several other groups could be seen hunting the forest cat demons nearby. "Let's head over there." Huang pointed in a direction and led the way. He only paused when there were no other teams in sight. Then, Huang charged at the forest cat demon. Upon being attacked, the demon let out a sharp screech and lashed out with its sharp claws at Huang. The forest cat demon was swift and adept at leaping, yet Huang's movements and shield raises were timely, absorbing the blow as he shouted, "Attack!" In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi unleashed several magical arrows, despite the forest cat demons being considerably higher in level. Lin Yi wielded a high-grade weapon and was unconcerned about aggro, resulting in optimistic damage output. He managed to deplete 1/5 of the demon's health in a single round of attacks. With Yuexia Ying and Yuexia Feng, a rogue and a swordsman, respectively, they effectively restrained the forest cat demon while dealing damage. It can be said that Lin Ye's offensive was quite comfortable. Shui Se Ling Yin, meanwhile, chanted incantations, and as holy light cascaded down. The party members received beneficial buffs, enhancing their attributes significantly. The experience was commendable. After defeating just a few forest cat demons, Lin Ye's experience surged to over 90, bringing him close to level 12. Huang continued to draw aggro, but this time he seemed to falter. Damn, these cat demons are too perceptive. They can aggro from such a distance. Huang cursed, having inadvertently disturbed several nearby cat demons, which promptly turned their attention toward him. Quickly, Yuexia Feng, you take one to hold. Yuexia Ying, you and Brother Mingwei, you restrain another. Pay attention to kiting, and Ling Yin, keep an eye on our health. Drink potions if it gets too low. Huang called out urgently. He found himself overwhelmed, having drawn the attention of 2 forest cat demons, while Yuexia Feng struggled with one. Being a swordsman without a shield, he lost 1/3 of his health in a single claw swipe. Lin Yi unleashed a dual shot, landing 2 critical hits, alongside a weak point attack, drawing the aggro of the cat demon away. "I'll assist you," Yuexia Ying said, brandishing his dagger toward the demon. Within the team, only Yuexia Ying and Lin Yi had the highest damage output. If they could eliminate one of the forest cat demons swiftly, they could then provide support to their teammates, resolving the crisis. Lin Yi remained calm and composed. The moment Huang made his mistake, he had already begun positioning himself to control the distance. After all, it was merely one cat demon, and with a rogue helping to restrain it. There was no difficulty involved. Lin Ye's attacks were fierce, frequently interrupting the forest cat demoness leaping abilities. Observing Lin Ye's maneuvers, Yuexia Ying's expression shifted. This guy was extraordinarily skilled. His archery accuracy and angles were impressively precise. Achieving such frequent staggered hits was beyond what many professional players could accomplish. Just as Lin Yi continued to maneuver, a blazing fireball shot toward him from above. Instinctively, Lin Yi sidestepped. Boom. Even so, the searing fireball struck his left chest. 201. The damage was substantial, and Lin Yi let out a grunt. This blow took 1/3 of his health. The fire mage's critical damage was terrifying. Damn it, someone is ambushing us. Lin Yi relayed the information to the team as he was attacked. Not far off, a skeletal mage clad in a crimson robe revealed a chilling smile, focusing on Lin Yi as he began conjuring a second fireball. Lin Yi smirked, quickly channeling a magical arrow and firing it at the mage. This arrow was a piercing shot. Seeing the rapidly approaching magical arrow, the fire mage promptly interrupted his spell. He was no fool and wouldn't be foolish enough to exchange blows with an archer. However, the next moment left the mage bewildered. He sidestepped to his right, only to find that Lin Ye's magical arrow was still on course for him. Time did not permit him to reposition further. The fire mage was unable to execute any other actions before the arrow struck true. The tremendous force propelled the mage far back, landing him in a rather undignified manner. 189. Another critical hit. Being a fragile class, the mage could not withstand Lin Ye's assault. "Draw the aggro. Let's see how you fight me," the mage exclaimed in frustration. Realizing that Lin Yi was advancing rather than retreating, and he was still burdened with the aggro of the cat demon. However, throughout the encounter, he could not detect even a hint of panic on Lin Ye's face. It was as if everything was under control, a calmness that was almost unsettling. Lin Yi unleashed magical arrows as if they were free, targeting the fire mage with relentless attacks. The combination of normal attack damage, the activation of his Xuanhua Bao's special properties, and the attack frequency quickly overwhelmed the mage. The fire mage's face turned pale as he realized he was out of casting range while Lin Yi continued to assault him, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Lin Yi expertly maintained his distance, a strategy often employed by skilled melee classes when dealing with archers and crossbowmen, ensuring he remained just outside the 5-meter attack range, thus denying the mage any opportunity to strike back. Chapter 015. The Power of Items. Lin Yi took a moment to assess the battlefield. The forest cat demon with low health was charging at him, its sharp claws extended. Yuexia Huang and Yuexia Feng were entangled with other cat demons. Shui Se Ling Yin lacked sufficient mana, and Yuexia Ying, unfortunately, was being chased by a newly spawned demon. With no one to assist Lin Yi in restraining the cat demon, he knew that if he diverted his attention to deal with it, the fire mage would capitalize on the opportunity to finish him off. Observing the charging forest cat demon, Lin Yi casually tossed a crude explosive. With a resounding boom, the cat demon was sent tumbling upside down. Dazed at Tio Lin Ye's astonishment, alongside the cat demon, an elf rogue clad in black leather armor was blown into view. Clearly, this rogue intended to exploit the cat demon's attack on Lin Yi to launch a surprise assault. Catching Lin Yi off guard, that if Lin Yi had been ambushed, the fire mage and the rogue could have swiftly taken him down. Unfortunately for them, Lin Ye's explosive ruined their plans. Damn, what the hell is this thing? The rogue, caught in the blast, emerged with his face smeared with soot, his once stylish hair now resembling an explosion gone wrong, and he would endure several seconds of paralysis, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. He couldn't help but think how unfortunate he was. As the fire mage faced Lin Ye's relentless assault, his health was rapidly dwindling, leaving him with no choice but to consume a healing potion. Yet, Lin Yi was merciless, showing no intention of letting him off the hook. What infuriated him the most was Lin Ye's impeccable positioning, which rendered him unable to cast any spells. "You little rascal, just wait. I'll show you what it means to control distance," thought the rogue beside him, observing the remaining paralysis time. However, to his dismay, in those final fleeting moments of paralysis, Lin Yi produced a dark object from his backpack, reeking of gunpowder. What the hell? In the next instant, a deafening explosion drowned out the rogue's curses. The repeated use of the same item would diminish its control effect. Yet even so, the second paralysis lasted a staggering 25 seconds. Were he to use it a third time, the effect would drop significantly, likely to just over a second. The fire mage could never have imagined the plethora of tricks Lin Yi possessed, nor that his teammate would be rendered utterly incapacitated, that a mage at a mere dozen levels typically held around 500 to 600 health points. Empowered by dark forces and the essence of fire, combined with the Xuanhua Bao, Lin Yi dealt with the fire mage with utmost clarity. The mage's demise was utterly frustrating, aside from the initial strike. He hadn't even grazed Lin Ye's belt at the moment of the fire mage's death. The rogue's paralysis had just lifted, and he intended to retaliate, his dagger glinting ominously as he aimed for Lin Yi. A triumphant grin spread across the rogue's face. He laughed out loud, thinking, "Now, how will you escape this?" Within a 5-meter radius, the archer was merely a subordinate. However, before the rogue could strike, he noticed Lin Yi had inexplicably switched to a gravity javelin, which loomed larger in the rogue's terrified gaze. The sheer force sent the rogue's fragile body hurtling through the air. "You've got to be kidding me!" The rogue seethed, furious. Could this weapon really launch people? With Lin Yi wielding the gravity javelin, the claws of the forest cat demon were unavoidable. Fortunately, Lin Yi had enough health to withstand a single blow. The forest cat demon dealt significant damage, clawing away nearly half of Lin Yi's health, compounded by his prior losses, leaving him severely weakened. After bravely enduring the blow, Lin Yi swiftly repositioned, tearing open an acceleration scroll, activating Swift, and dramatically increasing his movement speed by nearly 50, thus creating a substantial distance. Just as the rogue regained his footing, he barely had time to maneuver before he looked up to see a massive magical arrow hurtling towards him with blinding speed. Impossible to dodge, that it was Lin Yi's piercing arrow, now off cooldown. The arrow struck again, sending the rogue crashing against a large tree. Lin Yi shifted his target, unleashing dual arrows upon the forest cat demon, followed by several regular attacks, swiftly ending the life of the already weakened beast. System. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 1-2. As golden light cascaded down. Lin Ye's health and mana were fully restored in that instant. The rogue, contemplating whether to drink a potion and fight back, was instantly disheartened upon seeing Lin Yi fully replenished. Gritting his teeth, he tore off a speed scroll, preparing to flee. 21, 23, 16, 28. The rogue lamentably discovered he couldn't escape, for he was no match for Lin Yi. The most despairing part was that the ground beneath him was coated in frost, severely hindering his speed, while the archer behind him moved as if under a cheat, dashing away effortlessly. This was not a battle of equal tiers. Under Lin Yi's relentless basic attacks, the rogue soon met his demise, collapsing to the ground. Lin Yi collected the equipment dropped by the fire mage and the rogue. The fire mage had dropped a level 15 bronze quality robe, which boasted decent attributes, adding 2 points to intelligence and 3 points to fire enhancement. In the rogue's demise, no equipment was found, but a plethora of materials had dropped, most of which were useful for forging, some of which Lin Yi could utilize. Their overall value, not inferior to that of a level 15 bronze piece. It was evident that slaying foes for loot was indeed the most lucrative endeavor within the game, prompting a smile from Lin Yi. Subsequently, he lent a hand, dispatching the remaining forest cat demons that Huang and the others had drawn into battle. Those two who ambushed us. You took them out? Huang's throat felt dry as he struggled to comprehend. Yes. They are dead, Lin Yi replied matter-of-factly. Wow, that was so close. I was out of mana, and I thought you were done for. I can't believe you killed both of them. Brother Ming Yi, you are truly formidable. The young girl, Shui Se Ling Yin, was utterly in awe of Lin Yi. Previously, in the dungeon, Lin Yi had only showcased his precise archery and high damage, but just now, he had fully demonstrated his reflexes. Awareness, positioning, and strategic thinking in the face of sudden events, qualities that true experts should possess. Bro, you're incredible. That distance control earlier was impressive. The mage's face was a picture. Yu Xiaofeng chuckled. Those two were worthless, daring to ambush us. Thankfully, we have a master among us. Let us continue hunting monsters, Yu Xiaoying declared as the five regained their composure. Lin Yi, however, remained unfazed to him. Those two ambushers were merely trivial, and eliminating them did not instill any sense of honor. Had two skilled players approached earlier, Lin Yi might not have managed so easily that he opened his backpack. Noting that both the gravity javelin and crude explosives were running low, it seemed he would need to purchase more next time, as such items held immense utility in the wild. After a brief rest, the five resumed their hunt for forest cat demons. Chapter 016. Just members of a branch guild, haha, jackpot, cat's eye stone. Yu Xiaoshuang suddenly exclaimed with excitement. The cat's eye stone was a relatively rare material, useful in enchantment, engineering, and forging, and quite valuable. Currently, a single stone could fetch around 1,000 copper coins. Yu Xiaoshuang licked his lips, placing the stone into his backpack, growing increasingly energized as he charged into battle. The five became more adept at cooperating, their monster-slaying efficiency soared, quickly outpacing the monster's respawn rate. Yu Xiaoshuang had no choice but to cautiously venture deeper. This dense forest was vast, and should they encounter higher-level monsters, the risk would be considerable. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to delve so deep. But with Lin Yi, a master in the party, he felt completely at ease. As the map shifted and they ventured further, faint sounds of combat echoed nearby. Damn, could there be a PK happening? Upon hearing the sounds of battle, Yu Xiaoying's interest was piqued, his demeanor eager for action. The game was never short of combative players. Earlier, he had felt a twinge of regret. Had it not been for the cat demons, he would have joined Lin Yi in taking down that fire mage and rogue. Let us hurry over and see. Perhaps we can reap some benefits, Yu Xiaoshuang urged, shield in hand. Crouching low as he stealthily approached, clearly accustomed to such tactics, the sounds of conflict grew louder, and soon, Lin Yi spotted a team of over 30 players surrounding a much larger jungle cat demon than usual. What the hell? Is that the dark cat demon leader? Yu Xiaoshuang was momentarily stunned. It was indeed a boss monster. Boss monsters surpassed elite monsters and were incredibly formidable. The dark cat demon leader, at level 17, boasted a staggering 8,500 health points. Just as Huang had surmised, it was indeed a boss monster, with an astonishing 8,500 health points. Such a boss monster almost always drops white bronze equipment. Provided luck isn't too cruel. They're incredibly fortunate. Huang expressed his envy that in the open area ahead, the 30-plus player team had already lost 7 or 8 members, leaving just over 20. And the Dark Cat Demon Leader's health had dropped by over 40%. The remaining players should be able to defeat this boss. Summoners are ridiculously powerful. This class is so simple and brainless. I regret choosing Rogue, Xiaoying lamented, observing the summoner on the field. The summoner stood at a distance, merely chanting spells while a swarm of minions swarmed the Dark Cat Demon, overwhelming it. I don't dispute their strength, but calling it simple and brainless is a mistake. Lin Yi shook his head. Many people erroneously believe summoners were easy and mindless. This was a grave misconception. Summoners are easy to pick up but hard to master, which creates the illusion of simplicity. However, this is far from the truth that in reality, this class is among the most challenging to master. As every summon creature is controllable, players can manipulate the positioning and attack angles of their summoned beasts. It is precisely because of this that when facing a horde of summoned creatures, players cannot manage them all effectively. Should the system control them, the beast's attack angles and positioning become rather mindless. When faced with true professional players, their effectiveness is significantly diminished. Lin Yi elucidated to him. The summoner on the field was merely average, unable to control their summoned creature's positioning, merely charging mindlessly. Nevertheless, in the early game and against ordinary monsters or lower-level bosses, the summoner class was undeniably powerful, as one only needed to act without thought. However, mastering it was not something just anyone could achieve. The others did not contest Lin Yi's assertions. After some time spent together, they had come to realize that Lin Yi's thought processes were on a different level altogether. Hello, we are members of the Juyao Studio branch, and we kindly ask you to leave at once. Someone noticed Lin Yi and his group promptly issuing an eviction notice that in the realm of gaming, instances of murder and pillaging are not uncommon. Consequently, the leader of this team deliberately emphasized the name Juyao Studio. Juyao Studio. Huang was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated it to be them. He had heard of Juyao Studio, which ranked over 100 domestically, a studio not to be trifled with. Apologies, we were just passing through. We shall take our leave, Huang said with a forced smile. Turning to depart, though he felt somewhat aggrieved, he recognized that sometimes one must be pragmatic. Damn, Juyao Studio and Xingxuan Studio are quite formidable around here. I recognize their studio's emblem. It's undoubtedly them, Xiaoying whispered within the group. Then we should hasten our departure, Shui Se Lingyin said. A hint of trepidation in her voice that in her mind, such large studios were notorious for their ruthlessness. Lin Yi remained silent, but after they had completely exited the line of sight of the Juyao Studio team, he offered a faint smile and patted Huang's shoulder. They have merely about 20 left. I wouldn't be surprised if half of them fall shortly. Huang asked. What are you implying? What I mean is, if we can seize their boss monster, we should do so without hesitation. Typically, such boss monsters yield 2 pieces of white bronze equipment and rare skill books, perhaps even formulas for potions, Lin Yi elaborated. Imagine if we were to acquire a white bronze quality shield, or a white bronze great sword, or even a dagger, along with a healing staff. Lin Yi smiled. Huang and the others were nearly petrified by Lin Yi's words, seizing monsters. Brother, do you even realize who we're dealing with? Juyao Studio is not something we can provoke. Huang shook his head at the mere thought of Juyao. I say, esteemed one, let us instead pursue the lesser monsters. Xiaoying chuckled nervously. He dared not to offend such a large studio. Indeed, they have quite a few members. How can we possibly contend with them? We should not, Xiaofeng concurred. Even Shui Se Lingyin, the young girl, tugged at Lin Yi's sleeve and whispered, yes. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle, replying nonchalantly, these individuals are merely members of the Juyao Studio branch. They aren't even formal members. What standing do you believe they possess within the studio? The individual who had spoken earlier inadvertently revealed that they were merely branch members. Observing their combat techniques, Lin Yi discerned their skill levels were indeed quite limited. indicating they were certainly not core members. Since they are branch members, there is nothing to fear. Such individuals wield only the studio's emblem without receiving its esteem. They typically engage in trivial tasks like farming maps and distributing potions, Lin Yi stated. The group fell silent, pondering Lin Yi's words, which seemed quite reasonable, that if they were indeed branch members, there was no need for fear. The higher-ups of the studio likely wouldn't intervene over the loss of a boss monster to a few branch members. Well then, shall we take another look? Yu Xiaoshuang inquired tentatively. Let us go have a look, Yu Xiaoying agreed. Sounds good, Yu Xiaofeng added. Shui Se Lingyin gazed at them in disbelief, having witnessed their swift change of heart from adamant refusal to eager curiosity. Will this not be unseemly? Shui Se Lingyin hesitated, feeling that such an action might lack integrity, especially since the boss monster had been their discovery first. Listen, Shui Se Lingyin, you simply do not understand. Studios like these have often bullied us casual players. It is hardly excessive for us to claim one of their boss monsters, Yu Xiaoshuang asserted confidently. But can we defeat them? They are outnumbering us. Shui Se Lingyin expressed her concerns. Fear not, we will not strike immediately. We shall wait until the monster is low on health before we engage. They likely won't have many left standing, and we can catch them off guard. Besides, our team has the esteemed one with us. Yu Xiaoshuang chuckled, reveling in the prospect of such endeavors to the location of the Dark Cat Demon Lord spawn. Its health had dwindled to near 10, entering the red zone. Suddenly, a blood-red aura enveloped the Dark Cat Demon Lord, causing its form to swell once more. It's gone berserk. The remaining members of the Jiao Studio branch felt a chill run down their spines. The boss monster had a minuscule chance of entering a berserk state, and once it did, both its speed and damage escalated dramatically. More terrifyingly, in this state, it would disregard all control skills that moment. Only 13 members of the Jiao Studio branch remained, and if the boss had not entered a berserk state, they might have had a chance to defeat it, but now they were on the brink of catastrophe. It seems we need not intervene. They are about to be wiped out, Yu Xiaoying observed intently. Yu Xiaoshuang chuckled. If they could avoid seizing the monster, that would be ideal, as even the branch members were not individuals he wished to offend. The Berserk Dark Cat Demon Lord dealt devastating damage and moved with terrifying speed, causing several Jiao Studio branch members to be struck down in quick succession. The summoned creatures of the summoner were rendered ineffective, falling like ripe vegetables under the claws of the Cat Demon Lord. Hold the line. Everyone, hold your ground. Those with cooldowns use potions. Those with scrolls utilize them. We are so close. Let us push together. The sole remaining tank was a guardian knight, brandishing a black steel spear, fiercely thrusting it towards the Cat Demon Lord while the others exerted every ounce of strength to collectively vanquish the beast. Lin Yi shook his head. Their strategy was fundamentally flawed, a grave miscalculation in command. Given the remaining numbers, they could not hope to eliminate the boss in such a short time. The only sensible strategy was to evade its onslaught during the berserk phase, spreading out the aggro and surviving until the frenzy passed. Once the berserk state was over, even if only 2 or 3 remained, defeating it would not be insurmountable. However, they did not comprehend this wisdom. As Lin Yi predicted, when the remaining members charged in unison, they were swiftly obliterated by the Cat Demon Lord. This is unbearable. As the last Guardian Knight fell, he distinctly saw the Cat Demon Lord's health reduced to approximately 3. Yet he had no opportunity to launch a second attack. The heavens have smiled upon us. We've struck gold. As the final member of Jiao Studio fell, Yu Xiaoshuang could no longer contain himself. He charged towards the Cat Demon Lord, his towering form akin to a cannonball fired from a barrel, crashing forward. Coincidentally, the berserk state of the Cat Demon Lord had just worn off, succumbing to a brief period of weakness. During this weakened state, all attributes significantly decreased. Yu Xiaofeng and Yu Xiaoying let out triumphant cries, rushing forth with their weapons drawn. Lin Yi loosed an arrow, grazing the monster with damage, and before long, the bloody Dark Cat Demon Lord could withstand no more, collapsing to the ground. System. Congratulations, your squad has slain the Dark Cat Demon Lord. System. You have gained 93,000 experience points. System. You have earned 10 prestige points. The substantial experience points caused Lin Ye's level to surge dramatically, along with the acquisition of 10 prestige points. Prestige is of paramount importance in the game, influencing your standing with NPCs and playing a crucial role in certain quests, as well as in absolving red name penalties. Upon the demise of the Dark Cat Demon Lord, a plethora of items dropped, including not only copper coins but also a skill book, a scroll, a sword, and several potions. The first kill indeed yielded a bountiful reward. Wow, this is genuinely a white bronze quality weapon. Yu Xiaoying was the first to dash forward, his speed exceeding that of other classes by about 10 due to his profession. He seized the fallen great sword and shared its attributes in the team channel. Qinggang War Sword, two-handed. White bronze quality, required level. 17, strength. 10, critical hit. 3, attack. 63-68, durability. 30-30. What the heck? A weapon with 10 strength and 68 attack power. Plus a critical hit bonus. After a moment of astonishment, Yu Xiaoshuang erupted into laughter. Wow! Shui Sei Lingyin gazed at the weapon in awe, having never encountered equipment of such caliber. Her finest gear was still black iron quality. Subsequently, Yu Xiaoying shared the remaining items in the team channel. Breaking Arrow, Rare Skill Book, Description. Inflicts a 12-second breaking state on the target, allowing you to ignore 20 of the target's defense value. Class restricted to archers. Required level, 15. Beginner Attribute Scroll, upon use, can enhance your primary attributes by 30 points for 60 seconds. A rare skill book for Breaking Arrow. Lin Yi felt a stir of excitement. This was one of the core skills for archers, and he hadn't expected to find it here. Yu Xiaoshuang collected all the spoils and declared, "This white bronze great sword will be sold since I am focusing on a defensive build. We will equally share the proceeds among the four of us. The skill book is for Brother Minjiwai. No need for bidding. Without him, we would have gained nothing. And as for the red potions, we have 5, so each of us shall take 1. That regarding this attribute scroll, I would like to keep it.as compensation. I will distribute funds accordingly to Shui, Sei Lingyin, and Brother Minjiwai based on its value. I don't need the money or potions. Just give me the skill book." Lin Yi remarked that acquiring a rare skill book had already given him a slight advantage. He felt too embarrassed to request anything else, as none of it piqued his interest. "Very well, I shall allocate a bit more gold and potions to the lovely Suisei, Sarayu." Yu Xiaoshuang nodded decisively. Chapter 018. Night Rain Studio. The limited level requirement for the exorcism arrow was level 15, which meant Lin Yi had to temporarily stow the skill book in his backpack. Once he learned the exorcism arrow, his damage output would be significantly enhanced. With spirits high, the 5 of them departed from that place, having stumbled upon a considerable boon, with their spoils almost being a gift. After they left, approximately 30 minutes later, a team of 50 players arrived, only to be dumbfounded upon discovering the desolate map, which contained merely a few ordinary forest cat demons. The boss monster doesn't simply vanish without reason. The only possibility is that it was slain by players. Impossible! A level 17 boss monster requires at least dozens of well-equipped players to defeat. We were already quite swift, and we encountered no other teams on our way here. Damn it, someone must have taken advantage of the situation. When we fell, the cat demon boss was already in a critical state. Damn! The leader of the group thought to himself, nearly spitting blood in frustration. It was infuriating, so utterly infuriating. But at this point, they could do nothing but return with grim faces. System, congratulations, your level has risen to 13. Lin Ye's level increased once more. Wow, I've never played for this long before. I need to log off. Suisei Sarayu yawned. Since they began delving into the spider cave, they had fought continuously for over 20 hours. While Lin Yi had not logged off for nearly 50. Alright, my gear is almost out of durability anyway, so let us call it a day, that we should divide the money and materials. Yu Xiaoshuang began to allocate the spoils. Suisei Sarayu, let us add each other as friends. Next time you log in, we can continue leveling up together. Yu Xiaoying chuckled. Ignoring him, Suisei Sarayu turned to Lin Yi and said, "Brother Mingwei Yi, let us add each other as friends." Yu Xiaoying was instantly reduced to tears. It was evident that competition was the greatest fear. Despite his decent skills and equipment, he considered himself somewhat of an expert. Yet when compared to Lin Yi, he felt utterly insignificant, even failing to attract a friend request from the girls. Oh, whatever. Lin Yi replied absent-mindedly while organizing materials in his backpack. Suise Sarayu's face lit up. She had now acquired a friend of expert caliber. Hee hee. Don't forget about me. Grant me a friend's slot as well. Yuexia Huang chimed in with a smile. Me too. Both Yuexia Ying and Yuexia Feng chimed in simultaneously. Such opportunities were rare. In the past, players of Lin Yi's caliber would scorn teaming up with them, let alone adding them as friends. Today, they were determined to seize this chance. Lin Yi accepted each friend request in turn, and then the five of them made their way back to Dallas City. Farewell. After saying this, Lin Yi exited the party, rushing to the blacksmith shop to lavishly spend the remaining forging materials in his backpack before logging off. After logging out, Lin Yi routinely visited old Huang's restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and enjoyed a delightful meal while engaging in lively conversation. I say, Lin, that crocodile stew you provided is selling like hotcakes. Some are even willing to pay 300 copper coins for it, old Huang remarked, his astonishment evident after the recent influx of customers. Then raise the price to 300 copper coins, Lin Yi suggested, confident that demand would not wane, especially since he was currently in need of money. Upon returning to the game, Lin Yi had just logged in when he received an invitation from Yuexia Huang, who proposed that they continue leveling up together. Once Lin Yi reached level 15, they could tackle a level 15 dungeon together. Lin Yi politely declined. Having just received over 10,000 copper coins from old Huang, he needed to focus on upgrading his forging skills and had no time for other endeavors. All right then, Yuexia Huang expressed disappointment. Without Lin Yi, they would lack a core damage dealer at the blacksmith shop. Lin Yi learned a few more blueprints, diligently wielding the hammer and immersing himself in work. His failure rate was decreasing steadily. Now, he could produce a finished item after approximately 3 attempts, which was quite commendable. Hee, look at that amateur trying to learn forging. Must be a fool with too much money. A heavily armored paladin scoffed at Lin Yi, who was busy hammering away. Lin Yi typically brushed off such comments with a laugh, dismissing them entirely. Just then, he failed to forge successfully and ended up with a pile of scrap metal. Haha. This is hilarious. I thought you were a forging master. The paladin guffawed upon seeing the scrap in Lin Yi's hands. Lin Yi ignored him, preparing to forge the next item. At that moment, 2 female players approached. Brother Qingshan. Sister Jing sent us to ask when you plan to set off. One of the girls spoke, her ponytail bouncing as she spoke, her round face and large eyes giving her a cute and charming appearance. No worries. With me around, your Night Rain Studio's tasks will definitely be completed, the paladin, who had just mocked Lin Yi, assured confidently. Of course, Brother Qingshan is a formal member of the Jiao Studio, another girl chimed in. Upon hearing this, the paladin named Qingshan puffed up his chest even more. While forging, Lin Yi abruptly jolted, having overexerted himself, causing the item he had just begun to forge to be ruined. Lin Yi paid no mind. As he had distinctly heard the name Night Rain Studio, he raised his head and looked at the ponytailed girl at the blacksmith's door. Are you from Night Rain Studio? Lin Yi inquired. We are from Night Rain Studio. Did you need something from us? The girl with the ponytail replied. Nothing much, Lin Yi said after a moment of silence, retracting his gaze. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence in name. Oh, the girl responded softly, then muttered under her breath. This person is quite strange. The paladin named Qingshan cast a glance at Lin Yi, seeing him still hammering away at his equipment, and shook his head with a smile. He said to the 2 girls beside him, Let us go. I need to gather a few more people that will set off right away. After a long while, Lin Yi finally ceased his work once all his materials were exhausted. However, the mention of Night Rain Studio lingered in his mind, pulling his thoughts back several years. Unable to resist, Lin Yi opened his friend's list, eager to input a certain ID, yet he hesitated and ultimately chose to close the window. Forget it, Lin Yi sighed. That day, as usual, old Huang procured a batch of ingredients and materials. When he finished cooking and prepared to sell the food, he was approached by Lin Yi. Has anyone from Night Rain Studio come here to buy food in the past few days? Lin Yi asked. Night Rain Studio? Let me think. Old Huang scratched his head, recalling the numerous customers who had come to buy food and the multitude of studios with their various names. Suddenly, old Huang's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands together, saying, on the first day, a girl came to me, offering 250 copper coins for some food. She came back a few times after that. I believe she mentioned something about Night Rain or Rain Night. She even asked if I would be interested in joining their studio. I still have her on my friends list. Oh yes, that is her. Night Rain Xinglan, old Huang exclaimed, pulling up his friend's window. Chapter 019. Advanced Rare Recipes. Lin, what is the matter? Do you know her? Old Huang observed a subtle change in Lin Ye's demeanor and inquired. Sort of. We were classmates, Lin Ye replied, his emotions complex as he thought of Yin Jing. So she is your classmate. You should have mentioned that earlier. I won't charge her any fees, old Huang laughed. Here is the deal. From now on, make a few more portions for her and sell them at the cost price of the ingredients. Just don't mention me, I'd appreciate it, Lin Yi earnestly stated. Old Huang was somewhat puzzled. Since they were classmates, why complicate matters? Nevertheless, he respected Lin Ye's wishes. Lin, if there is any misunderstanding, it's best to clear it up. After all, you're classmates. It's not a big deal, old Huang encouraged, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. Lin Yi smiled in response and nodded. Upon arriving at the free trading area, Lin Yi momentarily cast aside those chaotic thoughts and began browsing the stalls. Hey, how much for this skill book? 2,500 copper coins. Damn, why don't you go rob someone instead? I can't afford it. So get lost. This is a good item. Surrounded by the cacophony of bargaining, Lin Yi perused the stalls lining the street until he suddenly halted at one that captured his attention. Hey there. Want to take a look? These are all advanced blueprints and recipes, the vendor called out as Lin Yi stopped. Lin Yi examined a few sheets. They were rather ordinary forging blueprints, although they were bronze quality. Their attributes were unimpressive, and even if forged, they wouldn't yield much profit, failing to pique Lin Ye's interest. Wait, what is this? Lin Yi picked up a black blueprint that resembled a recipe. This is an advanced rare recipe. A valuable item that adds attributes that we have a vendor in town selling a tribute food and making a fortune. What do you think? I can sell it to you at a discount, the vendor introduced eagerly. Come on, who are you trying to fool? It's advanced, sure, but what good is it? Even if I learn it, I can't make it. Who the hell can catch sea fish at this stage? Have you ever seen the sea? Another vendor interjected. Looking at Lin Yi, he said, Don't fall for it, buddy. I admit the attributes are nice, but that is a sea fish recipe and utterly useless. You talking nonsense. Who says there are no sea fish? If you haven't seen them, it just means you lack experience, the recipe vendor countered. Hey, don't think I don't know that you've been hawking that in the trading market for days. Can you even sell it? Do you truly intend to sell the sea fish if you manage to acquire it? Ignoring their heated debate, Lin Yi focused on the attributes of the recipe, his heart racing with excitement. Recipe: fin fish fillet, high rarity. Description: teaches the culinary technique for preparing fin fish fillet, requiring cooking level LV5. Fin fish fillet. Consuming it restores 15 energy points, 1,000 health points, and 800 magic points within 20 seconds, and increases your critical hit rate by 10 for a duration of 10 minutes. With the effect dissipating upon death. Required consumption level: 20. The additional critical hit attribute undoubtedly signifies an exceptional find. Lin Yi continued to examine the primary materials needed, which included colorful fin fish, a species that the Dark Sea could indeed yield. The two vendors remained locked in a fervent argument, and Lin Yi cleared his throat, stating, The item is indeed remarkable, but the ingredients are exceedingly difficult to procure. I have heard that one cannot even reach the sea without being at least level 40 or 50, and even if sea fish are available, they are not common. The crafting difficulty is far too high. How much do you intend to sell this for? Lin Ye inhuted. Though he did not exhibit excessive eagerness, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. Those who frequented this place had become quite adept. Once you display overt interest or a desire to purchase, they would seize the opportunity to extort you. 20,000 copper coins. The vendor held up 2 fingers. Lin Yi immediately tossed the recipe aside and stood to leave. You might as well keep it for your retirement. Hey, don't go. How much are you willing to offer? The vendor grew anxious. He had been trying to sell this recipe for several days, even approaching advanced studios, only to receive either unacceptably low offers or outright rejection. 3,000 copper coins, Lin Yi proposed. What? You can't haggle like that, brother. This is a dragon-slaying blade. The vendor's face flushed with indignation. All right, I'll take a cut myself. You can have it for 10,000 copper coins. The vendor waved his hands in resignation. Lin Yi replied 5,000. At the very least, 8,000. It cannot be any less. Observing the vendor's expression, Lin Yi discerned that 8,000 copper coins was likely his bottom line. Thus, without further ado, Lin Yi readily agreed. Give me 5 minutes to procure the funds. After saying this, he messaged Lao Huang, urging him to send over 8,000 copper coins promptly. The closer the distance, the quicker the delivery. Within 2 minutes, Lao Huang had dispatched the money, allowing Lin Yi to successfully complete the transaction. Dude, did you really buy that? A nearby vendor exclaimed in astonishment. Is there really that much money to burn? I often collect such recipe blueprints when I have spare time. Who knows? They might come in handy in the future. Ligne concoctada je sois ajuste. See, that's the mark of a discerning eye. With the 8,000 copper coins in hand, the vendor's eyes sparkled with delight. Little did he know, Lin Yi was even more elated internally, having struck a significant profit. One could only wonder what expression would grace the vendor's face upon witnessing the food that would soon be crafted. Meanwhile, on the other side of the trading area, Lao Huang was concluding the sale of his last delicious little fish when a small team approached. Sister Jing, it seems they've sold out. We arrived too late. Yen Jing approached Lao Huang's stall, a hint of frustration in her voice. Lao Huang's crocodile stew was selling like hotcakes, with many studios even opting to pay in advance for reservations. Wait, if you're interested in crocodile stew, I still have some left. Lao Huang called out to the departing Yen Jing and her companions. In that case, we'll take them all. Yen Jing's face lit up with joy. With these attribute-enhancing foods, their chances of success in boss battles or team missions would significantly increase. Here SA set, a total of 20 portions of crocodile stew. Lao Huang initiated the transaction. So many. That'll be over 6,000 copper coins. I don't have that much on me. Give me a few minutes to fetch the money. Yen Jing was taken aback. Usually, acquiring 2 or 3 portions was a significant achievement, yet today she was unexpectedly presented with a complete set. That'll be 600 copper coins. Lao Huang replied. The ingredients and materials for crocodile stew were not particularly expensive, with a single portion costing around 20 to 30 copper coins. What? Sir, you must have miscalculated by a 0, exclaimed a girl with a ponytail beside her. This is a full set of 20 portions. How could it possibly only be a few hundred copper coins? I'm selling them to you at cost. If you want them, we can finalize the trade now. Otherwise, I'll retract the offer. Lao Huang stated. Let us go with 300 copper coins each, or perhaps 350 coins will suffice. Yen Jing contemplated, not wanting to unfairly benefit since they were all strangers. And unsure if there was something she was unaware of, Lao Huang appeared somewhat helpless, yet he could not be overtly blunt. If you don't want them, then so be it. He had no choice but to concede. This was indeed a challenging task, as the girl's character was quite peculiar, and she was not inclined to accept a bargain. We want them, we'll take them all. The ponytailed girl hurriedly placed the money on the table. In the future, if you require food, feel free to seek me out whenever I'm online. The prices will remain the same. After Lao Huang finished speaking, he departed the trading area, leaving behind a bewildered Yen Jing and her group. Chapter 020. I saw someone flying. What is going on here? One team member questioned, bewildered. They had managed to obtain rare items that were usually hard to come by with such ease. Additionally, what had the elderly gentleman said about being able to seek him out for food at cost? What exactly transpired? Yen Jing shook her head, unable to decipher the situation. Sister Jing, could it be that the old man has taken a liking to you and wishes to pursue you? The girl with a ponytail giggled mischievously. What nonsense are you spouting? What are you perpetually thinking about? Yen Jing retorted, playfully tapping the girl on the head. Ultimately, Yen Jing and her team departed from the area. A level 5 high-rarity recipe. Did you acquire that? Lao Huang gazed at Lin Ye's black recipe with astonishment. I picked it up casually while shopping. They simply didn't recognize its value. Lin Yi chuckled. Indeed, this is a sea fish recipe. It's no wonder. Currently, there are no sea fish available, and for many, it would be of little use. Yet, you possess the skill. Lao Huang remarked with a knowing smile. Aware that while others lacked the ability to catch sea fish, Lin Yi had that talent. I'll find some time to raise my cooking level. I estimate that within 2 weeks, I should reach level 5. Lao Huang expressed a rare confidence illuminating his face that I end the game. Cooking was Lao Huang's sole passion. Having previously worked as a chef, he had shared stories of his past with Lin Yi, revealing many regrets he had in the culinary field. Fortunately, the advent of holographic gaming had restored Lao Huang's confidence. Cooking in the game, akin to reality, required a discerning palate, adept techniques, and a keen understanding of ingredient pairings. Moreover, many ingredients in the game were unattainable in real life. Lao Huang had become thoroughly acquainted with this game and was increasingly immersed in it, even earning money through cooking. In fact, he was now making more in the game than his small shop earned. Well then, I appreciate your hard work these past few days. Lin Yi expressed. Brother Lin, your words give me chills. Lao Huang carefully stored away the recipe. Over the past few days, Lao Huang had acquired several ordinary level 3 and 4 recipes. And through continuous cooking, his proficiency had risen swiftly. Meanwhile, Lin Yi tirelessly hammered away at the forge, crafting equipment. With Lao Huang providing various foods for sale, Lin Yi had no worries about affording materials. With both financial and temporal support, Lin Yi was finally able to realize his ambitions. System notification. Congratulations. Your forging skill has reached level 4. Upon hearing the melodious system notification, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It had not been easy, but efforts were always rewarded. System notification. You have learned the blueprint, Boots of Frenzy. The Boots of Frenzy are of bronze quality, requiring numerous materials, including several rare items. Yet fortunately, all these materials can be purchased at the current stage. Lin Yi spent a significant amount of money to purchase materials for forging 5 pairs of Boots of Frenzy in one go. The cost of the materials alone approached 20,000 copper coins. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Yi endeavored to control his rhythm and the force of his hammer blows to ensure a successful forging. However, as it was his first attempt at forging the Boots of Frenzy, he could only experiment with the material ratios. After 3 consecutive attempts on the 4th, Lin Yi finally produced a finished pair of Boots of Frenzy. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully forged the item, Boots of Frenzy. Boots of Frenzy armor, bronze quality, required level 12 agility, 10 movement speed, 55 passive effect. Increases movement speed by 5. Gazing at the formidable attributes of the Boots of Frenzy, Lin Yi's fatigue instantly vanished. These were armor boots. While Lin Yi specialized in leather armor, the impressive attributes of the Boots of Frenzy more than compensated for the modest attribute boost from his specialization. Lin Yi was confident that even mages would fight to get their hands on these boots. With one portion of materials remaining, Lin Yi decided to hold off on further forging until he received additional materials. Eagerly, Lin Yi equipped the Boots of Frenzy, and immediately, his movement speed attribute surged from 10 to a staggering 65. Before level 20, 1 point of speed attribute typically enhanced movement speed by approximately 0.3. Thus, a speed attribute of 65 translated to nearly 20 in movement speed. Moreover, as Lin Yi belonged to the Dark Elf race, his agility attribute was also considerable, further enhancing his movement speed. Adding the passive bonus of 5 from the boots, his overall movement speed bonus exceeded 30, that if he were to utilize a speed scroll and the skill frenzy at this moment, Lin Yi's movement speed could soar above 80. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. After donning the Boots of Frenzy, Lin Yi attempted to jog a short distance, and his speed was exhilarating, a sensation beyond compare. Damn it, this person must be in a rush to reincarnate. Using a speed scroll in the city? Are they out of their mind? As someone passed by Lin Yi, witnessing his frantic pace, it was only natural for them to assume he was utilizing a scroll. It must be a skill in use, another player speculated. Considering the exorbitant cost of such scrolls, using one in this location seemed like an extravagance for the affluent. Lin Yi jogged onward, exiting the city of Dallas, opting for a map with fewer players. Outside the city, the map was populated with low-level ordinary monsters. Around levels 10 to 15, Lin Yi knocked an arrow and aimed at a wild wolf. Among the creatures in this area, the wild wolf was the swiftest, boasting a movement speed 20 points higher than that of an average player. Drawing its ire, Lin Yi promptly tore open a speed scroll and activated his swift skill. The basic speed scroll augmented his movement speed by 20, while the swift skill further enhanced it by 30, both in terms of movement and shooting speed, catapulting Lin Yi's velocity to an alarming degree. To him, the wild wolf's speed seemed comparable to that of a tortoise. utterly sluggish. He whimsically shot several arrows in all directions, and soon 6 or 7 wild wolves charged toward him. Yet, regardless of their numbers, they could not match Lin Ye's pace, falling one after another as he depleted their health. What in the world is that? Is he hacking? This scene was fortuitously witnessed by a small 5-member team that had just arrived to level up. All 5 stood agape, momentarily stunned. What had they just seen? They had witnessed a player soaring through the air. It wasn't until Lin Yi departed that they regained their senses. What did you just see? The team leader rubbed his eyes and inquired. I saw someone flying. Me too. Was that player just now? The group exchanged incredulous glances. Rendered speechless by the spectacle, the evolution of the game. Hacks had long since ceased to exist, so what had just transpired? The speed at which that player ran was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 021. The poisonous arrow frog. Lin Yi felt exhilarated. His only regret being the lengthy cooldown of the swift skill, which lasted 3 minutes as for the speed scrolls. He was not particularly concerned. He had several lucrative avenues for earning money and could easily afford this expenditure. As he pressed forward, the monsters he encountered grew increasingly stronger, reaching level 18. It was then that he paused. These creatures were 5 levels above him, making them ideal targets for a level-up hunt. If the level difference exceeded 5, the difficulty of breaking their defenses would increase exponentially. The poisonous arrow frog, level 18, possessed 1,200 health points. This particular frog could spray a toxic substance from a distance, while the base damage of the toxin was not high. It inflicted a poisoning status that dealt terrifying damage over time. Without healing, even a tank character could not endure for long. Lin Yi estimated that the spraying range of the arrow frog's toxin was about 20 yards, an easily manageable distance for an archer who could kite the creature effectively. That he swiftly drew his bow, and the arrow frog proved no match for him. Quickly becoming a source of experience, the arrow frogs dropped a poisonous sac, a material used for crafting poisons that rogues could apply to their daggers to enhance their damage output. Lin Yi attempted to lure more creatures. However, when the number of arrow frogs exceeded 3, the pressure began to mount, as the time spent killing them did not equate to the rewards. Ultimately, he decided to engage 2 at a time for maximum efficiency, that he thought to himself how much easier it would be if he had learned the area damage skills of an archer, allowing him to pull 5 or 6 monsters at once with ease. Unfortunately, skill books were far scarcer than equipment, particularly area damage skills, which were snatched up immediately by various studios at exorbitant prices upon their appearance. Due to his overleveling, Lin Yi swiftly ascended to level 14. At this rate, he estimated that in another 7 or 8 hours, he would reach level 15, and with the addition of a magic-breaking arrow, his pace would accelerate even further. The ground was littered with the corpses of arrow frogs as Lin Yi traversed several maps to hunt them down. Nearly all the arrow frogs in the area had perished at his hands. After several hours of relentless slaughter, his experience bar once again shattered its limits, and with a shower of golden light, Lin Yi leveled up to 15. System. You have learned the magic-breaking arrow. Magic-breaking arrow requires a bow or crossbow, instant cast, 540 yards range, consuming 100 mana points, putting the target in a 12-second magic-breaking state, allowing you to ignore 25 defense points of the target with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Whoosh! Lin Yi tested the arrow, and the magical energy of the magic-breaking arrow shimmered in a purplish-red hue. Upon striking the arrow frog, it exploded, the magical energy beginning to erode the creature's body, leaving a magic-breaking mark upon its head. Continuing his assault, he noted a distinct increase in damage. This debuff was less effective against low-defense monsters, yielding only modest damage improvements, but against high-defense foes, the damage increase was markedly significant. The arrow frog had average defenses, thus the damage boost was also relatively standard. However, overall, the magic-breaking effect significantly enhanced Lin Ye's monster-slaying speed. Just as he finished dispatching the last arrow frog, a brilliant white light erupted, heralding the appearance of a larger arrow frog. The Silver Elite Poisonous Arrow Frog, level 18, boasted 3,200 health points. With Lin Ye's current prowess, defeating this elite creature was well within his capabilities, without hesitation. Lin Yi unleashed the magic-breaking arrow and activated the dark power, hastening his shooting speed. Numbers representing damage floated above the silver arrow frog's head as its massive form leaped toward Lin Yi. Ordinary arrow frogs could jump approximately 3 yards with each leap, but this silver elite could exceed 5. Lin Yi was grateful for the boots of frenzy he had forged, providing him with astonishing speed. Otherwise, relying solely on speed scrolls would have soon seen him overtaken. Bolstered by both the scroll and the boots, even as the arrow frog jumped rapidly, it could not keep pace with Lin Yi. Under his deft kiting, the arrow frog's health dwindled. Is he really soloing an elite monster? A 5-member team approached, their disbelief palpable as they witnessed Lin Yi battling the poisonous arrow frog alone. Hey, brother, how about we join forces and take it down together? The team leader advanced toward Lin Yi, wielding a hybrid sword, a shape-shifting druid. Lin Yi remained unresponsive. In truth, he had already detected their presence through his hawk's eye ability the moment they entered the area. Though they remained blissfully unaware that if they chose to leave him be, that would be just fine. However, should they insist on meddling, Lin Yi would not hesitate to send them back to town free of charge. Seeing Lin Yi's silence, the druid continued, "Why not, brother? As the saying goes, those who witness share in the spoils. Besides, if that elite monster goes berserk, you won't be able to handle it alone." The druid recognized that Lin Yi's ability to solo the elite creature stemmed not only from his extraordinary kiting skills, but also from his frost slow effect. Should the arrow frog enter a berserk state, ignoring the slow effect, Lin Yi would find it impossible to outrun it this moment. Lin Yi had yet to employ any scrolls and was not overly exerting his remarkable speed. Still, he remained focused on the poisonous arrow frog, while the 5-man team lingered in his peripheral vision. Should they cross Lin Yi's threshold and come too close, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. "Captain, why waste breath on him? Let's just take the elite monster for ourselves. He clearly doesn't know his place." One teammate expressed dissatisfaction with Lin Yi's attitude, erroneously believing themselves to be renowned professional players. "Exactly. We'll rush in and take him down with a single strike," another barbarian warrior chimed in. "Hold on, let's wait a moment. We'll strike when the elite monster is low on health." The druid leader observed Lin Yi's actions, his instincts signaling that this individual was no mere player. Not only did Lin Yi remain unfazed by the presence of 5 opponents, but his composure suggested that he was indeed a formidable player. Lin Yi focused intently on the poisonous arrow frog, unconcerned about the 5-man team. As his hawk's vision kept watch in his eyes, they posed no threat, and he dismissed them entirely. Wow, how can this guy be so fast? Even the elite monster can't catch up. It's just not scientific. Indeed, his speed is suddenly absurd. Unbeknownst to them, this was not even Lin Yi's maximum speed. Chapter 022, earning his first coin as the health of the poisonous arrow frog dwindled. The small team's desire to steal the kill began to wane. Perhaps we should just let it go. Several teammates expressed reluctance to seize the monster. The sheer impact of Lin Yi's skill had left them in awe, if performance could be rated. They would undoubtedly grant him a perfect score, for he had not made a single mistake thus far. When they witnessed the poisonous arrow frog truly enter a berserk state, they found themselves utterly unable to even graze Lin Yi's shadow. Their jaws dropping in astonishment, in that instant, Lin Yi activated a speed scroll, unleashing his swift skill. Is he actually hacking? The barbarian warriors stared, astonished, as Lin Yi gracefully maneuvered through the battlefield. What in the world is this? His speed surpasses even that of a horse. This is impossible. How can an archer move this fast? I need to report him. Indeed. I shall record a video and report it to the authorities. Lin Yi's speed shattered their understanding of the game. How could there possibly be a player who moved so swiftly? If it were late in the game, employing high-level skills and advanced scrolls, it might not be surprising. But this game had only just launched, and yet 5 individuals stood there, watching Lin Yi defeat the poisonous arrow frog. A flawless kill. The druid's throat felt parched. Meanwhile, Lin Yi collected the spoils, which yielded nothing of note. Merely a piece of black iron-grade chest armor. It seemed this elite monster had not been slain for the first time. It had already fallen to other players prior. The appearance of players on this map rendered it no longer suitable for Lin Yi to train alone. Casting a casual glance at the 5-man team, He noted their lack of initiative and chose not to engage. He whistled, and from a distance, a falcon spread its wings and flew towards him. Thus, both man and pet departed from the scene. A pet? Isn't this guy a magical archer? How does he have a pet? The barbarian warrior scratched his head. Damn it, we've encountered a hidden class. Thankfully, we didn't provoke him earlier, the druid said, patting his chest with a hint of trepidation. Lin Yi sought another map and trained for a while until the durability of his equipment was nearly depleted before he decided to return to town. After reaching level 15, he could unlock the game's first team dungeon, the Knoll Camp, which produced a wealth of high-quality equipment and advanced materials. Lin Yi's level had already met the requirements, allowing him to take a trip to the dungeon. In a certain part of the trading district of Dallas City, old Huang had already become somewhat of a celebrity among players, revered as the culinary master. Several studios were eager to recruit him. Food was essential for all players, restoring energy, health, and mana. The food prepared by Old Huang was the most sought after in Dallas City. The same dish, crafted by different hands, varies in taste. Old Huang's creations far surpassed those of other players in flavor. One can imagine that given the same price, players would undoubtedly choose the dish that offered a superior taste experience. Upon returning to Dallas City, Lin Yi procured some food from Old Huang and began to eat heartily. He had a serving of roasted lamb chops, golden in color, tender and delicious, which made Lin Yi's appetite surge. He couldn't help but give Old Huang a thumbs up, saying, "With this skill, you could be treated like a guest of honor at any major studio." Lin Yi was not joking. The game was not solely about combat professions. Those with extraordinary talents in other fields could also thrive remarkably well. Old Huang chuckled nonchalantly and raised a mug of ale to clink with Lin Yi that he showed little interest in the studios. While he was not wealthy, he was not lacking either. As long as he could make ends meet, he was content with the recognition and appreciation his culinary creations received. The two indulged in hearty meat and drink, reveling in the moment. Lin Yi candidly expressed his intention to slay a dragon in the future and bring back the dragon meat for Old Huang to cook. Eager to taste what dragon meat truly tasted like. When he logged back in, it was already the following day. Lin Yi acquired several materials for forging the frenzied boots and then headed to the blacksmiths to get to work. The time spent gathering materials alone took Lin Yi an entire day, even with Old Huang's assistance. Many studios were willing to sell materials to Old Huang out of respect, but had Lin Yi been on his own, he would have been at a loss for how long it would take. Reflecting on it, his previous success in obtaining forging materials was purely due to luck. System notification. Forging successful. You have obtained the item Frenzied Boots. This time, he expended 6 materials, valued at over 20,000 copper coins. However, Lin Yi could sell a pair of Frenzied Boots for double that price. Instead of setting up a stall, he opted to go to the trading post and listed the Frenzied Boots for 30,000 copper coins. This was a purple copper-grade piece of equipment, the highest quality for items below level 50.30,000 copper coins, in current game currency terms, was roughly equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Indeed, it was less than 5 minutes after Lin Yi listed the boots that bids began to roll in. Lin Yi had set it up as an auction rather than a fixed price. If no higher bids came in within 10 minutes, the item would sell, in just a matter of minutes. The price for the Frenzied Boots surged to over 40,000 copper coins. Am I seeing things? A purple copper-grade item has appeared in the trading post. Many players browsing the trading post were astonished. Is this a joke? A level 12 purple copper item, and it's just a pair of boots priced so high. What madness is this? A rogue player shook his head, but when he saw the boots' attributes, his jaw dropped. They were simply outstanding. Yet he lacked the funds to purchase them. Many players sighed in dismay. While tens of thousands of copper coins were merely 1,000 yuan, many could afford it, but this was not cash trading. It was game currency. With the currency exchange system yet to open, even those with money couldn't buy game coins. Only the upper echelons of studios with teams could muster such amounts in the game. Some wealthy players boasted of wanting to purchase with cash. But Lin Yi paid them no mind, as what he needed was game currency. Ultimately, the Frenzied Boots were sold for 520,000 copper coins, marking Lin Yi's first profit from his crafting profession. Lin Yi smiled. These studios were indeed wealthy. This sum was not trivial in-game, and while its cash equivalent was modest, the in-game economy still relied on game coins. Repairing equipment, purchasing potions, food, and materials all required game currency, which proved to be more useful than cash. After the transaction, Lin Yi withdrew his earnings from the trading post, and after deducting a 5% fee, he was left with 49,400 copper coins. Gazing at the copper coins in his backpack, Lin Yi felt a surge of confidence. He was now a man of means. Lin Yi first purchased a batch of speed scrolls, each costing several hundred copper coins, and without hesitation, he bought 50 of them. He also stocked up on crude explosives, gravity javelins, and blind powder, among others. For healing potions and magic potions, he bought 50 of each, ample supply for some time. With so many items, Lin Yi felt his backpack was somewhat cramped. So he returned to the trading post to buy 2 bags that increased his inventory by 10 slots each. Currently, bags were exorbitantly priced, costing several thousand copper coins each, but fortunately, Lin Yi could afford it. These assorted purchases totaled nearly 30,000 copper coins, yet he deemed it all worthwhile. Chapter 023. Null mine forging. The frenzied boots could indeed yield significant profits, but due to the complexity of the materials required and Lin Yi lacking a studio behind him, it would take time to gather them. The core material, the purple gold stone, was exceptionally difficult to obtain, as only miners of level 4 and above could smelt it, with a very low success rate. To make matters worse, each player could only smelt 2 per day. However, if he could learn blueprints for forging equipment with other favorable attributes, given Lin Yi's level 4 forging skill, making a profit would not be a challenge. During this period, the money old Huang earned from selling food was mostly spent by Lin Yi on forging. Truth be told, Lin Yi still owed old Huang quite a bit. He needed to find time to repay that debt. Looking at the remaining copper coins, Lin Yi decided to exchange some for decent bronze equipment, that he visited the free trading market and purchased a level 15 bronze helmet, a level 15 bronze chest piece, and a level 15 bronze belt, giant spider helmet. Bronze quality, required level 15, agility 6, intelligence 6, defense 21, durability 28. The wild wolf chest armor. Bronze quality, required level 15, agility 5, constitution 7, defense 35, durability 28. Fire snake belt. Bronze quality. Required level 15, intelligence 5, weight limit 8, defense 12, durability 28. At this stage, bronze quality equipment could be considered a symbol of high-end players. Many still donned white and black iron-grade gear, and possessing even 1 or 2 pieces of bronze was quite commendable. These 3 items depleted Lin Yi's entire copper coin reserve, but they were well worth it, as his attributes surged significantly. Character, Mingyue Yi level, 15 health, 763 mana, 582 energy, 100 attack, 128 strength, 28 agility, 55 intelligence, 58 constitution, 20 defense. 737. Lin Yi's level was not the highest in the game, but his attributes had reached the caliber of the top players. Many core players from various studios could hardly match his prowess. Opening the friend window, Lin Yi noticed the names of several individuals, including Huang, were lit up that he sent a message. Heading to the dungeon? You're level 15 now? Huang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Yi's message, as he had not expected Lin Yi to level up so swiftly. He quickly replied, indicating that he would return to town for supplies and could set off immediately. At level 15, they could enter 2 small dungeons, one being the 15 level 5-man instance, the Null Mine, where there was a chance to drop a plethora of rare ores and smelting materials. Moreover, the entry requirement to the team dungeon, the Null Camp, was to first clear the Null Mine, making this dungeon almost a necessity. Lin Yi arrived at the Null Camp first. Compared to the Spider Cave, the number of players here was noticeably greater. Lin Yi's equipment, predominantly of bronze quality, stood out remarkably in the crowd, attracting several teams that invited him to join their ranks. Lin Yi paid no heed, and after approximately 10 minutes, Huang arrived here with others, including Shui Se Lingyin, all of whom were acquainted and exchanged greetings. Xiaoying and Xiaofeng had already reached level 16, while Huang and Shui Se Lingyin had attained level 15. I say, brother, how have you leveled up so swiftly? It's only been a few days and you're already at level 15, Xiaoying remarked. Eyeing Lin Yi's level, beside them, Huang was taken aback upon noticing Lin Yi's equipment. Its appearance alone suggested it was a bronze tier, an impressive feat indeed. Well then, I shall commence. Lin Yi declared as the team positioned themselves, directly opening the dungeon entrance. Wait, brother, did you perhaps open the wrong one? Upon entering the dungeon, Huang immediately sensed something amiss. Is this expert difficulty? Xiaoing instinctively took a few steps back. Shui Se Ling Yin inquired, is that all right? Lin Yi responded, believing that expert difficulty merely entailed an enhancement of the monster's offensive and defensive attributes, while the dungeon mechanics remained unchanged. As long as the team coordinated well, it should pose no significant challenge. Ordinary difficulty was simply too lacking in challenge and yielded poor rewards. So, will you be leading this time? Huang looked at Lin Yi. You go ahead, I won T, Lin Yi replied. The others collectively fainted in disbelief, thinking their leader was jesting. However, given the circumstances, Huang had no choice but to brace himself, contemplating that he could always respawn if things went awry. Let us go. Shui Se Ling Yin encouraged the group. The dog-headed men, creatures dwelling in caverns, were diminutive and filthy. Each dog-headed man sported a white candle atop their heads, purportedly to adapt to the dim environment. With long beards and rat-like tails, they bore grotesque visages and fierce expressions. These beings excelled in mining. Thus their weapons were typically mining picks or short swords, hammers, etc., but they generally preferred close combat. Curse the intruders, become my slaves, one dog-headed man shouted as he discovered Huang and charged forward. Wielding a mace intended to strike him down, Huang raised his shield to absorb the blow, countering with a swift slash of his sword that struck the dog-headed man's shoulder, followed by a horizontal sweep inflicting further damage. Once Huang had stabilized the aggro, Xiaoing suddenly appeared behind the dog-headed man, plunging a dagger into its back, dealing over 200 points of damage. Lin Yi and Feng joined the fray. And soon the dog-headed man lay defeated on the ground. 5 individuals confronting a single dog-headed man posed no problem. Yet the actual challenge of the dungeon lay in scenarios where multiple dog-headed men appeared simultaneously, which could become quite troublesome. This is bad. 5 dog-headed men ahead. Huang quailed at the prospect of pulling 5 foes at once, fearing for his life. Unconsciously, he glanced at Lin Yi, who had been directing them throughout, but he felt that Lin Yi would surely have a strategy for this predicament. I'll lure the monsters out, Lin Yi proposed. In such situations, the most efficient strategy would typically be to eliminate them swiftly. Luring monsters should not depend on sheer resilience and healing, which is a mindless approach, distinguishing ordinary players from professional ones. Professional players would exploit the interferences between monsters, commonly referred to as kiting. In a holographic game, each monster is a tangible entity, allowing players to manipulate their positions to restrict the monster's attacks and thereby mitigate damage. Huang's skills surpassed those of a typical player, yet he still fell short in comparison to professionals. With so many monsters clustered together, how will you lure them out? Huang questioned, puzzled, as disturbing one would surely alert the others. Have you learned blindness? Lin Yi asked within the team. He was referring to Xiaoing, as blindness was a rogue skill that could render a target blind for a limited duration, and notably, it could be cast while in stealth. No, that skill is quite expensive. Xiaoing scratched his head, lamenting that he could not afford such an ability. Then I shall take charge, Lin Yi shrugged, retrieving a pouch of blinding dust from his inventory, believing it would prove effective. Dark Escape. Lin Yi activated his racial talent, entering a stealth state as he stealthily approached the dog-headed M, and as he drew closer, he could even catch the unpleasant odor emanating from them. The next moment, Lin Yi used the blinding dust, which temporarily deprived monsters within a certain radius of their vision while significantly diminishing their sensory capabilities. A bright flash enveloped the area, and the 5 dog-headed men were rendered blind. At this juncture, Lin Yi increased the distance, swiftly firing 2 arrows that struck 2 separate dog-headed as Lin Yi attacked. His stealth state dissipated, and the 2 assaulted dog-headed men regained their sight. They spotted Lin Yi and charged towards him at alarming speed. Meanwhile, the other 3 dog-headed men remained unperturbed, still blinded and devoid of awareness, completely unaware of Lin Yi's presence. Incredible, what was that item Brother Mingyue just used that blinded the monsters? Xiaoing exclaimed. astonished, realizing his teammate had an uncanny knack for surprising them with resourcefulness at critical moments. Facing two dog-headed men, Huang felt no pressure, and with their combined efforts, they swiftly dispatched them. "Brother, what did you just use? How did you achieve that?" Ying inquired with great curiosity. Lin Yi shared the properties of the blinding dust in the team channel. "For 100 copper coins for a portion, not too bad," Lin Yi stated. Before Ying could respond, upon hearing the price, he promptly fell silent. A few hundred copper coins for a single use was exorbitant. He felt that Lin Yi had been extravagant in using it so casually, as it could be life-saving. Such a waste. In reality, aside from the blinding dust, Lin Yi had more direct methods to lure the monsters, but he wanted to test the effectiveness of this item, which had proven quite successful. The progression through the dungeon was steady, but not particularly swift. However, with this pace, clearing the expert difficulty seemed achievable. This thought ignited a spark of excitement in Huang and the others. For if they succeeded in overcoming the expert difficulty, the system would reward them with an additional item, potentially an equipment piece, skill book, or high-quality materials. At the very least, even a potion would be beneficial. The final boss, the dog-headed chief, boasted a staggering 8,000 health points, and under expert difficulty, its defenses were formidable. Feng and Ying struggled against it, while Huang narrowly avoided being incapacitated by the chief's mace on several occasions. 680. System, you have died. It's over. It's over. Huang exclaimed as a misstep in his positioning led to a critical strike from the dog-headed chief, draining nearly all his health and resulting in his immediate demise. With Shui Se Ling Yin unable to react in time. With Huang's death, the aggro shifted to the nearest Ying and Feng, who were unable to withstand the boss's assault, quickly succumbing as well. After his death, Huang did not release his spirit, but observed the battle from an outsider's perspective. The boss still retained nearly 20% of its health, and he sighed. Realizing their chances were utterly diminished, monsters at expert difficulty had significantly enhanced attack and defense, and given his current equipment and attributes, the challenge was insurmountable. Witnessing his teammates fall one by one, Shui Se Ling Yin became increasingly flustered. "Stay calm. When I say 1, you cast lesser heal. When I say 2, use instant heal. And when I say 3, cast lesser blessing." Lin Yi instructed as Shui Se Ling Yin began to lose composure. Lin Yi activated a speed scroll, his agility surging, and once more called upon the power of darkness. 3! Lin Yi shouted, prompting Shui Se Ling Yin to immediately cast a lesser blessing upon him. The basic blessing spell required 2 seconds of incantation, enhancing a teammate's strength, intelligence, and constitution by 50 points for 10 seconds. With a 45-second cooldown and an effective range of 30 yards, that a 50-point attribute increase was substantial, surpassing the enhancement provided by a piece of bronze-level equipment, which was why healing classes were in high demand. A competent healer was not merely about restoring health. Lin Ye's entire set of bronze-level equipment already boasted formidable attributes, and receiving the blessing further augmented his power. With the effect of the speed scroll and the boots of frenzy, Lin Ye's speed exceeded even that of the dog-headed boss. Generally, bosses moved approximately 30% faster than regular players. But at this moment, Lin Ye's velocity far surpassed the chief's. He loosed a magic arrow, reducing the boss's defenses, and began his barrage of attacks, his shooting speed astonishing and almost dizzying. The boss occupied a semicircular mining pit roughly 50 yards in radius, littered with discarded mine carts and tracks. Navigating such terrain to lure monsters could easily lead to positioning errors. However, for Lin Yi, these obstacles posed no hindrance and even served to impede the boss's movements. 1. Lin Yi continued to speak, and after a brief moment of surprise, Shui Se Ling Yin hurriedly began to cast her spell. It was not that she was inattentive. Rather, she was utterly mesmerized. Not only Shui Se Ling Yin, but also Huang, Ying, and Feng were completely transfixed. Just moments ago, they had been discussing how long Lin Yi could endure. The reality was that Lin Yi had already been dancing with the boss for over a minute, during which the boss had not even managed to touch the hem of Lin Yi's garment. It was only when Lin Yi slightly shifted her position that the boss's thrown hammer struck her. However, thanks to Shui Se Ling Yin's healing spell, Lin Yi's health was gradually stabilizing. 3. Upon hearing Lin Yi speak, Shui Sei Ling Yin used her blessing spell for the second time, puzzled as to how Lin Yi knew that the spell had just cooled down. My goodness. You have to explain to me how Moonlit Knight's brothers are not professional players. I simply cannot believe it, Yu Xiaoying remarked. Both Yu Xiaoshuang and Yu Xiaofeng nodded in unison. The level of skill displayed was truly remarkable, embodying the essence of kiting. They had teamed up with archers before, but whether it was a magical archer or a crossbowman, their performance paled in comparison to Lin Yi's, the vast majority of players. While kiting would inevitably make positional errors, and during movement, their shooting frequency would drop by at least 50 compared to when they stood still, with a minimum reduction of 30 in accuracy. Yet Lin Yi, her shooting speed and accuracy remained utterly unaffected. The health of the dog-headed boss dwindled from 20 to 10, then to 5, and now, only 2 remain. System. Congratulations. Your team has successfully cleared the dog-headed miner dungeon on expert difficulty. Is that it? We cleared it just like that? Yu Xiaoshuang could hardly believe her eyes. I suspect he is a reincarnated individual, Yu Xiaoying remarked, gazing at Lin Yi, who remained unfazed on the battlefield, his tone laden with meaning. Chapter 025, Golden Electric Eel System. You have received an additional completion reward. Dog-headed hammer. Dog-headed hammer. Bronze quality. Requires level 15, strength 12, critical hit 4, attack 50-53, with a certain chance to cause a stun effect upon attack. Lasting 1 second. Durability 30-30. For any dungeon cleared on expert difficulty or above, the system rewards an extra item. Many teams aim for this reward. The team leader, Lin Yi, naturally had the dog-headed hammer drop into his backpack. This was a two-handed hammer, and hammers have a unique characteristic. They have a chance to induce a stun effect, making them a hidden trump card in PvP. This bronze hammer boasted considerable attack power and also included a critical hit effect, making it worth at least 5,000 copper coins in the market at that moment. The fallen Yu Xiaoshuang and her companions resurrected at the revival point and re-entered the dungeon to begin clearing the battlefield. The dog-headed boss had dropped some potions, ores, and a piece of bronze-grade shoulder armor, as well as a bronze dagger. Overall, the haul was quite satisfactory. Yu Xiaoshuang collected the equipment, contemplated for a moment, and then handed everything over to Lin Yi, saying, "You take the gear." Yu Xiaoying and Yu Xiaofeng harbored no objections, although they secretly desired the 2 pieces of equipment, as they were both useful to them. The fact remained that Lin Yi was the one who had taken down the boss, and they felt uncomfortable claiming any share of the loot. Ultimately, Lin Yi kept the dog-headed hammer and the ores, while distributing the dropped armor and dagger to Yu Xiaofeng and Yu Xiaoying, respectively. As for Shui Sei Ling Yin, although she did not receive any equipment this time, Lin Yi generously gave her the other materials, potions and copper coins obtained from the dungeon. Once the spoils were distributed, the 5 of them successfully exited the dungeon. "I'll call you again when I have time," Lin Yi said. It was only after Lin Yi departed that Yu Xiaoshuang regained her senses, realizing just how significant the gap was compared to true experts. Upon returning to the main city, Lin Yi first took a moment to repair his equipment, subsequently placing the materials in the warehouse. With the dog-headed hammer listed in the trading hall, the in-game sky gradually dimmed, and many players who had ventured out for adventures began returning to the main city, creating an increasingly lively atmosphere. Lin Yi had no intention of logging off. He utilized the teleportation skill, and soon the scene transformed, bringing him back to the dark forest. Before he could regain his footing, a forest wolf spotted him with a howl and charged towards him. With Lin Yi's current equipment attributes, the creatures of the dark forest posed no threat whatsoever. He loosed an arrow that instantly killed the level 5 wolf. Glancing at the terrain, he noted that it was about a half-hour's journey to the Dark Sea. Lin Yi's purpose for returning was simple. He sought sea fish. Sea fish held immense value, serving as a primary ingredient for crafting high-level food, and currently, very few players were capable of fishing for them. Lin Yi aimed to seize this opportunity to earn some money. As Lin Yi had already reached level 15, he ventured to several new fishing spots near the beach, where level 20 wild creatures would spawn. In the past, Lin Yi would have never dared to approach such areas, but now, things were different. He possessed the strength to defeat level 20 beasts. The fishing spot here yielded yellowtail fish, notoriously cunning, and Lin Yi experienced frequent failures in his attempts, with only about a 30 success rate. In the game, Certain rare fish were like this, even when at a fishing spot and meeting the fishing level requirements. The difficulty of obtaining them remained high, and their value far exceeded that of ordinary fish. Linyi had already moved away from the beach and was currently perched on a rock surrounded by the sea. It was not far from the shore, and swimming would only take 2 minutes, preventing him from drowning. If only I had an underwater breathing potion, Linyi sighed, realizing that there were even more fish spots near these rocks. There were more rocks in the distance. But Linyi did not dare to swim over. Without an underwater breathing potion, he could not venture that far. Just as Linyi leaned against the rock, leisurely fishing, a massive shadow surged up from the depths. It seemed something had taken a bite of his bait with considerable force, causing the fishing line to snap. What was that? Linyi exclaimed in shock. The sea was an extremely vast expanse, categorized as a high-level adventure map, and the danger it encompassed was far greater than that found on land. That high-level monsters lurked within the ocean, and there were even fearsome high-level lords present. This was one of the reasons players could not access the sea in the early stages of the game. Gripping his Xuanhua bow, Linyi activated his Eagle Eye skill to survey the surface of the water. That looks like a giant electric eel. Utilizing the Eagle Eye skill, Linyi was finally able to discern the creature's appearance. It was indeed an electric eel. The golden electric eel was a rare creature, level 10, with 900 health points, a rare oceanic entity. Linyi felt a surge of excitement. While the attributes of rare monsters were not as formidable as those of elite monsters, their drop rates were comparable to golden elites. A neutral monster. The electric eel's health bar was yellow, indicating neutrality, meaning it would not attack players first, which gave Linyi a sense of confidence. Underwater combat posed immense difficulty. Without a breathing potion, players could only last around 2 to 3 minutes. Exceeding that duration would result in suffocation damage, deducting 20 health points per second, leading to certain death within 5 seconds. Furthermore, the underwater resistance made movement sluggish, completely simulating a realistic environment. Thus, a player's effectiveness would diminish significantly. Otherwise, a rare monster with 900 health points would pose no challenge for Linyi on land, where he could defeat it in under 30 seconds, even without sustaining damage. I'll give it a try. Worst case, I'll respawn, Linyi assessed before making his decision. With a splash, he plunged into the sea. The visibility underwater was dim, and despite being a dark elf, Linyi could only see about 20 yards ahead. Moreover, the Eagle Eye skill could not be activated underwater. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted the enormous golden electric eel hunting small fish, its speed astonishingly swift and its body powerful. Linyi dared not waste a single second. He unleashed a demonic arrow, transforming it into a streak of purple light that pierced through the water, striking the golden electric eel. Due to the resistance of the seawater, the arrow's velocity was noticeably reduced, failing to hit the eel's vital points. Adjusting his angle, Linyi drew back his bow once more. The golden electric eel, now aware of the attack, transformed from yellow neutral to red hostile, opening its massive jaws and charging towards Linyi. The force of the impact was tremendous, as the seawater flung Linyi a considerable distance away. Seizing the opportunity provided by the water's current, Linyi twisted his body to evade the eel's biting attack. Due to the difference in level, combined with Lin Ye's demonic arrow's defense reduction and his relatively high-quality gear, Lin Ye's attacks were astonishingly powerful that in a single flurry, he managed to whittle down a third of the golden electric eel's health. The golden electric eel, furious, whipped around and lunged at Linyi again, the surrounding water churning violently, making Lin Ye's every movement extremely challenging. Chapter 026. Thunderstorm Arrow. Lin Ye's shooting accuracy plummeted for the first time. Falling below 50, he could no longer afford to aim for critical hits. In this underwater environment, simply landing a shot was already commendable. This time, Linyi narrowly dodged the eel's biting attack, yet could not escape the powerful strike of its tail, leaving him somewhat disoriented. This blow cost Linyi over 200 health points. With his total health at just over 700, a few more hits, especially if they triggered a critical strike, would lead to dire consequences that a rare monster boasting 900 health points would be effortlessly dispatched by Linyi on land. But in this aquatic environment, it was a different story altogether. Linyi repeatedly utilized 2 types of items: crude explosives and blind dust. Fortunately, both items retained their effectiveness, albeit their duration was slightly reduced when submerged in water. However, this minor setback did not significantly impact him, capitalizing on the control effects of the crude explosives and blind dust. Lin Yi created distance from the golden electric eel and launched a second wave of attacks. With the activation of his rapid-fire ability, Lin Yi's shooting speed surged, allowing him to inflict several hundred points of damage on the golden electric eel in a single round. At this point, the golden electric eel was left with approximately 30 hit points. Glancing at his breathing time, which still had nearly a minute remaining, Lin Yi felt confident that he could secure the kill without any unforeseen complications. Not far away, the golden electric eel charged towards Lin Yi with even greater ferocity than before. Suddenly, powerful currents surged around him, and one of them struck Lin Yi, rendering him utterly rigid as he watched the golden electric eel collide with him. The immense force of the impact sent Lin Yi flying several yards away. It took him a few moments to recover from the paralysis caused by the electric shock, and as he prepared for another attack from the golden electric eel, he promptly consumed a healing potion. The aftereffects of the paralysis resulted in a noticeable decrease in his attack speed. Fortunately, the golden electric eel, having been worn down by Lin Yi, now had only about 10 hit points left, meaning a single normal attack would suffice to finish it off. Just then, the golden electric eel unexpectedly chose to retreat, abandoning its assault on Lin Yi in an attempt to escape. Lin Yi, while shooting arrows, pursued it, but the eel's swimming speed was far superior to his OWN. The golden electric eel, now with only a little over 20 hit points remaining, was about to vanish. Lin Yi released one final arrow. However, several seconds passed with no notification of the eel's defeat. Damn it, really? Lin Yi felt a surge of frustration. After expending so much effort, it was about to flee. With only a few seconds of breathing time left, he had no choice but to swim towards the surface. Fortunately, this was a shallow area, and it wasn't long before Lin Yi emerged above the water. System notification. Congratulations. You have slain the golden electric eel, earning 20,000 experience points. For Lin Yi, 20,000 experience points was not particularly significant. He paused, staring at the system prompt, before breaking into a smile. So it was the shadow elemental essence, he realized. He recalled that his final normal attack had been empowered by the shadow elemental essence, and the critically wounded golden electric eel had succumbed to the corrosion effect of that essence. After resting for a moment on the rocks to recover his state, Lin Yi followed the route the electric eel had taken in its retreat. Soon, he discovered the corpse of the golden electric eel lying on the ocean floor. Beside the body, there was a shimmering skill book. System notification. You have obtained the item Thunderstorm Arrow. Thunderstorm Arrow. Rare skill description. Range 540 yards. Consumes 400 mana points. Fires a thunderstorm arrow that deals magical damage to the primary target and all other targets within a 10-yard radius, inflicting paralysis and causing them to enter a state of heightened rigidity for 1 second, and reducing attack and movement speed by 60 for 3 seconds. 60-second cooldown, requires level 15. A group damage skill. A crowd control effect. For a moment, Lin Yi forgot he was still underwater, as his breathing time had reached a critical threshold. Without hesitation, he activated the skill book, which transformed into a white light and was added to his skill bar. He then quickly swam towards a nearby rock. Upon reaching the shore, Lin Yi eagerly examined the attributes of the Thunderstorm Arrow skill, revealing a satisfied smile. The risk he had taken had not been in vain. For this skill book, he felt that even dying in the process was a trivial matter, but he was acutely aware of the paralysis effect, having experienced it firsthand beneath the water when struck by the eel's powerful electric current. That rigid sensation was utterly debilitating, leaving him helpless as he was hit. While the attributes of the Thunderstorm Arrow might not be as formidable as the paralysis effect of the golden electric eel, the 1 second of heightened rigidity and the 3 seconds of reduced attack and movement speed were certainly sufficient. After quickly clearing several fishing spots near the rocks, Lin Yi swam back to the Black Coast. As soon as he reached the shore, he could hardly contain his excitement to test the effects of the Thunderstorm Arrow skill. Lin Yi attracted a horde of level 20 monsters, numbering a good dozen or so, as they charged toward him. With pinpoint accuracy, he fired an arrow that struck one of the monsters in the center of the group. The Thunderstorm Arrow detonated violently upon impact, unleashing a powerful surge of white electricity that coursed through the area. Instantly, the level 20 monsters were collectively ensnared in a state of heightened rigidity, unable to advance even a step. The explosive sound of the electric discharge echoed as significant damage numbers erupted over the monsters' heads. And in the blink of an eye, over 70 of their health was depleted. When the state of rigidity wore off, the residual electricity continued to affect the monsters, resulting in a lingering slow effect. What a pity! The damage is slightly lacking. If only I had a bronze-level bow, I could have potentially one-shot them. Lin Yi sighed that if any other players were present to hear such sentiments, they would undoubtedly chastise Lin Yi for his lack of appreciation. After all, he was facing monsters 5 levels below him, and such damage output was still considered impressive. Observing the multitude of monsters gathered, Lin Yi did not linger, but rather turned to flee. Once the slow effect dissipated, he knew that he would not be able to withstand the onslaught from so many creatures, regardless of his strength. Having lost their target, the monsters roamed for a moment before returning to their spawn point. Given Lin Yi's current equipment and attributes, he should be capable of slaying monsters of the same level in a single hit, though his attack power fell short against higher-level foes. Nevertheless, this realization thrilled Lin Yi immensely. Just imagine, if he could draw in dozens of monsters at once, one thunderstorm arrow would yield a cascade of damage and experience points that would be utterly delightful. With this skill in his arsenal, even when faced with monsters of equal or lower levels, his leveling speed would remain swift, perhaps even rapid enough to incite envy among countless players. That it could be said that Lin Yi's efficiency in solo play rivaled that of dedicated gaming studios. System notification. Do you wish to exit the game? After clearing all the accessible fishing spots near the Dark Sea, Lin Yi chose to log out of the game. Chapter 027. Expert-level personal quest the following day. Lin Yi returned to the game, reappearing in the Dark Forest map. The high-level fishing spots in the Dark Sea had been nearly exhausted, and after surveying the area without discovering any worthwhile resources, he utilized a teleportation portal to return to the mid-level city of Dallas. Now at level 15, Lin Yi was eligible to visit the Adventurers Association, where quests are posted. Players who reach level 15 can come here to accept or issue quests. Many players earn game currency by taking on and completing tasks, including several skilled solo players. After all, not everyone possesses the good fortune to frequently acquire high-quality equipment, and without quest rewards, progress in the game would be exceedingly difficult. Quest levels can be broadly categorized into 5 tiers: simple, normal, difficult, expert, and hellish, akin to dungeon difficulty levels. Quest types can be divided into personal, team, and group categories. Inside the association hall, players were bustling about, exchanging tasks. A plethora of quests remained in the taskbar, but they consisted mainly of simple difficulty tasks, which few players were willing to accept due to their meager rewards, often deemed a waste of time. Meanwhile, better quests were snatched up almost immediately by players on the lookout. Suddenly, a flash of red light signaled the appearance of a new quest. Quest: Fishman Rampage Difficulty. Expert level type: Personal quest content. A large number of fishmen have emerged in the waters near Harlantown, causing significant distress to the townsfolk. The guard captain requests that you head to Harlantown and teach these invaders a lesson. Requirements: slay 100 fishmen and bring back the head of the fishman leader. Rewards: 500,000 experience points, 300 prestige points, and a piece of bronze-level equipment. Time limit: 5 natural days. Upon a refresh of such an expert-level task, countless players flocked to it, including many from gaming studios, whose mission was to monitor for high-difficulty team tasks and alert their superiors. Wow! 500,000 experience points and a piece of bronze equipment, one player exclaimed, prompting even more players to crowd around. Are you kidding me? A personal quest? Damn, I almost clicked to accept. One player, poised to grab the quest, withdrew his hand upon realizing it was a personal task. Ah, what a shame, another studio player lamented, admitting he couldn't accept such a task if he did. He would have to complete it alone, and he lacked the capability to tackle an expert-level quest. Many players approached, glanced at the details, and quickly chose to leave. While defeating the fishmen might be feasible for some skilled players, the requirement of slaying the fishman leader was a daunting prospect. Typically, taking down a boss would necessitate a team of at least 20 or 30 players. Attempting it solo would be sheer folly. Tasks generally persist for 2 hours. If no one accepts them during that time, the system will refresh them. Seizing the opportunity while no one contested his position, Lin Yi approached to examine the task details, promptly researching information on Harlantown. Harlantown belongs to Dallas City and is quite distant. Without a mount, Lin Yi could only use the teleportation portal, and the lowest level monsters surrounding the town were all level 20, with no indication of the highest level creatures. According to the map, the fishermen's spawn points were located near Harlantown, and they were expected to be level 20. Accepted. Lin Yi no longer hesitated. He promptly accepted the task. A display of confidence that a fellow player beside him, witnessing Lin Yi's directness in taking on the task, was momentarily stunned. Damn, this kid is quite the show-off, accepting an expert-level personal quest with just a glance. Is it true that task was taken? Suddenly, the atmosphere became lively again. Lin Yi, wishing to avoid lingering, hurriedly departed from the association hall. Who was that person who just took the task? Does he truly possess the strength to challenge a boss alone? Someone inquired. Challenge alone. My foot. I suspect he is from some studio sent to sabotage the task, came the explanation. For high-level personal quests, if the system is capable of refreshing them, it proves that there exist players within the game who can complete them. While skilled players may be few, they do exist. Some studios, lacking the strength to complete tasks themselves and wanting to prevent rival factions from taking them, will dispatch players to accept the tasks, allowing the time to elapse until the task fails. The penalties for failure are not severe. Typically, they involve a loss of experience points, monetary compensation, and a temporary prohibition on accepting tasks, which for some players is hardly consequential. Such self-sabotaging actions have indeed occurred. After leaving the hall, Lin Yi prepared for supplies, including the crocodile stew cooked by old Huang, and purchased 2 attribute scrolls before teleporting to the remote Herringtown. The streets of Herringtown were bustling with players, all of whom exhibited commendable strength, with levels no less than 18. That most of the teams consisted of players from studios. Surrounding the streets, numerous vendors were peddling their wares. These were not players, but system NPCs, selling primarily the freshly hunted corpses of beasts. These corpses could be skinned, and the pelts were essential materials for crafting high-quality leather armor. Additionally, the meat of the beast served as food ingredients for cooking. In the realm of holographic gaming, every NPC possesses independent thought and intelligence, even capable of bargaining with players. Lin Yi did not tarry. He exited the town and pressed forward. After about half an hour, he arrived at a shallow area near a lake. This was the spawning ground for mermen, amphibious creatures capable of navigating both water and land. Merman raiders, level 22, possessed 2,500 health points. The merman's level exceeded Lin Yi's expectations, presenting a 7-level disparity. Given Lin Yi's current capabilities, while he could potentially take on a regular merman, facing a boss was out of the question. In the game, if the level difference between a player and a monster exceeds 5 levels, each increment in level doubles the difficulty of breaking their defenses. Thus, should Lin Yi confront a merman boss now, even breaking through defenses would likely pose a challenge. However, Lin Yi was not anxious. The task duration was 5 days. Within this time frame, given his solo training speed, gaining 2 levels was feasible. As long as he kept the level difference within 5, he would have confidence. With no other options available, Lin Yi left the merman spawning area and switched to a different map. This new area spawned flying snakes, a type of level 20 beast. Chapter 028. Weakness of the flying snake. These flying snakes possessed exceptionally high attack power and astonishingly agile movement, often swarming in groups of 3 or 4. Daring to train solo. Impressive technique. Lin Yi observed from a distance as a tall orc berserker wielding a large axe slaughtered flying snakes, leaving numerous corpses strewn across the ground, evoking Lin Yi's admiration. Generally, individuals, especially melee classes, would likely perish upon their initial encounter. Lin Yi noted that the orc warrior's axe gleamed with an unusual luster, indicating its high quality. Coupled with the warrior's adept positioning, it allowed him to train with such audacity. Yet after each kill, the warrior would sit down to consume recovery potions, hinting at the challenge posed by these flying snakes. Lin Yi disregarded this and changed direction, beginning his own assault on the flying snakes. As a ranged class with mastery over elemental magic, he found dealing with the flying snakes far easier than the orc warrior. Lin Yi's archery skills were exceptional. An icy magic arrow struck a flying snake, enveloping it in frost and significantly slowing its movements. With impeccable control over the kiting distance, Lin Yi swiftly dispatched one flying snake. After defeating one, he quickly identified their weakness, the manner in which they advanced. Curving their heads and necks into an arc, this movement could be interrupted by skills. Their vulnerability lay at the point where their neck bent, commonly referred to as the 7 inches, the area corresponding to the heart of the snake. If a flying snake extended its neck upward, striking this point would not only halt its movement, but also inflict additional damage that end the game. All monsters possess unique attack patterns and physical structures, with both strengths and weaknesses. By understanding these details, one can formulate targeted strategies for taking down monsters. Lin Yi unleashed several arrows in quick succession, and one struck the vulnerable point beneath the flying snake's neck, abruptly halting its thrashing. His hypothesis was confirmed. He continued to fire at this spot, swiftly bringing the flying snake to an end. This kill was executed far more rapidly than the previous one. Consequently, Lin Yi lured 3 flying snakes at once, firing arrows in rapid succession to attract them. Thunderstorm Arrow. With a swift whoosh, the arrow struck, unleashing a powerful electric force that rendered the 3 flying snakes momentarily paralyzed. Exposing their vulnerabilities, Lin Yi seized this opportunity to commence precise attacks. This was the moment to showcase his skills. Archer abilities require pinpoint accuracy and foresight, particularly given the relatively small size of the flying snakes, which made hitting the heart area at such a distance a feat of skill. Many less experienced players would consider merely hitting a flying snake a success, let alone targeting the area beneath its neck. Lin Yi's focus was razor-sharp. His attacks were fluid and unhesitating, achieving an approximate hit rate of 70. Given the small stature of the flying snake, this accuracy was commendable. The flying snakes suffered from the damage dealt by the thunderstorm arrow. Their health plummeted by half. The combined effects of the thunderstorm arrow's slowing effect and the frost magic's chill rendered the flying snakes nearly immobile. Lin Yi's targeted strikes further diminished their health. One by one, the flying snakes fell, and Lin Yi collected the dropped copper coins before sitting down to eat. While the thunderstorm arrow dealt significant damage, it also drained mana excessively. A single use consumed over half his mana. And with the presence of elemental magic, Lin Yi found his mana nearly depleted after the onslaught. On the other side, the berserker, who had been fiercely hunting flying snakes, was astonished by Lin Yi's efficiency. After a moment of contemplation, he rose to continue slaying flying snakes, this time slightly altering his attack method. Seizing the moment when a flying snake raised its head to strike, he delivered a powerful chop to its neck. The force of his blow rendered the flying snake momentarily stiff. He suddenly realized that this location was indeed the flying snake's weakness, capable of interrupting their movement and inflicting additional damage. Observing this, Lin Yi was equally surprised, impressed by the orc's keen insight. With the understanding of the flying snake's vulnerability, the orc berserker's killing speed rivaled Lin Yi's own. He too was able to simultaneously handle 3 or 4 flying snakes. Whirlwind Slash. Lin Yi marveled again. Surprised that this fellow had already learned the skill, and oh wonder, he dared to engage 4 flying snakes at once. The damage from Whirlwind Slash was substantial, but more importantly, the orc's adept movement skills allowed him to avoid being overwhelmed by the flying snake's concentrated attacks. His maneuvering was astute. By adjusting his position, he could evade the snake's strikes and exploit the openings that appeared when they attacked in unison. After over half an hour of relentless fighting, Lin Yi had dispatched approximately 100 flying snakes, while the orc warrior had achieved similar results. The area was littered with the corpses of flying snakes, a speed that many coordinated teams would struggle to match. Suddenly, a series of sharp, piercing sounds echoed, causing the surrounding flying snakes to scatter in fear. A larger flying snake approached, a golden elite creature of level 20 with 7,000 health points. Shall we form a party? Lin Yi approached the orc warrior and extended a party invitation. The level 20 golden elite would pose a challenge for Lin Yi, but he believed he could manage to take it down. The orc warrior, with his strength, might find it even more daunting. Yet he too should be able to secure the kill. However, whether it be Lin Yi or the formidable orc warrior, it would be exceedingly unwise to opt for a solo confrontation at this juncture, as neither side possesses sufficient understanding of the other. There is no guarantee that the opponent would refrain from taking advantage while one is engaged in battle with the elite creature. Should such an unfortunate event transpire, the consequences would be dire. Conversely, choosing to collaborate would render the endeavor significantly more manageable, eliminating the potential for discord over a single elite beast. Unattainable, the orc warrior hesitated momentarily before accepting Lin Yi's invitation to form a party. Both were skilled players, and cooperation would be mutually beneficial. Chapter 029. Blood-stained mountains and rivers. Let us target its weak points, though the elite creature may possess a certain degree of resistance. We shall alternate in drawing its aggro, Lin Yi articulated within the party. The berserker offered no verbal response, merely nodding in agreement, with his short black hair and an approximate age of 27 or 28. His game ID was Blood-Stained Mountains and Rivers, and he was at level 17 to gripping his axe. He charged towards the flying serpent, initiating a powerful assault. With a resounding thud, the screen trembled as Blood-Stained Mountains and Rivers executed a remarkably precise strike, channeling the weighty advantage of his axe to deliver a blow directly to the creature's heart. Although this attack did not render the flying serpent immobilized, it was a critical hit that unleashed an impressive amount of damage, visibly diminishing the elite creature's substantial health pool. Blood-Stained Mountains and Rivers continued to swing his axe, prepared to unleash further blows when Lin Yi called out, "Do not attack. Let me draw its aggro." With that, Lin Yi unleashed a barrage of spells: demon-breaking arrow, double arrow, and arcane arrow, all at once, causing the screen to shake again as the creature's attention shifted squarely onto him. Blood-Stained Mountains and Rivers, now free from the creature's ire, resumed his assault, skillfully wielding his axe while refraining from excessively deploying high-damage skills. Though fierce in battle, Blood-Stained Mountains and Rivers recognized that attempting to face the creature alone would be exceedingly daunting. Alternating aggro between the two would undoubtedly simplify the encounter. Lin Yi maintained his position, continuously launching magical arrows that in this stationary state. His critical hit accuracy soared to astounding heights, causing the elite creature's health to plummet rapidly. As the elite creature approached, closing the distance to merely 20 yards. Lin Yi abruptly ceased his attacks. Blood-Stained Mountains and Rivers, understanding the cue, stepped forward to take his turn. Among skilled players, excessive dialogue is unnecessary. A single gesture conveys the subsequent actions required. With a swift stride, Blood-Stained Mountains and Rivers maneuvered in front of the elite creature, his dual-handed axe radiating a brilliant light as he delivered a series of crushing blows that rendered the flying serpent momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed several powerful melee strikes, swiftly reclaiming the creature's attention. Having secured the aggro, Blood-Stained Mountains and Rivers showed no inclination to linger, pivoting to evade the elite creature's attack zone with expert footwork. Lin Yi resumed his offensive, only to have the aggro return to him when Blood-Stained Mountains and Rivers countered. Thus, the two engaged in a tactical tug-of-war against the elite flying serpent. At that moment, the flying serpent raised its head and unleashed a torrent of green venom, splattering the ground. Blood-Stained Mountains and Rivers reacted quickly, evading the attack, yet as a melee fighter, he could not completely escape the wide dispersal of the toxic substance, resulting in some contamination. The venom began to erode his health, deducting 40 hit points per second for a duration of 15 seconds, quickly reducing his health by more than half. Blood-Stained Mountains and Rivers was taken aback by the potency of the venom and promptly consumed a healing potion, wary of drawing too close to the flying serpent. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, as a ranged class, remained unaffected by the venom damage and equipped with exceptional gear like the Boots of Frenzy, easily evaded the creature's pursuit. Observing Lin Yi's rapid, kite-like movements, Blood-Stained Mountains and Rivers was further astonished. The archer's speed surpassed even that of a rogue. Once the venom on the ground dissipated, Blood-Stained Mountains and Rivers charged once more, activating his racial skill, Blood Fury. This ability augmented his attack power significantly, rendering his strikes considerably more formidable, even against the elite creature, which struggled to withstand the onslaught of his axe, with both players unleashing their full potential. The level 20 Golden Elite finally succumbed, emitting a final cry before collapsing to the ground. In that moment, Lin Yi's level ascended to 16. Blood-Stained Mountains and Rivers exhaled a sigh of relief. The Golden Elite had proven to be quite a challenge. If only we had a healer present. This would have been much simpler, he remarked. Brother, you were truly magnificent. Lin Yi commended. While consuming food to restore his status, blood-stained mountains and rivers rarely exhibited a smile but responded, mutual admiration. The two had seamlessly coordinated their efforts, each holding a deep respect for the other's combat prowess. Once their statuses were fully restored, Lin Yi rose and approached the carcass of the flying serpent, hoping it was the first time it had been slain. Otherwise, the loot would likely be subpar. As he rummaged through the remains, he discovered over 500 copper coins, 2 pieces of equipment, and several potions. A promising yield, indicating this golden elite had indeed been defeated for the first time. Flying Serpent Chest Armor. White Bronze Grade. Level Requirement 20, Agility 18, Stamina 10, Natural Resistance 8, Defense 53, Durability 30. Flying Serpent Shoulder Armor. Bronze Grade. Level Requirement 20, Agility 12, Health 85, Focus 3, Defense 36, Durability 30. 1 piece of white bronze chest armor and 1 piece of bronze shoulder armor, Lin Yi announced as he raised his hand to display the attributes. Blood-stained mountains and rivers glanced at them, then nodded. You can take the archer's equipment. Lin Yi was taken aback. These were 2 level 20 pieces of equipment, one being of white bronze quality. After all, blood-stained mountains and rivers had contributed significantly, and it would be unreasonable for Lin Yi to claim both. How about this? You take the copper coins and potions that dropped, and I will compensate you for 1 piece of equipment at market value. Lin Yi proposed, considering this arrangement would be fair for both, especially since he had a need for the gear. Blood-stained mountains and rivers hesitated before responding. Just the copper coins and potions dropped will suffice. Lin Yi handed over the coins and potions, resolute in his refusal to accept any compensation for the equipment. I have matters to attend to and must return. May our paths cross again, blood-stained mountains and rivers said, rising and clasping his hands in salute to Lin Yi. Until we meet again, Lin Yi nodded, contemplating for a moment before sending a friend request to blood-stained mountains and rivers, recognizing that such a player was worth fostering a deeper connection with. System notification. Blood-stained mountains and rivers has become your friend. That IT was only after blood-stained mountains and rivers vanished from the flying serpent's respawn area that Lin Yi resumed hunting. He felt a pang of regret, wishing to team up with blood-stained mountains and rivers again. Both possessed area damage skills, and if they joined forces, they could achieve mass slaughters, significantly enhancing their efficiency compared to solo grinding. Now, left to his own devices, Lin Yi could only contend with 3 or 4 flying serpents at most simultaneously. While this efficiency was still superior to many group efforts, he remained somewhat dissatisfied. Several hours passed, and the durability of Lin Yi's equipment had diminished significantly. He needed to return to Harlan Town for repairs, as once durability dropped to 0, the equipment would cease to function, rendering him incapable of slaying any more monsters. Chapter 030. Reunion with Jiao. Upon returning to Harlan Town, Lin Yi repaired his equipment and resumed his quest for monster kills and level advancement. The higher his level within 5 days, the greater his chances of defeating the Murloc chief. The quest reward was a piece of purple bronze equipment. Acquiring a bow or a special piece of gear would be quite gratifying. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at the respawn area of the flying serpents. He paused, noticing that the map was already occupied. Before him stood 2 parties in a standoff, seemingly embroiled in a heated debate. This neutral rare flying serpent was clearly spotted by us first, a female elven player asserted, brandishing her short bow and a short sword at her waist, her cheeks flushed with indignation. What kind of absurd logic is this? Just because you saw it first means it belongs to you. There are plenty of beautiful women on the street that I've seen too, including you all. Are they mine as well? Retorted the leader of the opposing group, composed of 3 individuals, all clad in impressive gear, with the leading player also being a ranger whose attire was notably more striking. You shameless wretch! If it weren't for your underhanded tactics, we would have already captured the pet, a sorceress beside the female ranger exclaimed furiously. Everyone! I am from the Jiao studio. These ladies are my friends, and you are indeed in the wrong here. A paladin stepped forward, his game ID reading Qingshan. You are from the Jiao studio? Indeed. Qingshan cleared his throat, puffing out his chest with a hint of pride, as at this moment, status held more value than brute strength. With his affiliation now revealed, he anticipated that the opposing party would grant him some leeway, thus enhancing his standing in the eyes of his female companions. Fine, since you are also from Juyao, I want to kill you. Just get lost, the leading male ranger replied dismissively after glancing at Qingshan. Upon hearing this, Qingshan was taken aback. What did he mean by, you are also from Juyao? Could it be that these individuals were also from the Juyao studio? His heart raced in disbelief as he scanned the group, finding no insignia or badge indicating their affiliation. If you are also from the Juyao studio, then why do you lack a badge? Qingshan said with a cold smile. Why do you have so much to say? You brat? Which guild are you from? Who's your leader? The leading ranger wore an air of arrogance. Do you know who he is? His brother is the chief thief of Juyao, Zhuang. Qingshan trembled at the mention of Zhuang. That name was thunderous in his ears. Known as the foremost thief player of Juyao Studio, while he himself was merely an ordinary member, the captain of a 5-man team. Qingshan stood frozen, suddenly hesitant to speak. Brother Qingshan, don't listen to him. They don't even have a studio badge. They must be deceiving us. We have no reason to fear them. A nearby female mage spoke up, noting Qingshan's silence. Besides, there were only 3 of them. It was uncertain who would win in a brawl. If you don't believe me, you can send a voice message to my brother right now. The leading ranger crossed his arms. Since we are all from Juyao, how about this? Let my friend have this rare flying snake as compensation, and I will pay you back with a piece of equipment. Qingshan forced a smile, convinced by their brazen demeanor that they were indeed from Juyao. Given his status and position, he knew he could not provoke them. Compensation? Sure, there are 3 of us, so just give each of us a piece of copper-grade equipment, the leading ranger said with a grin. Qingshan felt a jolt. 1 piece of copper-grade equipment per person? That was impossible. They were clearly toying with him. Don't dream. At most, we won't capture this rare monster, but you can't either. The female elf ranger drew her short sword, that if it came to a fight. They had 5 people against their 3, and while there was an equipment disparity, it wasn't insurmountable. They still held the advantage. Actually, if you want to let this catchable pet go, it wouldn't be impossible. The opposing ranger looked at the female elf, his gaze brazenly appraising her slender figure. Call me good husband 10 times, and I will let you have this rare pet. What do you say? The leading male elf ranger teased. His 2 companions burst into laughter. Go to hell. The female elf ranger lunged forward with her short sword. The 2 teams began to clash, and Qingshan, caught in the moment, found himself at a loss. Fight or not to fight? You, kill them all, and I will promote you to squad leader of the 2nd team. The leading male ranger addressed Qingshan. His class was ranger, which could be described as versatile but, in a harsher light, mediocre. Lacking a pet, his combat ability was feeble, and facing off against a group with an advantage in numbers, not to mention a troublesome healer, he found himself at a disadvantage. The position of squad leader, managing over 100 people, was certainly appealing. Qingshan was torn. One path led to the future of his life, the other to his baser desires. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately chose the former, reasoning that if he became the squad leader of Juyao's 2nd team, any girl would pursue him. I'm sorry, Qingshan said, thrusting his spear into the chest of his teammate, the female elf ranger, who, without a pet, already possessed low combat power and had little health remaining. The moment she was struck, her life was extinguished. Qingshan, what are you doing? Upon seeing their teammate fall, the remaining girls turned their glares toward Qingshan, filled with hatred. Well done. I keep my promises. The position of squad leader is yours. The male elf ranger laughed heartily. Suddenly, his laughter was cut short as a massive magic arrow whizzed through the air, piercing his body at a critical hit. The arrow wiped out his remaining health instantly. His eyes widened in shock, slowly succumbing to the ground. Another arrow followed, infused with lightning, rendering his 2 companions rigid and immobilized. A tremendous damage value erupted, leaving 2 more corpses on the ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and only then did Qingshan realize that the sudden barrage of arrows had short-circuited his mind. It was at this moment he noticed a distant archer. Before Qingshan could retaliate, Lin Yi struck first, unleashing powerful magic arrows aimed precisely at vital points. Qingshan attempted to evade Lin Yi's attacks. But alas, they were not of the same caliber. He was swiftly dispatched by Lin Ye's magic arrows. 4 player corpses now lay on the ground. Chapter 031. Copper-grade crossbow on the ground. Alongside the 4 corpses, 2 pieces of equipment dropped, which Lin Yi promptly collected without hesitation. A copper-grade weapon? Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise, recognizing it as the weapon dropped by the earlier ranger, a hand crossbow. Rapid-fire hand crossbow, copper quality, level requirement 15, agility 23, strength 12, rate of fire 3, critical rate 5, attack 62-68, durability 30-30. Lin Yi felt a pang of regret. If only it had been a 2-handed bow. While the hand crossbow was lightweight and fast-firing, its power was relatively low and its range short, making it suitable only for rangers. For Lin Yi, it felt somewhat lackluster. Nevertheless, as a copper-grade weapon, it possessed a higher attack power than most 2-handed bows and heavy crossbows. Along with a critical attribute of 5, which was vital for players in the early game, it was undoubtedly a top-tier weapon. Alongside the crossbow, there was also a bronze-grade breastplate, whose attributes were inferior to Lin Ye's current gear. But it could still fetch a decent sum of 1,000 copper coins. My name is Yu. Thank you very much, big brother. The female mage, Yu, approached Lin Yi to express her gratitude. Not at all. But it would be wise for you to steer clear of such trash, Lin Yi remarked, glancing at the spot where Qing Shan had fallen. People like him only cared for profit and would never extend kindness. Just as the female mage was about to speak, her eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing Lin Yi. Ah, it's you. She remembered Lin Ye's face from their previous encounter at the Dalaran blacksmith shop. At that moment, her 2 teammates joined her. Thank you for your help, said one of the girls, a tall and fair-skinned priestess known as Yuxuan. Let me introduce you. This is Yuxuan, our studio's chief priestess. She's incredibly skilled, Yu said, pulling Yuxuan closer. And this is Sister Jillian. She is a formidable frost mage in our studio, Yu continued. Hello. The frost mage, Jillian, nodded at Lin Yi. After exchanging greetings, Yuxuan began to cast a spell that as she gestured enchanted. More and more elements of holy light gathered around her. Witnessing Yuxuan's casting, Lin Yi was astonished to recognize it as one of the priest's rare skills, resurrection. With this skill, a fallen teammate could be revived directly at the death site without needing to release their soul. This resurrection skill was rarer than area damage skills that as the incantation concluded, the fallen female elf ranger rose to her feet, her eyes slightly red and swollen, and she remained silent, clearly overwhelmed by the previous blow. She could hardly fathom that someone who had always treated her kindly would turn against her. Yu and the others stepped forward to console her, and upon learning that the troublemakers and Qing Shan had all perished, she found it hard to believe. It was this big brother who saved us just now, Yu said, looking at Lin Yi. My name is Yujin Fangfei. Thank you, the elf ranger. Yujin Fangfei wiped her eyes. Lin Yi glanced at her and said, if you wish to capture a pet, you should hurry. Rare monsters can be randomly removed by the system. In the distance, a flying snake wandered aimlessly. Its colors far more vibrant than a regular flying snake, marking it as a rare, catchable pet. All right. Yujin Fangfei nodded, then began approaching the flying snake. To capture a pet, one must first establish a contract. During this process, neither the player nor the pet could be attacked, or the contract would fail. Additionally, the player must endure several attacks from the pet without dying. If the player fell, the capture would inevitably fail. Yujin Fangfei was well prepared, equipped with the priest's buffs, attribute scrolls, and healing potions. Moreover, she had learned the ranger's trap skill. She first ensnared the flying snake in a trap before initiating the contract. Fortunately, this rare flying snake was a neutral monster and would not attack first. Otherwise, the capture would have been significantly more challenging. About 10 seconds later, the rare flying snake began to shrink rapidly in size, its demeanor becoming docile as it followed Yujin Fangfei, clearly indicating a successful capture. Pets provide substantial assistance to players. For instance, had Lin Yi possessed a combat pet, defeating monsters would have been considerably easier. Lin Yi refrained from capturing pets at this stage because he was not interested in rare monsters like this. The only creatures that would catch his eye were beyond his current capability to capture. Capturing a random pet would be unwise, as the system restricts pet captures to once every 3 natural months. Thus, without encountering a desirable pet, Lin Yi would never consider capturing one indiscriminately. Lin Yi held no regard for the flying serpent. Yet others did. Upon successfully capturing the rare creature, Eugene Fangfei's earlier gloom dissipated, her countenance radiant with joy. With a rare pet in her possession, her strength had significantly increased. Observing this, Lin Yi chose not to linger any longer, having completed his tasks. He turned to depart. "Wait a moment," Yu called out softly, halting Lin Yi. "Aren't you going to join us in farming monsters? You've got quite the notorious reputation now," Yu remarked, recalling how Lin Yi had eliminated 4 members of the Jiu Yao studio, accruing a considerable amount of notoriety that would require hours of monster hunting to redeem. "No need. You should switch to another area to farm," Lin Yi replied, and without further delay, vanished from the territory where the flying serpents respawned. "That person is truly peculiar. He didn't even share his name with us," Eugene Fangfei remarked, somewhat disheartened as she watched Lin Ye's retreating figure. "He is indeed an odd fellow," Yu Xian reflected on Lin Ye's earlier demeanor. Typically, any male players who teamed up with him would strive to impress, although she had little interest in such displays. Yet, Lin Yi was the first to capture her attention in a different light. "Let's head back and report today's events to the elder sister," Yu Xian suggested to the group. "That insufferable Qing Shan. Next time I'll make him pay," Eugene Fangfei declared, shaking her small fist. Around Hailing Town, numerous wild monster spawn locations existed, and Lin Yi deliberately selected a relatively obscure area. Here, he encountered a humanoid creature known as the Dark Sorcerer. Few players chose to farm here, as these sorcerers were formidable adversaries, dealing significant damage from a distance and often clustering together, making it difficult for many tanks to withstand their assaults. In contrast, creatures like wild wolves and hedgehogs were considerably easier to manage, as melee monsters could be gathered more effectively, allowing mages to unleash their area of effect spells to devastating effect. Chapter 032. The Advantage of Dark Vision, the Dark Sorcerers. At level 20, possessed a meager 1,200 health points compared to other monsters of the same level. With a casting range of up to 30 yards under normal circumstances, their effective range at night was reduced to about 20 yards due to visibility interference affecting both players and certain monsters. Lin Yi adeptly maintained this distance, enabling him to execute injury-free kills. Taking a few steps forward, Lin Yi released an arrow, luring a dark sorcerer, then swiftly drew back his bow, unleashing several more arrows. Soon, 3 or 4 dark sorcerers had locked onto him. For many, engaging 4 dark sorcerers at once would seem impossible. However, Lin Yi was far from satisfied. He maneuvered rapidly, shooting arrows as 7 or 8 dark sorcerers approached from various directions. His movements appeared chaotic, darting left and right, but soon these sorcerers began to converge in the same location. This was the art of monster gathering, a skill only mastered by the adept. Lin Yi quickly retreated, forcing a few dark sorcerers who had just begun casting spells to halt their incantations, as he had exceeded their casting range. Before they could resume, Lin Yi struck with a thunderstorm arrow, which exploded against their chests, unleashing a violent surge of electricity. Enhanced by the attributes of his crocodile stew, these dark sorcerers, having low health and fragile defenses, succumbed rapidly to the damage. The remaining few, badly injured, fell to Lin Ye's basic attacks. From the initial lure to the final kill, the entire process took merely 26 seconds, resulting in the swift elimination of 8 dark sorcerers, an average of just over 3 seconds per kill. Of course, the thunderstorm arrow had a cooldown of 60 seconds, and after this round of attacks, Lin Ye's mana reserves were low, necessitating a return to food for recovery. Thus, a complete wave of dark sorcerers would require over a minute to dispatch. Even so, such a kill speed was beyond the imagination of ordinary players. Lin Yi approached to collect his spoils. System. You have obtained 2 linen cloth in addition to the copper coins dropped. Lin Yi also gathered 2 pieces of linen cloth. This low-tier fabric was a primary material for crafting bags and bandages, exclusively dropped by humanoid creatures. Lin Yi stowed the linen cloth in his backpack, contemplating a moment to level up his first aid skill, as it could produce bandages, an invaluable resource for health recovery. After restoring his status, Lin Yi resumed his monster hunting. Unbeknownst to him, he had been slaying monsters for 7 or 8 hours. The night had grown late. Had he not been a dark elf, impervious to the interference of dark vision, he would not have acted so recklessly. For regular players, visibility at night was typically limited to about 20 yards. Making it perilous for range classes that his durability diminished further and the effects of the crocodile stew faded. Lin Yi found himself unable to eliminate the remaining dark sorcerers swiftly. Several, in critical condition, began to flee, and he was unable to reap the rewards before they vanished without a trace. Sometimes, it was precisely these minor attribute differences that reduced one's damage output, complicating matters significantly. Lin Yi glanced at his experience bar. In such an efficient manner of monster hunting, he had gained over 70 experience points in just a few hours. After clearing the battlefield, he returned to Hailing Town without incident. Upon repairing his equipment, Lin Yi logged off, his form gradually fading from view. Exiting the game pod, he took a shower and changed into fresh clothes, feeling invigorated. While it was night in the game, daylight streamed in through the window of his modest rental, bathing the space in bright sunlight. Though small, the apartment was well-positioned and filled with light. Lin Yi prepared himself a bowl of noodle soup. Finishing before re-entering the game, Hailing Town, Lin Yi found a quiet spot and began crafting bandages. Initially, players could only learn to create level 1 bandages from NPCs, while blueprints for higher-level bandages could only be obtained through quests or monster drops. Level 1 bandage requires channeling, restores 10 health points per second for 10 seconds, can be interrupted. Level 2 bandage requires channeling, restores 25 health points per second for 10 seconds, can be interrupted. The first level bandage required linen cloth, while the second level bandage necessitated higher grade wool. Bandages could not compete with potions in terms of health restored, but excelled due to their lack of cooldown time. With an ample supply of linen cloth, Lin Yi soon crafted over 100 bandages, elevating his first aid skill by 2 levels. Both primary and secondary crafting professions leveled up easily in the initial stages. After level 2, proficiency began to increase exponentially. After organizing his backpack, Lin Yi exited Hailing Town. With nearly 4 days remaining for the quest, he felt confident he could reach level 18 without issue. As he left Hailing Town, Lin Yi noticed someone trailing behind him. However, he paid it no mind. The game remained night, with several hours until dawn. As a dark elf, he was well suited to operate in such conditions. Feigning ignorance, Lin Yi continued walking forward. Soon, he entered a forest. Having taken only a few steps, his followers could no longer contain themselves. With a smirk, Lin Yi slowed his pace, suddenly spinning around and unleashing a flurry of arrows, enveloping the area in frost that he had no intention of lingering. Utilizing the exceptional speed of his swift boots and the slowing effects of his frost elemental mastery, he darted between trees. Skillfully dividing his pursuers, realizing their predicament, the group began to attack Lin Yi. The rogue activated his speed boost, while the warrior charged forward, and the remaining mages and archers frantically searched for Lin Yi's location. Unfortunately, due to the night, their visibility was severely hindered, and they could not lock onto Lin Yi at a distance of at least 40 yards. They could barely make out a shadow, rendering them unable to cast their spells. In contrast, Lin Yi, unaffected by the dark vision interference, saw these players as mere targets. "How can he always hit me?" a frustrated warrior player lamented, finding himself reduced to low health without even knowing Lin Yi's position. Lin Yi's damage output was formidable, and soon several of his assailants had fallen. Gradually, their resolve to continue fighting waned. Unable to even brush against their opponent, what was the point of persisting? The mages and archers behind them, utterly demoralized, fled without a backward glance, unable to strike at a foe they could not see. Chapter 033. The Encounter. What are you all doing? 7 or 8 of you can't even handle a single archer, and you've lost several of your own in the process. In Hailing Town, the players who had followed Lin Yi gathered in a huddle before a young man in his early 20s. "My rapid-fire crossbow was destroyed. Do you know how painful that is? It was a bronze-tier weapon." The young man's expression betrayed his distress that a bronze-tier weapon was a rarity, even among many professional players. "Boss, you can't blame us. Who knew that guy had some means to see us from such a distance?" One of the warrior players replied. "Indeed, it is nighttime, and it would be unwise to act now. The young man undoubtedly possesses equipment that enhances his night vision," remarked another druid. "We cannot deal with him under the cover of darkness, once dawn breaks." We shall surely succeed. Precisely, when the sun rises, that lad will find it impossible to escape, echoed the others below. They did not perceive Lin Yi as particularly formidable. The recent mishap was merely a consequence of the limited visibility at night. Once daylight arrived, they believed that a mere archer could not possibly withstand such numbers. Regardless of the methods you employ, you must retrieve my copper weapon, Lin Yi asserted that I in the depths of the forest. His name blazed crimson like blood once more. Having just slain 3 men, he accrued another 3 points of infamy. Lin Yi was aware that those who had attacked him were likely members of the Juyao studio, who would never relinquish a copper-grade weapon without a fight. Unfazed, Lin Yi resolved not to regret the actions he had taken. Under the cloak of night, he hastily departed from the woods and continued toward the territory of the Dark Wizards. He needed to cleanse his infamy before dawn. Otherwise, he would be unable to return to Hailing Town while marked in red. During the night, few players ventured into the wild to hunt monsters. Allowing Lin Yi to operate in solitude, dispatching the Dark Wizards one after another, this time, a silver elite appeared, which Lin Yi successfully defeated, acquiring 2 pieces of bronze equipment. A cloak, he exclaimed, his expression shifting from placid to astonished upon picking up the gear. Wizard's cloak, bronze quality, level restricted to 20, intelligence 5, magic resistance 8, defense 23, durability 30-30, that although merely of bronze quality, this rare piece of equipment was a cloak which held greater value than a white copper quality item. The vast majority of players still lacked any cloak at this stage, with even basic ones being unattainable in shops. The same could be said for necklaces, rings, and trinkets, all classified as rare equipment. Even the most basic items held considerable worth. Soon after, a hint of red light appeared in the east as the dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink. The night gradually receded, and the surroundings began to brighten. Lin Yi continued to draw his bow. And with his final arrow, another dark wizard collapsed. System notification. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 16. The golden light cascaded down as Lin Yi achieved level 16, that with 3 days remaining in his quest. He remained confident in his ability to level up twice more. After several hours of relentless grinding, Lin Yi knew he had to return to Hailing Town to repair his equipment and organize his inventory. The journey was not excessively far, approximately 30 to 40 minutes. Nevertheless, the round trip would consume over an hour. If only I had a mount, it would be much more convenient, Lin Yi lamented. Mounts were only available after reaching level 30, and with the current maximum level being 20, he had no choice but to rely on his own 2 legs. Along the way, he encountered a sparse scattering of players. At this early hour, few ventured forth for adventure. Before long, Lin Yi found himself nearing Hailing Town, the outline of the settlement coming into view. However, just a few hundred meters from the town's entrance lay an open area, seemingly unremarkable, until suddenly, brilliant light flickered, and 3 figures materialized simultaneously. Point 1 was a shape-shifting druid, accompanied by 2 rogues. Following closely behind Lin Yi, 2 more rogues revealed themselves. The 5 encircled Lin Yi in a tight formation. Gripping his Xuanhua bow, Lin Yi regarded them coolly, uttering not a word. The rogues and druid, being stealth professions, were brazenly visible, evidently emboldened by a sense of invulnerability, believing that even without stealth, they could easily overpower Lin Yi. Internally, Lin Yi scoffed at their foolishness. As stealth professions, they should have remained hidden until the moment of strike. Their blatant display demonstrated a lack of understanding of the essence of their roles. Lin Yi stood resolute, refraining from initiating an attack, knowing that since they chose not to strike immediately, there would likely be someone stepping forward to speak. That as anticipated, several individuals approached from the front. Leading them was a young elven player, standing around 6 feet tall, who approached Lin Yi and said, "Brother, is your weapon serving you well?" He gazed at Lin Yi coldly, exuding arrogance. When Lin Yi remained silent, he continued, "I offer you 2 choices. First, surrender your weapon and bow 3 times before me, allowing me to slay you once more, and we shall consider the matter settled. Second, we shall each take turns killing you until your weapon is relinquished." The elven ranger studied Lin Yi, seemingly awaiting his decision. Lin Yi seethed internally. These individuals were exceedingly presumptuous, demanding his unconditional surrender of equipment while deriving amusement from his demise. Clearly, They were accustomed to acting with impunity, in the absence of real-world laws governing their actions. The darker aspects of human nature were laid bare. Although Lin Yi felt a surge of fury, he maintained an outward calm, smiling faintly in response to their brazen gazes. "So, I am to die today without question?" "Not necessarily. I am quite reasonable. I see you as a solitary player, and leveling up is no easy feat if you kneel and bow a few more times. Perhaps I shall spare your life." The Elven Ranger seemed convinced of his dominance over Lin Yi, relying on his slight advantage to oppress the weaker and to flaunt his strength for amusement. Lin Yi's inner laughter resonated. He had memorized their positions and began calculating the optimal escape plan. Reasoning with such individuals would yield no results. They needed to understand his strength to learn respect, to deal with villains. One must adopt their own methods. Those who kill shall themselves be killed. Chapter 034. Annihilation in total. There were 8 players present, comprising 1 druid and 4 rogues, each positioned at different angles to encircle Lin Yi. Though they boldly revealed themselves, it was evident they were seasoned players, as they had strategically positioned themselves within Lin Yi's attack blind spot. Within a 5-meter radius at this distance, an archer's skills would be rendered ineffective. The remaining 3, consisting of a ranger, swordsman, and mage, stood directly in front of Lin Yi, approximately 10 yards away. This formation allowed their skills to strike Lin Yi simultaneously, without any interference that if he were to be attacked by so many at once, no matter how skilled Lin Yi was, his fate would be sealed. "So, have you decided what to do?" the leading ranger inquired, a playful smile gracing his face. This hand crossbow. Lin Yi reached into his backpack, to the onlookers. This gesture appeared to indicate that he was preparing to surrender his weapon, and they eagerly anticipated his capitulation, even ready to record the moment. However, Lin Yi did not retrieve a hand crossbow. Instead, he produced a handful of blinding powder and swiftly scattered it around him. His movements were so rapid and unexpected that they had no time to react. The blinding powder's effective radius conveniently fell within the 5-meter range. Instantly, the 5 players surrounding Lin Yi experienced a dazzling flash, their bodies rendered uncontrollable. This state of blindness not only obscured their vision, but also paralyzed their ability to act. Lin Yi raised a Xuanhua bow and unleashed an arrow at the ranger directly ahead. The 3 individuals in front of him were beyond the 5-meter range, and thus not within Lin Yi's attack blind spot. This arrow was a thunderbolt arrow, which possessed a brief but intense immobilization effect. The 3 had never anticipated that this archer would dare to initiate an attack first. Yet it was too late. The immobilization rendered them frozen in place, and fierce currents of electricity coursed through their bodies, leaving them paralyzed. Seizing the moment of paralysis, Lin Yi released 2 more arrows aimed at the ranger. It is worth noting that the ranger, being a leather armor class, had low defense and health. After suffering the substantial damage from the thunderbolt arrow and being struck by Lin Yi's rapid-fire shots, he could not withstand the onslaught. His health plummeted like a dam bursting. Due to Lin Yi's swift actions, to his 2 companions, it appeared as though he had executed a flawless kill. After enduring the full brunt of the thunderbolt arrow, the swordsman was left with 20 health points. While the mage's health was reduced to under 10, Lin Yi had no intention of letting them escape. He unleashed 2 arrows simultaneously, striking the mage squarely in the chest. The mage gasped, eyes bulging in horror, before collapsing to the ground. The swordsman, brandishing his long sword, activated his charge skill. However, just as he initiated the charge, a massive magical arrow soared toward him, spinning rapidly and charged with terrible magical energy. This arrow struck the swordsman, interrupting his charge and sending him hurtling uncontrollably backward. "How is this possible?" the swordsman exclaimed, astonished that his charge had been interrupted. With a 300 acceleration effect, a distance of 10 yards would be covered in mere moments. How could Lin Yi have reacted so swiftly? As he watched the swordsman fly back, Lin Yi fired a few more arrows, finishing him off. Meanwhile, the 5 players tasked with encircling Lin Yi remained ensnared in their state of blindness. The effect of the blinding dust can render the target blind for 5 seconds. Unless they sustain damage during that time, or are dispelled by a priest, or utilize their own crowd control skills, among other means. Otherwise, they remain incapacitated. Lin Yi dispatched the 3 adversaries in under 3 seconds, showcasing the inherent advantage of the archer class. skills that require no casting time and possess formidable burst damage capabilities. Were it a mage, such a feat would be unattainable. Even a high-damage spell would require well over 3 seconds to cast. Seizing the opportunity while his foes were blinded, Lin Yi activated his swiftness skill, enhancing his attack speed and movement speed by 30, that he created distance, and then aimed at one of the rogues, unleashing a flurry of arrows. With the augmentation of elemental mastery, his basic attacks dealt terrifying damage. Lin Yi's base attack had already surpassed 140 points, and after deducting the target's defensive values, his normal attack damage was no less than 50. With a 30 increase in attack speed, Lin Yi could unleash 5 magical arrows within a second, dealing damage exceeding 200 that the rogue had no time to react and was swiftly struck down, meeting his demise that moment. The remaining 4 players gradually regained their senses from the blind state, yet the situation before them filled them with dread. What sort of skill and reflexes could allow one to achieve a counterattack amidst an 8-person encirclement? Damn it, let us take him on, activate speed. The 4 exchanged glances. Fleeing would be too humiliating, and they could not return without an explanation. Moreover, the opponent's high-level skills must surely be on cooldown, making this the opportune moment to retaliate. Thus, all 4 simultaneously activated their speed boosts, charging towards Lin Yi from different angles. Think you can outpace me? Lin Yi chuckled, tearing off a speed scroll, casually running a few paces to create a distance of over 10 yards. With the frenzied boots, speed scroll, and swiftness all enhancing his speed, Lin Yi's velocity soared beyond their reach that he darted about, his rapid movements preventing the 4 from forming a cohesive encirclement, instead allowing Lin Yi to continuously divide and conquer them. The relentless barrage of magical arrows left the 4 in agony. Fear gripped their hearts. The opponent had too many tactics at his disposal. His speed alone was more than double theirs, and his archery precision was astounding. Who had ever heard of an archer maintaining a hit rate above 90 while maneuvering? This game was exceedingly difficult. It dawned on them that they had encountered an insurmountable challenge. The combat levels of both sides were not even remotely comparable. Soon, all 4 fell victim to Lin Yi's relentless onslaught, and they came to understand a profound truth. The longest distance in the world is not between life and death, but when you stand before me, and I cannot strike you. The 8 players dropped 3 pieces of gear, all 15-level bronze equipment, which Lin Yi promptly collected. After eliminating 8 players, Lin Yi's name glowed ominously red. Farming monsters in the wild was no longer feasible, as the durability of his equipment could not withstand such prolonged usage. Thus, he had no choice but to return to town, where another method of cleansing his notoriety awaited, donating prestige. With a swagger, Lin Yi entered Harlantown. Chapter 035. The Skeleton Cave. It goes without saying that as soon as Lin Yi appeared at the entrance of Harlantown, he was spotted by the guards and promptly apprehended. Lin Yi made no attempt to resist, allowing the guards to escort him away. In a town of Harlan scale, the guards were level 30. Should Lin Yi choose to retaliate, the consequences would be dire. He was taken to the town's prison and confined there to escape. He had only 2 options. Either donate prestige points or wait several days for his notoriety to diminish automatically. I wish to donate prestige, Lin Yi said to the guard at the entrance. He possessed 8 points of notoriety, necessitating 80 points of prestige. The system announced, prestige donation successful. Your notoriety has been cleared. Each point of notoriety cost 10 points of prestige, which pained Lin Yi. Prestige was hard-earned, requiring the defeat of high-level bosses or the completion of challenging quests, and now he had lost a substantial 80 points, leaving him with barely over 100 upon his release from prison. Lin Yi first repaired his equipment, then began organizing his inventory, selling unnecessary items to the general merchant, and storing useful materials and gear in his personal warehouse. Within his personal warehouse lay over a dozen pieces of bronze equipment, most of which had been acquired through player kills, explaining why player versus player conflicts frequently erupted. This method of acquiring gear was indeed quicker than monster hunting. Of course, many players also faced the risk of being killed and losing their possessions. As the saying goes, those who stand by the river often get their shoes wet. Lin Yi had no intention of engaging in such unscrupulous behavior. However, should someone act too arrogantly and bully him, he would have no choice but to retaliate. As a solo player, Lin Yi was unfazed by offending a large faction. If necessary, he could simply change cities. The game was vast, and no studio could dominate it completely. With preparations complete, Lin Yi exited Harlan Town, aware that he had 3 days to level up swiftly. Taking down a level 22 lord would not be a trivial task at that moment. In another part of Harlan Town, a group had gathered, seemingly in discussion. These individuals were, in fact, the players Lin Yi had previously vanquished. Each one hung their heads low, defending themselves. "Boss, that guy's a master." One rogue player stammered. "A master? You are all from the 9 Radiant Studio. Who among you is not a master?" The leader, a ranger, scolded. "But that guy's a professional player," the rogue insisted once more. "Nonsense, if you hadn't underestimated him. This ambush would never have failed," the ranger barked, silencing the others. "Boss, give us another chance." Another druid gritted his teeth, feeling utterly humiliated and eager to reclaim their honor. Forget it. I'll find someone else for this task. Furthermore, each of you will have 100 contribution points deducted," the leader said coldly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted. A deduction in contribution points meant a reduction in their wages. Yet they dared not voice their discontent. "Kid, you've truly angered me," the ranger declared, his gaze filled with murderous intent. He no longer cared about that purple copper-grade weapon. His sole purpose was to eliminate Lin Yi. Having exited Harlan Town, Lin Yi contemplated whether to continue hunting dark sorcerers when his communicator chimed. "Shall we level up together?" It was a voice message from Bloodstained Mountains. "Sure," Lin Yi replied without hesitation, surprised that this usually taciturn powerhouse had extended an invitation to him. Lin Yi was well aware of Bloodstained Mountains' prowess. Teaming up with him would undoubtedly double their leveling efficiency. Shortly, Bloodstained Mountains sent Lin Yi the coordinates of a location. Following the coordinates, Lin Yi adjusted his direction and pressed on without pause. This map was somewhat remote, seldom traversed by players. Without the coordinates, Lin Yi might have struggled to find it. After navigating through dense woods, Lin Yi spotted a stone cave, at the entrance of which stood a towering barbarian berserker wielding a massive axe. Bloodstained Mountains himself. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Bloodstained Mountains stated, "I can't handle this alone. Let us team up." Lin Yi surmised that the monsters within must possess considerable strength. The two formed a party, with Bloodstained Mountains leading the way into the cave. System. You have entered the skeleton cave, that a foul stench of decaying corpses greeted them, reeking unpleasantly as they encountered hordes of skeletal monsters. Under the holographic simulation, these skeletal foes appeared strikingly lifelike, adorned with rotting flesh and hollow eyes that flickered with ghostly flames. The skeletal soldiers were level 20, boasting 1,800 health points. I accepted a quest to eliminate the skeletal commander here, and I discovered this place is ideal for leveling up. However, my damage alone is somewhat insufficient to manage them easily. With you here, we should be able to handle the area with 2 area damage skills, Bloodstained Mountains explained. Lin Yi was his first friend in the game, and after their previous collaboration, they had developed a good rapport, free from disputes over equipment. Otherwise, Bloodstained Mountains would not have invited anyone else to level up with him. Lin Yi nodded, secretly astonished. This guy truly was formidable to dare challenge the skeletal commander alone, which was undoubtedly a golden elite monster. "Take this food," Lin Yi said, retrieving several portions of crocodile stew from his backpack and trading them to Bloodstained Mountains. "Food with additional attributes?" Bloodstained Mountains remarked, slightly surprised before sitting down and consuming the food without hesitation. The crocodile stew provided a 10-minute buff, significantly enhancing attributes for players at the early stages. After consuming the food, Bloodstained Mountains charged towards the swarm of skeletal monsters. Alone, he attracted a dozen skeletal foes, then tore off a speed scroll, weaving in and out of the attack zones of the skeletons. These skeletal monsters moved slowly, trailing closely behind Bloodstained Mountains. Once the monsters had gathered sufficiently, Lin Yi swiftly loosed an arrow. The more targets there were, the more devastating the damage of the thunderstorm arrow. Upon release, a wave of electricity paralyzed the horde of skeletal monsters, leaving them stunned in place as torrents of magical damage erupted from their heads. Witnessing this, Bloodstained Mountains swung his axe, landing several strikes on the skeletal creatures that he opted not to immediately activate his whirlwind slash, instead using several other skills first before unleashing the spinning attack. With each assault, the Berserker accumulates blood energy, consuming this vitality to enhance the potency of their skills. At this juncture, bloodstained rivers exhaust the entirety of the amassed blood energy, resulting in a remarkable surge in the power of Whirlwind Slash, systematically harvesting the life force of the skeletal foes. Lin Ye's Storm Arrow, possessing a subsequent slowing effect, renders the already sluggish skeletons even slower, akin to tortoises, unable to strike at the nimble bloodstained rivers. Under the dual onslaught of Storm Arrow and Whirlwind Slash, the skeletal minions fall one after another. Lin Yi notices his experience points escalating rapidly. The speed at which they are dispatching these creatures is utterly terrifying. Chapter 036. The Bone Lien set. As more skeletal soldiers succumb, the ground is littered with modest spoils, consisting primarily of commonplace items, the best quality being merely bronze. While bronze equipment is commendable for ordinary players, it holds little allure for Lin Yi. Oh, this piece of equipment actually possesses set attributes. Upon picking up a bronze-level leg armor, Lin Yi is taken aback by its properties. Sets are exceedingly rare at this stage, while individual pieces might not seem particularly formidable. Once a complete set is assembled, a qualitative transformation occurs. Bone Lien leg armor. Bronze quality. Requires level 20, agility 18, critical strike 2, defense 36, durability 30-30, class restricted. Archer, Rogue, Druid. Set effect 3. Agility 40, Intelligence 40. Set effect 5, Agility 80. Intelligence 80, Critical Strike 10. Your normal attacks have a chance to deal an additional 50 damage. Goodness, how powerful! Lin Yi is thoroughly astonished by the set effects. Merely 3 pieces grant an astounding 40 points in agility and intelligence. Assembling 5 pieces would yield an additional 80 points in attributes as well as a 10 increase in critical strike chance, with a possibility of inflicting substantial normal attack damage. Calculating this, the set effects could enhance a total of 120 points in attributes. What a remarkable boon! To put it into perspective, Lin Ye's current equipment is quite decent, with his agility and intelligence barely surpassing 70 points. Even upon reaching level 20 and donning a full set of white bronze gear, he would only exceed 100 points. However, if he could gather the complete Bone Lien set, his agility and intelligence could effortlessly soar beyond 200 points. With a critical strike chance nearing 30, this is indeed formidable, in light of the set attributes. The white bronze equipment, often regarded as a symbol of high-tier players, pales in comparison. Furthermore, the final attribute of the set states, your normal attacks have a chance to inflict an additional 50 damage. For archers, rogues, or damage-focused druids, the normal attack damage is significant and occupies a crucial role. Thus, this attribute is tailor-made for these classes. Bloodstained Rivers, upon hearing of the set, approaches and upon viewing its effects, his usually calm demeanor shifts slightly, such as the power of a set. Congratulations! I suspect the drop rate must be alarmingly low since it is a set. Let us slay more monsters and see if we can acquire a full set. Bloodstained Rivers gazes at Lin Yi's Bone Lien set with envy. Agreed. The prospect of completing the set invigorates Lin Yi. Throughout the skeletal cave, the anguished cries of the skeletons echo. In a mere few hours, Lin Yi's level has already surged to 17. An astonishing feat, another piece has dropped. Bloodstained Rivers grins as he retrieves a piece of Bone Lien shoulder armor. Bone Lien shoulder armor. Bronze quality, requires level 20, agility 18, critical strike 2, defense 38, durability 30-30, class restricted. Archer, Rogue, Druid. Bloodstained Rivers tosses the equipment directly to Lin Yi before continuing to draw aggro. Lin Yi is immensely grateful. It is only Bloodstained Rivers who would do such a thing. Had it been anyone else, even if they could not utilize it themselves, they would not so readily part with the equipment. Such a set, if sold on the market, would undoubtedly create quite a stir. Fetching a handsome price, Lin Yi contemplates how to repay this kindness. The entire skeletal cave shudders that a skeletal commander has emerged. Skeletal Commander. Golden Elite. Level 20, health 7500. Be cautious. This creature's charge skill deals significant damage. I was only able to defeat him previously due to a quest item that weakened his attributes. Bloodstained Rivers candidly warns. Let us clear out the minor foes first, then we can engage it, Lin Yi suggests. Bloodstained Rivers nods, cautiously maneuvering around the skeletal commander to gather the surrounding skeletal soldiers, then promptly unleashes Whirlwind Slash. Lin Yi deftly employs Storm Arrow, and together they swiftly eliminate 7 or 8 skeletal minions. Soon, the vicinity around the skeletal commander is devoid of lesser foes. Without hesitation, Bloodstained Rivers charges in, his massive form colliding with the commander, his great axe cleaving down with the force of inertia. Delivering a devastating blow, the skeletal commander shrieks in agony, the flames of vengeance in its eyes intensifying. Clad in bloodstained black armor and wielding a rusted black iron spear, this skeletal commander possesses a melee attack range twice that of ordinary weapons, boasting considerable attack power and penetration. However, this weapon also bears a significant weakness. Its attack movements are broad and easily evaded if one can read its timing and direction. Bloodstained Rivers is a skilled player, fully capable of executing these maneuvers without Lin Yi's guidance. From a distance, Lin Yi activates the power of darkness, unleashing magical arrows upon the skeletal commander. The dark force weakens the commander's attack and defense by 10, proving crucial, as even if Bloodstained Rivers missteps and is struck, he would not be instantly obliterated. The skeletal commander possesses high dark resistance, compelling Lin Yi to augment his assaults with holy and frost elemental powers. The frost element effectively slows the skeletal commander, while the holy element inflicts additional holy magic damage. The commander's ire is fixated on Bloodstained Rivers, affording Lin Yi an optimal output environment, where he need not reposition himself in this advantageous setting. Lin Yi naturally maximizes his damage output. Damage numbers continue to soar above the skeletal commander, its health steadily dwindling. Suddenly, the commander's aggro wavers. Bloodstained Rivers, not being a tank, cannot maintain perfect hate control. The skeletal commander abruptly pivots, charging toward Lin Yi. Watch out! Bloodstained Rivers warns, just as the skeletal commander lunges forward. The iron spear in the boss's grasp points menacingly at Lin Yi, the tip radiating fierce energy. With the skeletal commander's formidable attack power, a single strike could leave Lin Yi, clad in leather armor, critically wounded if not outright slain. The speed of this assault rivals that of a charge, leaving most players unable to react appropriately to that moment. Lin Yi holds not the Xinyan Bao, but a gravity javelin. He had observed the commander's movements the instant it turned. Earlier, Bloodstained Rivers mentioned the commander's charge skill, and Lin Yi had committed this information to memory. Thus, when the aggro faltered and the skeletal knight began to turn, Lin Yi deduced it intended to charge him, but he decided to take a gamble, wagering that the gravity javelin would repel the commander. But he also gambled that even if it failed to knock back, the skeletal commander's melee attack would not trigger a critical strike. As long as there were no critical hits, Lin Yi would merely suffer a significant wound, not instant death. Chapter 037. Just one word. Grind. The gravity javelin narrowly misses the skeletal commander's black iron spear. Immediately after, a satisfying sound echoes as the javelin pierces the commander's breastplate, embedding itself in its heart, the most vital point. This strike is executed with remarkable precision, perfectly triggering the javelin's knockback effect. The skeletal knight's charge is abruptly interrupted, sending its body flying backward. Splendid! Bloodstained Rivers cannot help but exclaim. Lin Yi's maneuver has opened his eyes. He acknowledges that he could not have accomplished the same. Lin Yi breathes a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the skeletal commander is level 20. Had it been level 21, the gravity javelin would have been ineffective. Additionally, the skeletal knight is a humanoid creature, meaning the javelin's knockback probability is significantly higher against such foes than against others. Seizing the opportunity created by the skeletal commander's knockback, Lin Yi begins to retreat, simultaneously unleashing a frost arrow that strikes the commander's chest, chilling it to the core at this juncture. Bloodstained Rivers activates his racial talent, Bloodthirsty Fury, snatching the aggro back. The remainder of the encounter becomes considerably simpler, with Bloodstained Rivers tanking the skeletal commander while Lin Yi focuses on dealing damage. In facing the skeletal commander, Lin Yi refrains from taking unnecessary risks with the gravity javelin. The commander's charge can only reach a distance of over 30 yards, while Lin Yi's range extends to 40 yards. As long as he maintains the proper distance and adjusts his positioning according to the aggro stability, the skeletal commander poses no threat to him. When necessary, Lin Yi also kites the skeletal commander, providing bloodstained rivers with a moment to recuperate. After approximately 10 minutes of intense engagement, the skeletal commander is finally felled. Upon its demise, several items are revealed on the ground. An equipment piece and a potion recipe, Bloodstained Rivers declares as he collects the items. Skull Commander Chest Armor. White copper quality. Required level 20, Strength 25, Constitution 18, Shadow Resistance 10, Defense 82, Durability 30-30. Level 1 Attribute Enhancement Potion Recipe. Description. Teaches you how to brew a level 1 Attribute Enhancement Potion. Requires level 2 Alchemist. Level 1 Attribute Enhancement Potion. Upon use, increases main attributes by 30 points. Effect lasts for 60 seconds. Requires level 10 or above. Though there were only 2 items, they captivated Lin Ye's attention. For they were rare recipes for attribute enhancement potions, treasures indeed, more valuable than purple copper-grade equipment, and scarce in the marketplace. Fortune smiles upon us, Bloodstained River chuckled, seemingly suggesting that their monster hunting luck had improved. For when he had previously defeated the Skull Commander, only 2 mediocre bronze items had dropped. This chest armor boasts impressive attributes, Lin Yi remarked with a hint of envy. Although the archer's skills were commendable, defensively, he still lagged behind. His total defense was merely over 80, while a single piece of armor could substantially boost a warrior's stats. I shall not be polite then, Bloodstained River declared, stowing the chest armor into his backpack. As for this potion recipe, since I am an alchemist, rest assured, my brother, I shall not hoard it all for myself. He added, a touch of awkwardness in his tone, reflecting on how he had claimed all the loot despite them having fought the boss together. Take it. In truth, I owe you a favor, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, as he had agreed to team up with Bloodstained River partly for this reason. They were not petty individuals who would squabble over spoils. Bloodstained River, being straightforward, chose not to dwell on it. A flash of white light signified the potion recipe's transfer into his possession. Both had made significant gains, and with Lin Ye's determination to complete his set, he felt invigorated. Hastening his pace to slay skeleton soldiers that as time slipped away, the daylight faded, and the cave's atmosphere grew increasingly somber, their equipment's durability dwindling. Lin Yi felt a tinge of disappointment as, after hours of effort, not a single piece of the bone armor set had dropped. Bloodstained River approached and patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. No players will return here anytime soon. Let us continue our hunt tomorrow. Lin Yi smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Thus, the duo arranged to reconvene the following day to continue hunting the skeleton soldiers. For within level 20, this location was a veritable hotspot for leveling up upon their return to Harlantown. After repairing their gear, Bloodstained River opted to log off. Lin Yi, however, pondered for a moment before deciding to return to the skeleton cave. Although battling the skeleton soldiers alone would yield lower efficiency due to insufficient damage, the allure of the bone armor set was too enticing to resist. That in the still of the night, wildlife was scarce. The occasional howl of a wolf echoed through the jungle, while unknown insects chirped amidst the underbrush. The sky was a tapestry of stars, casting an eerie ambience. The skeleton cave, already dark, became even more obscure at night, limiting visibility to a mere 10 yards for an ordinary player. Nevertheless, as Lin Yi stepped into the cave, his visibility extended to 30 or 40 yards, allowing him to hunt the skeleton soldiers, albeit with some hindrance compared to daylight. The surrounding magical energy began to coalesce and surge, transforming into feathered arrows that glimmered within the dim cave. While hunting solo, Lin Yi was compelled to exercise caution, only daring to lure around 5 skeleton soldiers at a time. That as time progressed, waves of skeleton soldiers fell before him. Each time loot dropped, Lin Yi held his breath in anticipation. However, after several consecutive drops of common and black iron items, he eventually calmed, realizing that acquiring a full set depended entirely on luck, a process that could not be rushed. For an entire night, Lin Yi engaged in combat within the skeleton cave, yet still no piece of the bone armor set had materialized. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the fact, focusing solely on defeating the skeleton soldiers. Soon, The night receded and dawn broke, illuminating the skeleton cave once more. System. You have obtained the item bone helmet. Lin Yi picked up the equipment, instinctively tossing it into his backpack. Upon glancing at the system notification and seeing the words bone helmet, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. His solo efforts had not been in vain. Coupled with the previous two pieces, Lin Yi now possessed 3 distinct items from the bone armor set, a stroke of extraordinary luck. With only 2 days remaining for his personal quest, including today, Lin Yi resolved to remain in the skeleton cave, save for meals offline, to see if he could obtain the final 2 pieces of the bone armor set.in summary. He was determined to grind relentlessly. Checking his experience points, he noted he was now level 17, nearing 80 towards level 18, with level 20 seeming less distant than before. Subsequently, Lin Yi made a quick trip back to Harlan Town to clear his inventory, repair his gear, and with Bloodstained River still offline, quickly grabbed a bite before hastily returning to the game, racing back to the skeleton cave. Alone, he resumed his assault on the skeleton soldiers. Chapter 038. Bone Armor Chest when Bloodstained River logged in. Lin Yi had already been grinding in the skeleton cave for over an hour. Brother, are you really grinding this hard? You haven't logged off, have you? Bloodstained River gazed at Lin Yi in astonishment. Huh. It's become a habit, Lin Yi chuckled. Once Bloodstained River joined the party, their killing efficiency surged. Indeed, sometimes 1 + 1 was greater than 2, that the two of them dispatched skeletons at more than double the pace than when alone. After just 2 batches of skeleton soldiers, Bloodstained River procured another piece of the bone armor set, lamenting, yet another shoulder piece. Such was the nature of the set. During streaks of bad luck, it seemed to continuously drop duplicate parts, leaving one exasperated. System. Your level has risen to level 18. Now, Lin Yi's level matched that of Bloodstained River, both standing at 18. Lin Yi calculated that if he continued this pace without logging off, he might just reach level 20 within 2 days. That if he could complete the bone armor set, the pressure of soloing the Murloc boss would significantly decrease. Conversely, without the set, he would need to exert considerable effort, preparing ample supplies for the challenge. Several hours later, the skeleton cave trembled once more as the Skull Commander respawned. This boss appeared to have a daily refresh cycle. Naturally, they could not miss the chance to engage an elite monster. Lin Yi and Bloodstained River, well acquainted with the Skull Commander's skills, swiftly defeated it. However, this time luck was not on their side, yielding only a worthless black iron item and a few potions. Throughout the day, Lin Yi and Bloodstained River remained in the skeleton cave, acquiring several pieces of the bone armor set, yet still lacking the chest and boots, driving Lin Yi to the brink of frustration. In Harlan Town, after a full day of battling skeletons, Lin Yi and Bloodstained River found themselves in the blacksmith shop, organizing their gear. How about this? I can accompany you for a bit longer, Bloodstained River suggested upon learning Lin Yi's intention to continue in the skeleton cave. No, it's not feasible. Without dark vision, it would be too cumbersome, and you could easily perish, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head. Bloodstained River was not a dark elf, and in the nighttime environment, his visibility was severely limited, making him vulnerable to being encircled by monsters. A moment's carelessness could lead to multiple foes attacking simultaneously, even with his fine gear, rendering him unable to withstand such damage. Then I'll brew some enhancement potions to trade with you later, Bloodstained River nodded, understanding the limitations of nighttime hunting. Brewing level 1 attribute enhancement potions was not overly difficult. Soon, Bloodstained River had concocted a dozen potions. This is all I could manage. While the success rate was decent, the potions require purple stargrass, and there aren't many players selling that herb, Bloodstained River explained. Thank you for your efforts. I won't hesitate to assist you in the future, Lin Yi sincerely acknowledged. Recognizing Bloodstained River's generosity, Bloodstained River simply smiled lightly before departing Harlan Town with his axe in hand. Once Lin Yi had gathered all necessary supplies, he too exited the town and returned to the skeleton cave. Within the cave, chaos erupted anew, as countless skeleton soldiers wailed. After about 5 hours, around 3 in the morning, Lin Yi had just finished slaying another batch of skeletons when a flicker of red light glimmered in the center of the cave, heralding the appearance of a special monster. The reason it was deemed special was due to its yellow name. Neutral Rare Monster. Lin Yi gasped, astonished to see a rare spawn in this location. 236. Lin Yi released an arrow, striking the rare skeleton, a massive critical hit emerging from its skull. The skeleton shrieked, twisting its body and producing a series of cracking sounds as it lunged at Lin Yi. This rare skeleton moved significantly faster than the ordinary ones, even outpacing the Skull Commander. Yet Lin Yi was quicker still. The rare skeleton brandished a pitch-black dagger, suggesting it belonged to the rogue category, which explained its remarkable speed. Rare wild monsters typically match the strength of silver elites, if not slightly weaker, and Lin Yi faced no difficulty dispatching the rare skeleton with ease. System. You have obtained the item Soul's Breath. System. You have obtained the item Bone Armor Chest. The Breath of the Lost Soul accessory. Black iron quality, requiring level 20, temporarily boosts main attributes by 40 points for 8 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. The Bone Lian Chest Armor. White copper quality. Requiring level 20, grants 30 agility, 30 strength, 30 intelligence, 2 critical strike, 48 defense, and a durability of 30. Class restricted. Archer, Rogue, Druid. What a stroke of luck! Lin Yi exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, as he obtained both an accessory and a unique Bone Lian chest armor. Equipment in the accessory slot is the rarest among all gear. Despite the Breath of the Lost Soul being merely of black iron quality, its selling price would undoubtedly surpass that of any other white copper quality equipment. Additionally, the Bone Lian chest armor surprised Lin Yi, as it was not a bronze quality, but rather white copper, boasting superior attributes compared to other equipment slots. With this, Lin Yi was left with only the footwear slot to complete the set. If he could acquire the Bone Lian boots, he would possess an entire Bone Lian set, a feat so rare that it could be counted on one hand among all players in the game. Contemplating this, Lin Yi took a brief respite before resuming his relentless monster-clearing spree. The next day, as dawn broke, Lin Yi's level halted at 18, with 96 experience points. Quest. Murmuring Murloc's remaining time. 16 hours, 47 minutes, and 53 seconds on that day. Shui Ran Shan he logged in early. And upon learning that Lin Yi had acquired another piece of Bone Lian chest armor, he was filled with admiration. When he discovered that Lin Yi's fervent efforts were solely aimed at completing an expert-level personal quest, he was momentarily taken aback. Defeat the Murloc leader? Shui Ran Shan, he said incredulously, realizing his friend was quite audacious, considering it was a level 22 boss, not merely a golden elite. If you truly manage to assemble a full Bone Lian set, given your kiting abilities, you might indeed stand a significant chance against that level 22 boss, he remarked with gravity. After spending several days together, Shui Ran Shan, he had a deep understanding of Lin Yi's personal capabilities. Let us hope for the best. Lin Yi responded. Taking a deep breath, the two formed a party and continued their monotonous monster-hunting journey. Shui Ran Shan, he had become significantly more adept at aggro management, and Lin Yi had similarly honed his skill timing to near perfection. To put it dramatically, the skeletons in the cave were so familiar to them that they could efficiently defeat them with their eyes closed as countless skeletal soldiers fell to their onslaught. Lin Yi's level drew ever closer to 20, and yet another piece of the Bone Lian set dropped. Unfortunately, it was not the coveted boots, the last piece remaining elusive. Chapter 039. The Surge of Attributes. It seems today will not yield the desired results, Lin Yi mused, glancing at the sky, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Without the complete Bone Lian set, reaching level 20 would hold little significance, prompting Lin Yi to plan a return trip to Dalera City to gather some necessary items. At that moment, a fresh batch of skeletal soldiers spawned, around 7 or 8 in total. If we take down another batch, perhaps something will drop, Shui Ran Shan chuckled, charging at the skeletal soldiers with his massive axe. Lin Yi had little hope for the set. After an entire day without a drop, even if something did appear now, it was unlikely to be the boots that Lin Yi dispatched the last skeletal soldier with an arrow. The entire batch lay defeated, and his experience points had climbed to over 70 at level 19. It dropped. Suddenly, Shui Ran Shan, he exclaimed. I told you, my predictions are always spot on. He tossed a pair of black leather boots to Lin Yi. Bone Lian boots. Black iron quality, requiring level 20, granting 12 agility, 2 critical strike, 28 defense, and a durability of 30. Class restricted. Archer, Rogue, Druid. I really have completed the set. Lin Yi marveled as he accepted the Bone Lian boots, feeling a sense of disbelief at having gathered the entire Bone Lian ensemble. This pair of boots was of black iron quality, somewhat special, akin to the bone lien chest armor, which had reached white copper quality. These two pieces were likely to be considered special parts of the set, with a lower drop rate than the other three. I cannot express my gratitude enough, Lin Yi conveyed to Shui Ranshan He, acknowledging that without him, assembling the set would have been impossible. A significant favor indeed. Shui Ranshan He waved his hand dismissively, glancing at the sky as he remarked, I won't be able to stay here for monster grinding tonight. Lin Yi nodded, with just 30 experience points remaining to reach level 20. Even soloing Wen Ti posed much of a challenge, that as long as he submitted the quest before 10 a.m. the following day, Lin Yi would conclude this adventure successfully. The two returned to Hailing Town together, where Lin Yi bid farewell to Shui Ranshan He and ventured back alone to the skeleton cave. Gazing at the 5 pieces of the bone lien set in his inventory invigorated his determination to level up. System. Congratulations, your level has reached 20. After a night of intense combat, Lin Yi finally surged to level 20 just before dawn. Is the experience required to reach level 21 really this high? Lin Yi mused curiously. Noticing the experience bar, he discovered that the amount of experience required for level advancement after reaching level 20 was astonishingly high, several times that needed to progress from level 19 to 20. Shaking his head, Lin Yi decided not to dwell on it. He wasn't overly fixated on leveling, but he retrieved the bone lien set, the breath of the lost soul, and a level 20 sorcerer's cloak from his bag. Upon donning the equipment, his appearance transformed dramatically. The sorcerer's cloak obscured Lin Ye's features entirely, while the bone lien set leaned towards a dark aesthetic, with uniquely shaped shoulder armor adorned with 3 sharp bone spikes on each side. The bone lien chest armor bore an engraved skull design that glimmered faintly, exuding an air of intimidation. With the combination of the bone lien set and the sorcerer's cloak, Lin Yi appeared both striking and enigmatic. What a pity about these frenzied boots, Lin Yi lamented, having scarcely used them before they became obsolete. Although he could not utilize them, he contemplated gifting the frenzied boots to Shui Ranshan He. Even without a set, the purple copper quality frenzied boots remained top-tier equipment. After equipping the set, Lin Ye's overall power surged significantly, with attributes experiencing a staggering increase, transforming his capabilities entirely. Anticipating the changes, he summoned the virtual interface to inspect his basic attributes. Character. Mingyu Yi level. 20 health. 1164 mana. 1033 energy. 100 attack. 182 strength. 142 agility. 266 intelligence. 228 constitution. 76 spirit. 93 defense. 140 critical strike. 33. The attribute enhancement from the set was truly astounding. Lin Yi attributed this to his extraordinary luck, knowing that many ordinary players might not even manage to assemble a complete set at level 20. Even at level 30, the sky began to brighten, and Lin Yi exited the skeleton cave, with only a few hours remaining until the quest submission deadline. Rather than returning to Hailing Town, he made directly for the Murloc spawn area. In his inventory, Lin Yi had intentionally saved a few potions for attribute enhancement and some crocodile stew, yet to be used. Though his attributes had dramatically increased, Lin Yi remained grounded, recognizing that he was still merely an archer with just over 1,000 health points. Vulnerable to a few hits from a boss that he had prepared thoroughly, including various scrolls and items. Soon, Lin Yi entered the Murloc territory. The Murloc's level remained slightly too high for most players, leaving the area around their spawn largely devoid of players. Occasionally, a couple of teams would pass through. The Murloc territory was vast, and Lin Yi was currently still at the outer edges of the map. Not far ahead, he could hear the Murlocs chanting. Shadow Stealth. A Murloc shouter began approaching Lin Yi, prompting him to activate his racial skill and enter stealth. Unless absolutely necessary, it was wise to avoid provoking these Murloc shouters. While in stealth, Lin Yi successfully navigated through the outermost map. Ahead, at the entrance of a corridor, 2 Murloc guards wielding iron forks stood watch. To the right lay a water area teeming with even more Murlocs. Lin Yi concealed himself in this wetland, which offered ample cover from trees, large rocks, and low-lying bushes. Once positioned, he swiftly loosed 2 arrows. 377, 508. A double shot resulted in one Murloc losing half its health. The damage was ferocious. The two Murloc guards immediately detected Lin Yi and charged towards him. Switching to the hand crossbow he had previously obtained, the rapid-fire attribute of this weapon allowed Lin Yi to unleash 7 or 8 arrows in a single breath, the quicker the firing rate, the greater the chance of triggering set attributes. The Murloc with half health fell after Lin Yi unleashed a barrage of arrows, triggering the set effect 3 times, leading to its demise. Incredible! Lin Yi felt as though he had discovered a new realm, namely, the rapid-fire style. The hand crossbow's extraordinary firing speed, combined with the Bone Lien set's effects, resulted in devastating normal attack damage. Lin Yi continued to use the hand crossbow to target the other Murloc guard. Within moments, the second Murloc guard lay defeated, having dropped only a few copper coins. Lin Yi, without hesitation, ignored the loot and pressed deeper into the territory. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Murloc spawn area, a large contingent of about 30 players had arrived. Flowing Cloud, do you have confidence? Spoke a middle-aged man, likely in his 30s, with his hands clasped behind his back and thick eyebrows. I am sufficient on my own. Beside the middle-aged man stood a young man in his 20s. His angular face framed by a head of striking features. Clad in gleaming white armor and wielding a long sword, he stood upright, exuding an air of remarkable confidence. Chapter 040. The Fishman Leader, Ben Balba. What manner of individuals are these? Do they intend to eradicate the fishmen? A passerby halted at the scene. Goodness, they're almost entirely equipped in white copper gear. Someone exclaimed in terror. IT was not merely 1 or 2 individuals. Within that team, at least half the players donned complete white copper armor. Several onlookers exchanged apprehensive glances, their mouths dry and hearts racing. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Even the renowned 9 Radiant Studio and Starry Sky Studio could scarcely boast such a display. The game had only been live for a short while, and the sheer number of white copper armaments indicated that it was no longer merely a matter of wealth. The 30-member team advanced into the Fishman's territory, and soon a watchful Fishman spotted them. The Fishman heralds, upon detecting the enemy, immediately raised their voices in alarm, calling to those nearby. Within moments, a swarm of fishmen surged forth to confront them. Faced with a dozen Fishman sentinels, the team showed no signs of hesitation. The leading young swordsman unsheathed his long sword with a resounding clash, his expression calm and unyielding in the face of the fishmen. Utilizing a dash skill, he charged into the fray. His speed was remarkable, weaving effortlessly among the fishmen, his sword flashing with brilliance, each strike targeting a critical weakness. His positioning was masterful. With each step, he occupied the fishmen's blind spots. Behind him, the team's priest and druid cast every conceivable buff upon the swordsman. Cyclone Slash. This was the swordsman's primary area damage skill, and with the enhancement from high-quality gear and numerous buffs, the damage was nothing short of terrifying. The mass of fishmen was swiftly reduced to disarray. The team pressed onward, leaving a trail of fishman corpses in their wake, with coins and low-tier equipment littering the ground. Untouched, the onlooking player base rushed forward, eager to claim the spoils. Damn it, I spotted this black iron chest plate first. Who told you to lag behind? Various unclaimed whiteboard and black iron gear were hastily seized by the nearby players. These solo adventurers remained at a distance, hesitant to approach the formidable team. Which studio are they from? They're astonishingly powerful. Dispatching these fishmen is as easy as slicing through vegetables, one player pondered. I feel like I've seen that swordsman before, but I can't quite place him, but I'm certain he is a renowned professional of the Hall of Fame. These players belong to one of the top 10 super studios, another explained. Damn it, that is just stating the obvious. Only upon reaching the core region of the fishmen did the team come to a halt. You all should return, the leading swordsman commanded, as the fishmen were densely clustered in this area, and too many bodies would complicate matters. Should we leave a couple of healers and a tank with you? Inquired a nearby mage. The swordsman remained silent, stepping away from the group to venture forth alone. Seeing this, the mage sighed and waved his hand, declaring, "Return to Harlantown." Without the team to lead the charge, the lingering solo players felt disinclined to delve deeper. reluctantly retreating from the fisherman's respawn zone. The lair of the fisherman leader, Ben Balba, was nestled within a narrow cave. The space was confined, compelling Lin Yi to draw the boss out. The fisherman leader, Ben Balba, was level 22 with a health pool of 25,000 AT this moment. Lin Yi was engaged in battle with the fisherman leader, positioned on a sandbank strewn with the remains of withered trees. The level 22 boss exhibited limited intelligence. Should it encounter an obstruction, it would opt for a detour, thereby extending the time required for its approach. In contrast, Lin Yi chose to leap over the fallen branches, employing the agility of his elven heritage to clear obstacles no more than 3 or 4 feet high. One entity advanced in a straight line, while the other took the long way around, and the disparity was immediately apparent. Despite the fisherman leader's swift pace, it could not keep up with Lin Yi. As Lin Yi's primary skills entered cooldown, he swiftly switched to a rapid-fire crossbow, unleashing a barrage of normal shots. Adorned in bone armor, each shot dealt a minimum of 30 damage, and if the set bonus activated, it could reach upwards of 50. With the crossbow's firing rate, Lin Yi could release 3 bolts per second, maintaining a damage output of around 150. Once his primary skills were off cooldown, Lin Yi switched to the Mystic Firebow, which drastically increased his damage output, with arcane arrows dealing no less than 300 damage. The damage from penetrating arrows and double arrows was equally formidable. When the fisherman leader unleashed its area of effect skill, Lin Yi had no choice but to forego his offensive and focus on evasion, causing his damage output to plummet. The crossbow's straight-shooting style offered substantial damage and impressive sustainability. However, its range was somewhat limited, and Lin Yi narrowly avoided becoming critically wounded on several occasions. Having already consumed healing potions, Lin Yi had to act cautiously, opting for the Mystic Firebow instead. Though its skill damage was high and its burst potential formidable, its sustainability paled in comparison to that of the rapid-fire crossbow. Thus, while the damage may have diminished, Lin Yi's range was extended to around 40 yards, greatly enhancing his safety. Nearly 5 minutes had elapsed, and Lin Yi continued to maneuver around the fisherman leader, whose health had dwindled to 10,000. If Lin Yi maintained this pace, he would assuredly slay the creature within 5 more minutes. Suddenly, the fisherman leader, Ben Balba, halted, producing a horn from seemingly nowhere and sounding it. Waves of sound radiated from his position, and soon, a multitude of fishermen soldiers emerged from all directions. Lin Yi's expression shifted. So many fishmen. The fisherman sentinels, level 22 with a health pool of 1,000, caused Lin Yi to breathe a sigh of relief, realizing they were merely summoned minions, not nearby monsters. Had they been any stronger, the sheer number would have surely spelled his demise. Grateful that he had conserved his soul control skill, Thunderstorm Arrow, Lin Yi refrained from its use until now, prepared for such a contingency. The small fishmen surged towards him. Lin Yi tore open a speed scroll, temporarily abandoning his assault on the fisherman leader to make a hasty retreat. These diminutive fishmen, though small in stature, moved with astonishing speed, and despite Lin Yi activating the speed scroll, he quickly found himself pursued. With a swift turn, Lin Yi noted that the fisherman sentinels had clustered together in a straight line, pursuing him in unison. Thunderstorm Arrow. The arrow gleamed with electric energy, imbued with potent magical force, seemingly slicing through the air before erupting in a tremendous explosion upon contact with the fisherman sentinels. Lin Yi's attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation since the beginning, and the damage from Thunderstorm Arrow reflected this change, obliterating a dozen fisherman sentinels in a single shot. The magical shockwaves rippled outward just as the fisherman leader approached, affected by the lingering slowdown effect of the Thunderstorm Arrow. Lin Yi's focus was razor-sharp as he summoned his hawk to circle above, its keen eyes assisting him in tracking the fisherman leader's every movement. Each action was etched into Lin Yi's mind, allowing him to analyze and determine the optimal positioning for his next strike. In another part of the battlefield, a young swordsman wielding a long sword entered the fisherman territory, his brow furrowing in concern as he noticed several fisherman watchtowers in ruins and even glimpsed the corpses of slain fishermen. Chapter 041. The fisherman's trident. The weapon of the fisherman leader, Ben Balba, was a trident, which he now thrust towards Lin Yi with alarming speed. Despite Lin Yi's attempt to evade, the trident struck true, piercing his chest with considerable force, sending him reeling and leaving him bleeding. Fortunately, the cooldown on his healing potion had just expired, allowing him to consume a red potion and barely restore his health to half. Lin Yi applied a 2-level bandage that, although offering minimal healing, was crucial for his survival. The Fishman leader Ben Balba closed into within 10 yards of Lin Yi, preparing to unleash a fierce melee assault. Lin Yi had no choice but to abandon the bandage, swiftly repositioning himself and executing an impressive backflip over an obstacle, fleeing without looking back. Ben Balba, armed with his trident, was forced to take a longer route to pursue Lin Yi. In a moment of tactical opportunity, Lin Yi turned and executed a precise backward shot. The penetrating arrow struck the Fishman leader in the eye, eliciting a cry of pain and igniting a fierce hatred toward Lin Yi. As the blood loss intensified, Lin Yi's health dwindled to a mere 100 points. Yet in this critical moment, he maintained his composure, continuously maneuvering and firing arrows. The Fishman leader's cries echoed as its health continued to plummet. When Ben Balba's health reached just over 1,000 points, he suddenly ceased his pursuit of Lin Yi and veered toward the nearby lake. The lake, a water-based environment, posed a significant threat should the Fishman leader enter the water. Lin Yi would be unable to finish the fight, as he could only utilize a fraction of his abilities underwater. Without a moment to spare, Lin Yi dashed after the Fishman leader, intent on delivering a decisive blow. At this moment, Lin Yi swiftly equipped his rapid-fire crossbow, tore open a scroll, and consumed the last remaining vial of attribute potion, launching a frenzied assault on the merman chieftain. Lin Yi's shooting speed had dramatically increased compared to before, as he no longer had to calculate his positioning to evade the chieftain's attacks. All he needed to do was follow closely behind the merman chieftain, maintaining a high accuracy with his regular shots. The merman chieftain's health had dwindled to just a few hundred points, and he successfully reached the edge of the water. The lake was approximately 3 feet deep, and Lin Yi could distinctly feel that his speed was no longer a match for the merman chieftain. Suddenly halting in his tracks, Lin Yi switched to the Xuanhua bow and conjured a magical arrow at a distance of 36 to 38 yards. The merman chieftain moved with astonishing speed through the water, darting nearly 10 yards away, threatening to escape Lin Yi's range. Thunderstorm arrow. Lin Yi released one final shot, the arrow speeding towards the merman chieftain. Approaching the limit of 40 yards, this distance demanded exceptional skill from the player. Even the slightest deviation in angle could result in a miss. The trajectory of the magical arrow was impeccably precise, ultimately striking the merman chieftain that a violent surge of magical energy erupted, with a critical damage output exceeding 800 points, rising from the chieftain's head. That singular arrow completely depleted the merman chieftain's health. The merman chieftain, Ben Balba, could advance no further and collapsed into the lake, his corpse floating to the surface. Approximately 20 yards away, a group of merman guards remained oblivious to the battle's outcome due to the distance. System, congratulations. You have slain the merman chieftain Ben Balba, earning 240,000 experience points and 100 prestige points in that moment. Lin Yi's tension dissipated. Reflecting on the task's initiation, he couldn't help but shake his head. He had initially underestimated the merman chieftain. Without the bone refinement set, his chances of defeating it would have been exceedingly slim. Fortunately, he had successfully completed this expert-level personal quest. Lin Yi dashed towards the spot where the merman Ben Balba had fallen, discovering a wealth of spoils littering the ground, including 3 pieces of equipment. He retrieved a dagger he had prepared in advance from his backpack and severed the chieftain's head, a token of his quest completion. With the head in hand, the task Merman Rampage in his quest log now displayed as completed and ready for submission. Nearby, the merman chieftain's weapon had also dropped, along with a breastplate, greaves, and a plethora of materials. System. You have picked up the item Merman Trident. System. You have picked up the item Plunder Breastplate. System. You have picked up the item Merman Guardian Greaves. System. You have picked up the item Slimy Merman Scales. System. You have picked up the item Merman Fins. System. You have picked up the item Bandage Crafting Blueprint 3. The Merman Trident. A polearm weapon of bronze quality, required level 20, with a strength requirement of 45, penetration of 30, and an attack range of 165-180, that IT had a chance to inflict a severe injury effect, causing 40 points of bleeding damage per second for a duration of 12 seconds. With a durability of 30-30 to the Plunder Breastplate, a heavy armor of white bronze quality, required level 20, with a strength requirement of 15, constitution of 35, and a defense of 102, also possessing a durability of 30-30. The Merman Guardian Greaves, made of leather, were of white bronze quality, required level 20, with agility of 24, precision of 10, and a defense of 30, similarly boasting a durability of 30-30 that the slimy merman scales were a high-grade material, suitable for skilled craftsmen to fashion into exquisite leather armor. The merman fins served as a culinary ingredient, known for their delightful flavor when made into soup. The Bandage Crafting Blueprint 3 taught the crafting of level 3 bandages. "What an imposing trident!" Lin Yi exclaimed, wielding the merman trident and swinging it a few times. The trident stood over 2 meters tall, boasting a substantial attack range, with a base attack power of 180 and a rare penetration attribute of 30. In a player versus player scenario, it could potentially annihilate an opponent with just 2 critical skills, making it the most exceptional weapon for knights at this stage. The sight of Lin Yi brandishing the merman trident caught the attention of an approaching swordsman player, who, upon seeing the merman chieftain's corpse at Lin Yi's feet, displayed a rare expression of shock that at this stage, few players possess the capability to single-handedly defeat the merman chieftain. Lin Yi, noticing the newcomer, was taken aback to find that it was merely a swordsman player, especially since the core entrance to the merman territory was heavily guarded by numerous merman sentinels and shoutcasters. Even Lin Yi had managed to pass through only by utilizing his racial talent, dark stealth. As for a swordsman, it was nearly impossible without the ability to sneak. The two locked eyes, and Lin Yi's expression suddenly shifted. Zhao Jianying, Flowing Cloud? Lin Yi had not expected to encounter this old acquaintance under such circumstances. Jianying Flowing Cloud furrowed his brow. The voice sounded so familiar, and the fact that the other knew his surname puzzled him momentarily. Suddenly, Jianying Flowing Cloud's eyes widened in realization. Lin Yi? Lin Yi felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. He had only uttered a single phrase, yet had been recognized. It seems you really haven't left the gaming scene, Jianying Flowing Cloud remarked coldly. Whether I have left the gaming scene is none of your business, Lin Yi retorted dismissively, casting a glance at Jianying Flowing Cloud. Chapter 042. Little brother, are you convinced? Lin Yi's words were decidedly brusque, in response. Jianying Flowing Cloud appeared unfazed, regarding Lin Yi with a hint of disdain, sneering, "Trash," as the words left his lips. Jianying Flowing Cloud swung his sword and charged towards Lin Yi with remarkable speed. Swift Shadow Slash, one of the swordsman's charge skills, rapidly closing the distance to deliver a slash. Lin Yi raised his hand and loosed an arrow, striking Jianying Flowing Cloud squarely in the chest and knocking him back. With that hit, Lin Yi began to maneuver, maintaining control over the distance. Due to the impact, Jianying Flowing Cloud was momentarily hindered, compounded by the slowing effects of the Frost Elemental's essence, preventing him from closing the gap to Lin Yi. Most of Lin Yi's magical arrows failed to inflict damage on Jianying Flowing Cloud, as his evasion skills were exceedingly proficient, causing many arrows to go astray. Jianying Flowing Cloud attempted to predict Lin Yi's shooting angles, while Lin Yi, in turn, anticipated Jianying Flowing Cloud's movements on the battlefield. Jianying Flowing Cloud was struck by another of Lin Yi's arrows, yet he suddenly accelerated, charging towards Lin Yi. The charge. Jianying Flowing Cloud had a studio backing him, granting him a skill set far surpassing that of an ordinary player. With 2 or 3 charge skills alone, Lin Yi's expression darkened as the disparity in their respective foundations became glaringly apparent. He possessed far too few skills to contend with the swordsman. Rogue and Druid classes, which boasted an overwhelming number of charge abilities in a critical moment, Lin Yi resorted to using crude explosives. With a resounding explosion, Jianying Flowing Cloud was hit by the blast, yet he was not stunned, merely suffering a few dozen points of fire damage. Jianying Flowing Cloud had reached a formidable level of 22, rendering the crude explosives ineffective against him. With the melee class closing in, Lin Yi found himself unable to unleash his full potential, momentarily trapped in a defensive position. Conversely, Jianying Flowing Cloud seized upon Lin Yi's vulnerabilities, unleashing a flurry of attacks with his sword. Jianying Flowing Cloud's hand speed was astonishing, wielding a one-handed sword. He struck with a velocity comparable to that of a typical player wielding a dagger in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi's health plummeted to a dangerously low level, below 20 at most critically. Jinning Flowing Cloud's weapon possessed a unique attribute, unleashing a wave of frost that enveloped Lin Yi, inducing a slowing effect. Lin Yi activated swift movement and simultaneously used an acceleration scroll, dramatically increasing his speed, creating some distance to escape Jinning Flowing Cloud's assault. "You think you can match my speed?" Jinning Flowing Cloud chuckled, echoing a phrase Lin Yi had once used himself. Jinning Flowing Cloud also activated a skill and used a scroll, his speed surpassing Lin Yi's in an instant. Lin Yi recognized the armor boots beneath Jinning Flowing Cloud's feet. They were unmistakably familiar, boots of frenzied speed. Lin Yi felt a surge of frustration. It turned out that his second pair of boots of frenzied speed had fallen into Jinning Flowing Cloud's hands. The speed provided by the boots of frenzied speed was something Lin Yi was acutely aware of. When combined with the acceleration scroll and skill, it was nearly overwhelming. The two were now separated by 5 yards. An extreme range. In a crucial moment, Lin Yi unleashed Thunderstorm Arrow. Jinning Flowing Cloud attempted to sidestep, but 5 yards was too close. The arrow flew with such speed that even the most adept evasion was futile. Jinning Flowing Cloud's body suddenly stiffened, struck by the high stun effect. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yi began to retreat, his body still tinged with frost. The Thunderstorm Arrow's lingering effect imposed a 60 slowing effect, ensuring that even with the boots of frenzied speed, Jinning Flowing Cloud could not catch up to Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having created distance, initiated a counterattack, unleashing a barrage of magical arrows towards Jinning Flowing Cloud. Clad in the Bone Refinement set, Lin Yi's attributes undoubtedly surpassed those of Jinning Flowing Cloud. In a matter of moments, Jinning Flowing Cloud's health plummeted, mirroring Lin Yi's own, both reduced to around 20 points. At this juncture, the distance between the two was 28 yards, and Lin Yi had successfully turned the tide in his favor. Drawing his bow, Lin Yi was on the verge of unleashing another magical arrow when Jinning Flowing Cloud's figure suddenly closed in, executing a draw and strike motion, causing a surge of blood to erupt from Lin Yi. 326. It was yet another charge skill. The damage dealt exceeded Lin Yi's remaining health. "System, you have died, damn," Lin Yi cursed, releasing his soul, and the first thing he did was check his Bone Refinement set and the spoils in his backpack. Fortunately, since he had not been the first to strike, the chances of item loss were minimal. Lin Yi chose not to resurrect in the graveyard. Instead, he opted for the method of running corpse, which allows him to revive at the location of his demise. By employing this approach, the player does not suffer from weakness, and the durability of their equipment does not diminish further. For elven players, upon death, their soul manifests as a translucent soul sphere, enabling them to sprint at a speed twice that of their normal pace, and even granting them the ability to briefly take flight. Within mere minutes, Lin Yi arrived at the spot where he had perished. Jinning Lu Yun sat on the ground, consuming food to restore his condition, seemingly intent on guarding Lin Yi's body. Players have the option to resurrect within a 40-yard radius of their corpse, presenting Lin Yi with an opportunity. "System, do you wish to resurrect?" "Yes." Lin Yi returned to life, instantly unleashing an arrow. The speed of his skill's arrow was exceedingly swift, leaving Jinning Lu Yun with little time to react, and he was immobilized by a thunderstorm arrow. Lin Yi followed up with 3 consecutive skill arrows, all striking Jinning Lu Yun. In terms of burst damage, Lin Yi's equipment was undoubtedly formidable. In an instant, Jinning Lu Yun's health was significantly reduced, yet he remained composed, swiftly adjusting his position to charge toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi sneered as a penetrating arrow struck Jinning Lu Yun's chest, interrupting his initial charge skill. Jinning Lu Yun's expression soured. This was the second time his charge had been disrupted. The charge was an instantaneous skill requiring only a brief movement, and he had not anticipated that Lin Yi could interrupt even such a skill. Jinning Lu Yun possessed many charge skills, but the distance of a swordsman's charge was limited to 30 yards. This time, Lin Yi had seized the initiative, gaining a considerable advantage and ensuring that Jinning Lu Yun would not have a second chance to charge. Lin Yi switched to the Boots of Frenzy, initiating a kiting strategy. Although he sacrificed the 5p set bonus, he compensated with speed, which matched and even surpassed Jinning Lu Yun's due to his class and race. Jinning Lu Yun found himself increasingly frustrated as Lin Yi expertly controlled the distance. Despite several attempts to accelerate and close in, he failed, for his opponent was swifter. The two maintained a distance exceeding 35 yards, regardless of Jian Ing Lu Yun's proficient movements. His health continued to dwindle under Lin Ye's relentless assault. With the final blow, Jian Ing Lu Yun fell to the ground, while Lin Yi remained in pristine condition. "Little brother, are you convinced now?" Lin Yi remarked with a hint of mockery as Jian Ing Lu Yun lay defeated. Observing Jian Ing Lu Yun release his soul, Lin Yi retrieved a portion of crocodile stew from his backpack and sat down, whistling to summon his falcon. Holding the Xuanhua bow, Lin Yi began to silently calculate Jian Ing Lu Yun's resurrection time. Chapter 043. Elementalist Arcane Ring. A sudden flash of white light appeared behind Lin Yi. Almost simultaneously, he spun around and unleashed a thunderstorm arrow. Jian Ing Lu Yun was momentarily stunned. He had chosen this location to revive because it lay within Lin Ye's blind spot, and he had not expected to be discovered so swiftly. However, Lin Yi had been meticulously tracking Jian Ing Lu Yun's resurrection time and had activated the Falcon's Eagle Eye skill, granting him a comprehensive view in all directions. A brief moment of rigidity proved fatal, as Jian Ing Lu Yun lost half his health in an instant. Before he could regain his composure, Lin Yi struck again with an arrow, sending him flying. The scenario seemed to revert to the previous encounter, with the distance between them exceeding 35 yards, preventing Jian Ing Lu Yun from utilizing his charge skills and causing his health to plummet further. At that moment, a wild creature suddenly respawned, and without hesitation, Jian Ing Lu Yun initiated a charge toward the creature, covering over 20 yards and closing the gap to just a few yards from Lin Yi. He then executed a second charge, approaching Lin Yi with seamless fluidity, flawlessly executed. System. You have died, in mere moments. Lin Ye's health was completely depleted. Jian Ing Lu Yun's ability to seize opportunities was remarkable. Even Lin Yi, a former ally, held a certain admiration for him. Having died twice, Lin Ye's experience points had diminished significantly, and another death would see him revert to level 19. Forget it. Lin Yi opted for a graveyard resurrection. Recognizing that there was no need to compete with Jian Ing Lu Yun at this moment, of course, Lin Yi had to concede that his chances against Jian Ing Lu Yun were not favorable, lacking a battle pet and mobility skills. Coupled with class disadvantages against a swordsman with 3 charge skills, he found himself at a significant disadvantage. Exiting the graveyard, Lin Yi relied on Shadow of Darkness to navigate past the merman respawn area and return to Harlantown. Jian Ing Lu Yun, still guarding Lin Ye's corpse, departed after more than half an hour, having completed his task of stealing a valuable item from the merman chief, Benbala. Upon returning to Harlantown, Lin Yi scarcely had time to repair his equipment before hastily using the teleportation array to return to Rada's city. With less than 2 minutes remaining on the task timer, Lin Yi activated a speed scroll and donned the boots of frenzy. Sprinting at full speed, missing the task deadline would result in a tremendous setback on the streets of Rada's city. Lin Ye's velocity left passing players astounded. What the hell is that? Am I seeing things? The archer is running faster than a rogue. Someone report him. Lin Yi dashed into the Adventurers Association Hall and submitted the task with mere seconds to spare. You have done exceptionally well, Adventurer. Your heroic deeds will forever be recorded in the annals of the Goranlin Empire. The emissary who issued the task regarded Lin Yi with profound respect. This is merely my duty, Lin Yi replied, performing a standard knightly salute, ensuring to maintain appearances. Take this task completion certificate. General Tyler of the City Guards and Radas will reward you for your achievement. The emissary handed Lin Yi a beautifully crafted task certificate made of silk. Lin Yi accepted the certificate and bid farewell to the emissary as he exited the bustling hall. General Tyler commanded the entire guard of Rada's city and wielded considerable power. Under normal circumstances, players were not entitled to meet him. In the military district of Rada's city, numerous soldiers marched in perfect formation during their drills. Adventurer, this is not a place for you, one of the guards remarked. Stopping Lin Yi presented the task certificate to explain his purpose. What? You killed that brutal merman chief, Benbala? One of the guards gazed at Lin Yi incredulously. Indeed, I lived up to the mission, Lin Yi stated plainly. Instantly, the 2 guards regard for Lin Yi's sword, their eyes filled with awe as they personally escorted him into the military hall. The head of the military hall, General Tyler reviewed maps, occasionally making annotations. "Greetings, General Tyler." Lin Yi saluted and promptly presented the task completion certificate. "Truly remarkable. Your strength exceeds my expectations. The Goranlin Empire is fortunate to have a hero such as you," General Tyler remarked solemnly as he accepted the task certificate. System. Task Merman Rampage submitted successfully. System. You have gained 500,000 experience points. System. You have earned 300 prestige points. System. You have received the item Elementalist Arcane Ring. Elementalist Arcane Ring, Bronze Tier, requires level 20, Intelligence 30. All attributes enhanced by 15, with an additional arcane ability that allows movement forward up to 30 yards, enhancing the damage of your next skill by 15, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. This exquisite ring radiated a purple luminescence as Lin Yi held it, feeling the magical energy contained within. Truly, as a bronze-tier piece of equipment, its attributes were exceptional. Lin Yi eagerly equipped the ring, experiencing an immediate boost to his attributes, and a new skill, Arcane, appeared in his skill bar. Just as Lin Yi was about to depart, he noticed a map on General Tyler's desk, which appeared to be a nautical chart filled with numerous markings and illustrations of unknown monsters. "Our forces remain too weak. I must propose to higher authorities the training of more soldiers capable of combat at sea," General Tyler muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi realized it indeed pertained to the ocean. The weak are not to be feared. As long as one holds steadfast beliefs, victory will eventually belong to the Goranlin Empire. Lin Yi fabricated an inspiring statement. "I wonder if I could serve the Empire." "You make a valid point. But your strength is still rather lacking," General Tyler responded, shaking his head. Lin Yi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and continued the dialogue, yet the outcome was consistently unyielding. Recognizing the futility, Lin Yi resigned himself and exited the military hall. The oceanic map represented a high-level adventure zone, which, given the current player levels, was indeed perilous. The system was unlikely to open this series of adventure tasks for the time being. With the remaining time, Lin Yi first organized his backpack, placing items in the warehouse or selling them in the shop as appropriate. His personal warehouse was filled with several rows of equipment, the vast majority being bronze-tier gear suitable for levels 15 to 20. Highly sought after in the game, Lin Yi selected several white copper-tier items to sell at the trading post, while considering the trident of the Merman Chief, Bimbala, a valuable level 20 bronze weapon, for which he planned to arrange a cash transaction. After listing the equipment, Lin Yi yawned. He had not logged off for 4 or 5 days, a feat made possible by the protective measures of the game's virtual cabin. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to exhaustion within the game system. "Have you exited the game?" "Yes." Lin Yi logged out of the game and collapsed onto his bed. Chapter 044. Serendipity after waking from a deep slumber. It was already the afternoon of the second day. The quest within the game had been completed, and the Bone Lien set was fully equipped. Lin Yi no longer needed to rush through any progress. So he donned a coat and departed from his rented room. For the past few days, Lin Yi had subsisted on simple noodle soup, and it was time to treat himself properly. This area was on the outskirts of the city, lacking the hustle and bustle of the urban core, yet offering a serene tranquility to as was his custom. Lin Yi made his way to Old Huang's restaurant. During the day, Old Huang was likely absent from the game. The time was just past 3 in the afternoon, well past meal times, and the restaurant was nearly empty. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Old Huang greeted him warmly and instructed the kitchen to prepare several signature dishes. He invited Lin Yi to a private room, where they dined and chatted. Old Huang expressed that in a few days his cooking level would reach level 5, that a level 5 chef was quite a rarity in the game, as high-grade ingredients were scarce. Even major studios found it difficult to cultivate a level 5 chef in such a short span of time, as some premium ingredients, like sea fish, were not merely purchasable with money. Without high-grade ingredients, the proficiency in cooking advanced at a painfully slow pace. "By the way, what level are you at now?" Lin Yi inquired. "Level 12. Old Huang replied that he had dedicated most of his time to cooking, leaving little opportunity to level up. Furthermore, his equipment and techniques were subpar, making solo kills impossible and leaving him unwanted in teams. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a twinge of guilt, as old Huang had helped him craft a considerable amount of food, including the materials for forging the frenzied boots. I've acquired quite a bit of gear these past few days, including several mage items that I'll send them over to you when I log in tonight, Lin Yi offered. If old Huang had a full set of bronze-level equipment, even with mediocre skills, he would be more than capable of participating in team hunts. No need. Equipment is so expensive now, you should sell it to the studio instead. As I'm not focusing on combat professions, old Huang declined. These items aren't worth much. Besides, without equipment, it'll be hard for you to find a team, and you want to level up. Once high-level maps open up, you'll be left behind. Even fishing, if you lack equipment and level, a mere low-level monster could easily take you out, Lin Yi explained. Well then, I suppose I'll heed your advice. Old Huang chuckled. Among old friends, there was no need for excessive formality. Did I end the evening? Lin Yi re-entered the game, that he selected several pieces of equipment from his personal warehouse, all of which were decent cloth armor, including a level 15 staff with 2 flames enhancements, perfect for a fire mage. Lin Yi traded everything to old Huang. You should join me for some dungeon runs over the next few days, Lin Yi suggested, planning to take old Huang to the skeleton cave. Old Huang's level was within 10 levels of the monsters, allowing for experience bonuses that if the level difference exceeded 10 levels, the experience would drop to a mere 1 point. Old Huang nodded in agreement, aware that without Lin Yi's assistance, completing simple daily quests would take him over a month to reach level 15, that the two made their way to Hailing Town, with Lin Yi leading them towards the skeleton cave. They had not walked far when they encountered a small team of about 10 players, half of whom were female. Oh, Jingjie, isn't that the mage who cooked for us? Old Huang, one of the girls exclaimed. The area around Hailing Town was filled with high-level maps. It was surprising to see old Huang here. The leading female warrior hesitated for a moment, but then approached old Huang. Hello, she greeted with a slight nod, acknowledging him as he had prepared a considerable amount of food for them. Uncle, what brings you to Hailing Town? Yu joined in, then noticed Lin Yi beside old Huang, curiously examining him. Lin Yi, clad in the bone lien set with a hood obscuring his face, exuded an air of mystery. Hello, I'm here on a quest, old Huang replied, slightly taken aback. If you need assistance, feel free to call on us, Yin Jing offered to old Huang. Yes, we can certainly help you out for free. You don't need to hire other players, Uncle, Yu added, mistakenly assuming Lin Yi was hired muscle for old Huang. This was quite common in the game, as many players unable to complete quests alone would pay for skilled players' assistance. Perhaps next time, old Huang replied. We won't disturb you any longer. If you need help, just message me directly, Yin Jing said, her gaze lingering on Lin Yi. For some reason, he struck her as vaguely familiar, as if she had known him for a long time. After speaking, Yin Jing led her team away. That archer is so aloof, turning her head away. How pretentious! One of the female players huffed as they walked away, wondering if they were unattractive. I bet she's just one of those self-important, deluded pro players who can only fool casual players. A rogue in the group chuckled. Don't be ridiculous. I genuinely think that player is skilled. A nearby warrior interjected seriously. Li Gu is right. That archer's prowess surpasses any of ours. She is likely wearing a full set, Yin Jing remarked, her expression turning grave, that a full set was something even many professional players from major studios lacked. A full set? They managed to get one that quickly? Yu and the others gasped in disbelief. Indeed, there are always skilled players out there. Now that we recognize this, we realize just how much we still have to improve. Yin Jing sighed, troubled by the future of their studio, that if they were merely a small studio, their current strength might suffice. However, to grow and flourish, they had a long way to go. Even when the system eventually allowed for the establishment of guilds, their chances of success remained uncertain. Observing Yin Jing's worried demeanor, the others vowed to no longer slack off in leveling up, to avoid mistakes in dungeons, and to strive to enhance their abilities, aiming to acquire full sets and become a top-tier studio. Yin Jing felt somewhat comforted, but understood that with their current skills, reaching such heights was unattainable unless they could recruit top-tier players. Meanwhile, Lin Yi brought old Huang to the skeleton cave. I think that girl is quite nice. Why didn't you greet her? Old Huang asked. Noticing Lin Yi's silence, he continued, she can't be your ex-girlfriend, can she? Lin Yi was caught off guard by old Huang's words. Don't be ridiculous. That is not the case. It is just that some matters are not convenient for me to discuss. Lin Yi clarified. This was a personal matter for Lin Yi, and since he chose not to share, old Huang decided not to press further. Lin Yi began to pull monsters, while old Huang found a spot to sit down and logged into the game forum. Chapter 045. Fishfin Feast. The game forum was divided into several sections, such as profession, dungeon strategies, recruitment, tasks, and more. Old Huang logged into the life profession section, where he often shared posts about cooking and participated in discussions regarding other players' culinary experiences. Topics range from mastering cooking techniques, ingredient pairings, and the nuances of seasonings to cooking times. Most players in this section had read Old Huang's posts, and many had gained valuable insights from them. Old Huang's ID was quite well known in this forum, and he had garnered a following among players. Logging into the forum, Old Huang patiently addressed private messages, responding to various inquiries with sincerity. Naturally, he also received numerous direct messages from studios seeking to recruit him, which he chose to ignore. After addressing all the questions, Old Huang exited the forum and discovered he had reached level 14. How was this possible? It had only been 2 or 3 hours, and the speed was astonishing. In the skeleton cave, Lin Yi continually dispatched the skeleton soldiers, utilizing his current level and attributes to dominate the encounters, easily dispatching the monsters. The ground was littered with spoils, various potions, copper coins, low-level materials, and equipment of varying grades. Observing this, Old Huang hurried over to assist in collecting the loot. Although he was unable to defeat monsters, he could still help with the aftermath, watching Lin Yi wreak havoc. Old Huang couldn't help but marvel at the vigor of youth. He lacked the energy to wield a weapon and engage in combat himself. After dispatching another wave of monsters, Lin Yi took a seat to eat, enjoying a feast of various dishes prepared by Old Huang. Golden, juicy roasted porcupine legs, steamed pork chops, smoked bear meat, fried loaches, and pork liver pies. Although these foods bore no attributes and some only restored 200 or 300 health points, their flavors were undoubtedly exquisite. I end the game. Food did not spoil. As long as a campfire was lit and the dishes were slightly processed, the taste remained unaffected. Lin Yi's health and mana had long since been fully restored, and his skills were off cooldown. Yet he still savored a piece of venison. For the first time, he realized how fortunate it was to have a friend skilled in life professions. This was truly a delight. He recalled the words spoken by an NPC in a game he once played. Friends, family, and good food. These are what truly matter. At this moment, he felt a profound resonance. The system chimed. Your friend Bloodstained Mountains and Rivers is now online. Lin Yi, gnawing on a piece of meat, noticed that Bloodstained had logged in. He promptly sent Bloodstained a series of images showcasing delectable dishes, accompanied by a message. Come enjoy a feast. Speaking of feasts, Lin Yi remembered he had a particular ingredient still in his inventory. The fin of a merman. Slaying mermen always yielded this ingredient, but Lin Yi's fin, in terms of quality and other attributes, was undoubtedly superior to that of the lesser creatures. After all, it had been dropped by the formidable boss, Ben Dorba. Contemplating this, he retrieved the fin from his bag. Take a look. Can you do something with this? Lin Yi handed the fin to Lao Huang. High-quality ingredient? Absolutely no problem, Lao Huang exclaimed, visibly more elated upon encountering the premium ingredient than Lin Yi had been at the sight of a full set of gear. He immediately began to prepare the fin. Lin Yi observed closely as Lao Huang wielded a filleting knife with remarkable agility. His wrist strength was impressive. The fin was substantial, weighing over 10 pounds, and its meat was exquisitely rich. Watching Lao Huang's deft skills left Lin Yi in awe. Even many rogues could not match Lao Huang's fluidity. I think you chose the wrong profession. You would have made a splendid rogue, Lin Yi chuckled. Lao Huang cut the fin into appropriately sized chunks and then commenced the marinating process. Utilizing at least a dozen ingredients that Lin Yi had never encountered before, it was no wonder that the same type of food could yield such disparate flavors. Lin Yi dared to assert that nearly all players in the game cooked using a singular method, either tossing the meat directly into boiling water or roasting it over an open fire, without much finesse. Observing Lao Huang's masterful marinating technique truly opened Lin Yi's eyes. This high-quality ingredient requires at least an hour to marinate. Lao Huang noted. With no interest left in monster hunting, Lin Yi settled down to await the preparation of the fin. After approximately 30 to 40 minutes, blood-stained mountains and rivers jogged over. Upon arrival, he spotted Lin Yi and an unfamiliar player arranging food in the clearing at the cave entrance. With 2 campfires crackling beneath a pot, faintly, he could detect the tantalizing aroma of food. Upon seeing Bloodstained, the two exchanged greetings. "This is my friend Lao Huang," Lin Yi introduced. "Hello." Lao Huang nodded at Bloodstained, noting the fierce gaze and formidable presence of the barbarian warrior, indicating that he too was a skilled player of a combat profession. Bloodstained returned the nod and then noticed the food Lao Huang was marinating. His expression tinged with surprise. Did such a simple dish truly require this level of care? Could it be a high-grade food that conferred additional attributes? He quickly observed Lao Huang's adept knife skills, realizing that they were swift and practiced. The strength in his wrists was astounding. Bloodstained soon concluded. This was a master of crafting professions. Bloodstained recalled the time Lin Yi had traded him crocodile stew, a food that conferred additional attributes, which ordinary players could not create. Likely a product of this mage named Lao Huang. As the marinating time concluded, Lao Huang placed the prepared fin into the pot he had already set up. Soon, the water began to heat, and Lao Huang skillfully adjusted the flame, adding in a medley of ingredients. Gradually, an intoxicating aroma began to waft through the air. Lin Yi swallowed hard, captivated by a scent he had never encountered before. The ingredients from a boss creature promised to be exceptionally delectable. "Your friend is quite the expert," Bloodstained remarked, nodding appreciatively. Few could earn his admiration, but Lin Yi and Lao Huang certainly did. It was rare to find someone who could elevate crafting professions to such heights within the game. The sumptuous merman fin stew was complete. Upon consumption, it would restore 2,000 points of health and mana, as well as 40 points of stamina within 24 seconds, while also increasing attack power by 100 points for 10 minutes. With a consumption limit of 20 players, the culinary masterpiece was ready, a feast meant to nourish an entire team of players. What formidable attributes! Bloodstained marveled at the pot of stew. An increase of 100 points in attack power at this level was nothing short of extraordinary. Potentially raising damage output by over 20 points, the three of them gathered around, ready to indulge in this grand meal. Lin Yi picked up a piece of fin and took a bite. An explosion of unparalleled flavors enveloped his senses. A delightful meld of the tender, succulent fin and an array of harmonious spices. Bloodstained, accustomed to subsisting on spring water and bread while leveling up, found this feast to be worlds apart. The entire skeleton cave was suffused with the exquisite aroma of the merman fin stew. Chapter 046. Triggering a plot quest. Lin Yi and Bloodstained sang praises of the dish, declaring it the most delectable food they had ever tasted. "This is all thanks to the high-quality ingredients. I could never achieve such flavor with ordinary ingredients," Lao Huang admitted candidly. Lin Yi understood well that the taste of food was indeed linked to the quality of the ingredients, but even more so to the skill of the player. The same principle applied to monster hunting and PvP. Damage was naturally tied to equipment. Yet the player's technique was of paramount importance. Irrespective of whether they belonged to crafting or combat professions, sated in content, Lin Yi prepared to rise and engage in monster hunting. "I appreciate your assistance," Lao Huang said to Bloodstained, acknowledging their lack of familiarity, yet requesting his aid in drawing monsters. "No need to be so formal. We are all friends here," Bloodstained replied, then promptly set off to attract monsters, with both Lin Yi and Bloodstained present. Their efficiency in defeating foes increased significantly compared to earlier. Meanwhile, Lao Huang busied himself with collecting the spoils of battle. Each time, they finished off a group of monsters and restored their health. Lao Huang would prepare more delectable dishes, his forte. After several hours, Lao Huang's experience skyrocketed, surpassing level 15 to reach level 16, while Bloodstained smoothly ascended to level 19.as for Lin Yi, lacking the benefits of level-up bonuses. His experience only increased by less than 20%. They departed once their equipment's durability was nearly exhausted. "Feel free to hand over the materials and equipment we collected, and I will sell them for you." "I'll send you the earnings," Lao Huang suggested. Bloodstained had no objections. Selling equipment was not his strength, nor did he have the time to fuss over it. Lin Yi was equally pleased with this arrangement and thus entrusted the items to Lao Huang. You asked me earlier why I moved so quickly while fighting the skeleton boss. Lin Yi smiled as he revealed the attributes of the Swift Fury boots. Bloodstain's eyes widened in astonishment. A bronze-grade piece of equipment. After examining the attributes of the Swift Fury boots, he fully understood. No wonder Lin Yi moved so swiftly. He possessed such exceptional gear. Here's the plan. Let me know what materials you need. And once I gather them, I will rely on you for assistance, Bloodstain proposed. No problem, Lin Yi nodded. Knowing Bloodstain's character, he was certain that if he directly offered the Swift Fury boots, Bloodstain would refuse. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have simply gifted them. Lin Yi sent over a list of the primary materials he required, and then the group exchanged farewells. You've become quite the accomplished mage, Lin Yi remarked to Lao Huang. Now clad in level 15 bronze gear, Lao Huang, while not as formidable as the core team players of larger studios, still possessed attributes far exceeding those of ordinary players. Please, no need for flattery. Lao Huang waved his hand dismissively. Fully aware of his own limitations, even in full divine gear, he could not contend with a boss of the same level. If you have the time, you can venture into any leveling area. With your gear, any team would welcome you. Just wait for the tank to stabilize the monsters, then focus on casting your spells, Lin Yi advised. Lao Huang was still somewhat anxious about concepts like aggro, burst damage, and focus fire, but he understood that teaming up to hunt monsters was a step he needed to take. Just practice more, and you'll get the hang of it, Lin Yi encouraged, knowing that every newcomer faced similar challenges. At worst, he would just die a few more times. Lao Huang returned to Dalera City, while Lin Yi remained in Harlan Town. Although Harlan Town was a small settlement, lacking the vibrancy of Dalera City, it still buzzed with activity at night. Players gathered in the town, some drinking and sharing stories of their adventures in battling monsters and leveling up. Others set up small stalls, selling their loot. Lin Yi purchased some fabric from fellow players, silk, a medium-grade material useful for crafting bandages and wraps. This mid-tier silk could be used to create Tier 3 bandages, which restored 60 health points per second, quite decent. Silk was only dropped by monsters of level 20 or above, and Lin Yi bought a dozen pieces. System. You have crafted silk bandages. First aid proficiency 5 points. There is no failure rate for crafting bandages. Lin Yi successfully produced 12 silk bandages. Silk bandages requires guidance. Upon use, restores 60 health points per second for 10 seconds. Level restriction. 10. The advantage of bandages is that there is no cooldown time, and they can be used even in combat, often turning the tide in critical situations. Exiting Harlan Town, Lin Yi, with the mystical fire bow slung over his shoulder, ventured forth, ready to explore the uncharted territories that lay ahead. He passed through a forest where a meandering stream flowed, occasionally spotting the shadow of a fearsome wolf prowling nearby. The fearsome wolves were level 24, with 2,000 health points. The attacking power of this wild wolf is not particularly high. However, being struck by such a creature inflicts a negative debuff akin to rabies. This debuff results in a 50 reduction in healing efficacy and diminishes all attribute values by 50 points, coupled with a 20-point decrease in movement speed, which is rather unpleasant. Lin Yi battles fiercely, and these forest terror wolves soon meet their demise. It has grown late, and Lin Yi has lost track of time. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to two figures on the stone bridge by the riverbank. One appears to be an NPC, while the other resembles a player, seemingly engaged in conversation. Perhaps they are involved in a special quest. Lin Yi muses, and he approaches them. As he draws nearer, he recognizes that the NPC on the bridge is a middle-aged man, and beside him stands a female druid. The druid, named Scarlet Fantasy, notices Lin Yi and gasps softly, surprised to encounter a player in such a remote location at this hour. However, it is evident that Lin Yi does not capture her full attention. She swiftly transforms into a cheetah and vanishes in a blur. Lin Yi quickly approaches the NPC. Klein, level 25, health points 2200, status, friendly. Greetings, I am an adventurer from Rada City. How may I assist you? Lin Yi speaks with utmost respect. Klein's face is etched with worry as he gazes into the distance. Strange occurrences have plagued the village of late. Villagers have inexplicably vanished, and some claim that monsters have attacked them. My son was dispatched with a squad of soldiers to investigate, but he has not returned for over 2 weeks. Some villagers have told me that he and his team perished at Crow Ridge. But I refuse to believe it. I will wait for his return. Lin Yi remained silent, observing the determination in Klein's eyes. Yet, he knows deep down that it is likely his son has succumbed to the wilderness and will not return. I believe in your son. He is a warrior of the Goranlin Empire, and he will surely come back. Lin Yi reassures that Klein's expression shifts, his gaze towards Lin Yi becoming animated. Wonderful. Finally, someone believes my son will return. System. You have triggered the plot quest to find Charles's whereabouts. Chapter 047, Scarlet Fantasy. Indeed, there is potential. Lin Yi contemplates, recognizing this as a tactic of gameplay. Had he expressed his thoughts earlier about the likelihood of Klein's son being dead, he might have missed this quest entirely. Young elf. I am pleased that you share my belief, but Crow Ridge is an exceedingly perilous place that I cannot allow you to venture forth recklessly unless you can prove your capability, Klein informs Lin Yi. How should I prove myself? Lin Yi inquires. If you can slay the nearby Kets. I will feel secure in entrusting you with this task, Klein replies slowly. The Ket is a type of wild creature that roams the nearby forest, level 24, small in size, often appearing in swarms. Without area of effect skills, one would be unwise to provoke these little beasts. Quest. Eliminate 30 Kets that you accept. Lin Yi sees no reason to decline. Such narrative quests, once completed, do not reappear. These quests often entail numerous steps, with substantial rewards upon completion. Engaging in quests is a particularly enjoyable aspect of the game, allowing exploration of uncharted territories while earning experience and gear. With the quest in hand, Lin Yi proceeds without hesitation towards the territory where the Kets spawn. After walking for roughly 100 yards, Lin Yi suddenly halts and remarks, "Your stealth skills leave much to be desired." The surroundings are enveloped in darkness, with only a few insects producing faint sounds. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall take action. Lin Yi shifts his gaze towards a cluster of bushes behind him. How did you discover me, despite my impeccable hiding? Indeed, emerging from the thicket is a figure, a cheetah, a shape-shifting druid. The cheetah morphs back into a female druid, the very player Lin Yi had previously observed. Why are you following me? Lin Yi inquires, frowning slightly, not allowing the fact that she is female to soften his vigilance. First, tell me how you found me, Scarlet Fantasy demands, hands on her hips, visibly irked. Initially, she had been engaged in conversation with Klein for quite some time without obtaining the quest, while this newcomer had effortlessly acquired it. Moreover, she had sought to use her professional advantage by stealthily tailing this archer to uncover the situation, yet she had been discovered almost immediately. Her indignation is palpable. It was merely a guess. Lin Yi chuckles at her expression. Scarlet Fantasy rolls her eyes dramatically. And why were you able to accept the quest while I could not? She continues to question. Perhaps it is due to my superior charm, Lin Yi replies. Crossing his arms, Scarlet Fantasy regards him with evident disdain. Suddenly, she appears to have an epiphany, exclaiming angrily, "Are you implying that I am unattractive?" Lin Yi is taken aback, choosing not to respond. She scrutinizes the druid named Scarlet Fantasy, who seems quite youthful, petite, and while not conventionally beautiful, possesses a certain charm. Logically, a girl of her stature would not typically find herself alone in such a forested area, especially at night. The fear of darkness is a common trait among many female players. Yet, Lin Yi senses that this druid, Scarlet Fantasy, possesses a rather carefree spirit. Nevertheless, she does not seem to harbor any ill intentions, prompting Lin Yi to consider leaving. Hey, how can you be like this? I spotted this quest first. At least share it with me. Scarlet Fantasy calls out as Lin Yi turns to depart. Most quests can be shared among players, although experience points are divided among them. Come on, you can't be that stingy, she exclaims, playfully slapping Lin Yi on the shoulder. The force of her slap causes Lin Yi to stagger slightly, nearly mistaking it for an attempt to initiate a player kill. Moreover, I won't be taking advantage of you. I can assist you in monster hunting, ensuring you won't suffer any losses, Scarlet Fantasy offers, confidently patting her modest chest. What do you say, handsome? She pleads, sensing that this quest holds significant importance. Fine, I suppose I can concede a bit. Lin Yi relents, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. It is simply his nature to yield to such entreaties. Losing a bit of quest experience is inconsequential. Upon hearing Lin Ye's agreement, Scarlet Fantasy beams with joy, tugging at his shoulder and urging, "Quickly, let's share the quest." System. Do you accept player Minjiwai's request to share the quest? Upon viewing the quest details, Scarlet Fantasy's excitement intensifies. Ah! It is indeed a narrative quest. No wonder I couldn't grasp it. I've heard that the final rewards for such quests are exceptional, that I wonder if that is truly the case, she murmurs. Her curiosity piqued. Soon, the duo arrives at the spawning ground of the Kets, where the forest is densely populated with creatures of varying sizes. What is your primary specialization? Ligne Inuitis. Shapeshifting with a focus on defense, Scarlet Fantasy replies. The shapeshifting abilities of druids are categorized into two specializations. One focusing on offensive capabilities, primarily through the cheetah form, excelling in stealth, mobility, and close-range physical damage. The other specializing in defensive capabilities through the bear form, offering substantial resilience, making them ideal frontline protectors for their frail companions. Since you specialize in defense, you should take the lead, while I provide range support, Lin Yi suggests. Watch how I draw the enemies. Once I signal, you can unleash your attacks, but do not over-aggro, or I will not take responsibility, Scarlet Fantasy instructs. With that, she transforms from her petite elf form into a formidable-looking giant bear. She charges towards a cluster of Kets, quickly initiating her assault. The giant bear lets out a deep growl, successfully drawing the aggro of 5 or 6 Kets. With a swift swipe of her powerful paw, the bear's attack encompasses a wide area, striking all the Kets with precision. Lin Yi is taken aback by Scarlet Fantasy's adeptness at aggro management and her meticulous attention to detail, as the threat level remains stable. Brother, attack quickly, she urges, adjusting her position with haste. Lin Yi finds the shift in address amusing. Before the quest, she had referred to him as handsome, but now, with the quest in hand, she has reverted to calling him brother. Being addressed as such by a girl several years younger than himself feels rather absurd. Lightning Arrow. The Kets, being diminutive in stature and possessing only 1,200 health points, are more troublesome in their numbers, often appearing in groups ranging from 5 to dozens. With area of effect skills, they become manageable foes. The lightning arrow, trailing a silver arc, strikes true, producing a bright flash akin to lightning in the night. Massive critical damage erupts from the Kets, and in the blink of an eye, the 5 or 6 Kets are dispatched. Observing the fallen Kets, Scarlet Fantasy stands in awe. What kind of damage is this? One skill can annihilate an entire group. Chapter 048, Crow Ridge. I had no idea your equipment was so exceptional, Scarlet Fantasy exclaims. Her gaze fixed on Lin Ye an instant. She charges towards nearly 10 Kets, including a particularly large one, that the giant Ket boasts double the health of a standard Ket, and possesses a web attack that can immobilize its target for 3 seconds. This predicament is rather dire. Being immobilized renders one incapable of evading attacks, leaving them to endure damage head-on that a moment's inattention could lead to being simultaneously besieged by multiple foes, resulting in instant annihilation. The colossal creature, known as the Giant Knot, leaped with ferocity, aiming to strike at Scarlet Fantasy. Lin Yi, with a swift arrow, sent the enormous spider crashing into a nearby tree. Scarlet Fantasy was profoundly astonished. If the previous arrow that felled the small spider could be attributed to Lin Ye's superior equipment, this latest shot that repelled the giant knot was a testament to his remarkable skill. The two worked in perfect harmony, swiftly dispatching the swarm of knots, including a giant knot. Lin Ye's mana dwindled to around 20, and Scarlet Fantasy's health fell below 30. They urgently needed to consume food to restore their vitality. I didn't realize you possessed such exceptional skills, Scarlet Fantasy remarked, seated on the ground. I hope I didn't embarrass you. Lin Yi chuckled. Scarlet Fantasy, slightly disgruntled, consumed her food. Lin Ye's prowess far surpassed hers. She had narrowly avoided being overwhelmed by several spiders, and had it not been for Lin Ye's precise arrows that repelled the monsters, she would have had to flee. Here, this is high-grade spring water and bread, quite costly, that don't say I neglected you. Scarlet Fantasy offered Lin Yi several portions of high-quality sustenance. Scarlet Fantasy was quite generous. Most players at this stage were still relying on intermediate food. While using high-grade provisions, was an extravagant indulgence. "No, thank you," Lin Yi replied, retrieving a spicy wolf steak from his backpack. Spicy wolf steak. Consuming it restores 800 health and mana points within 18 seconds. Requiring a level of 10, Lin Yi kindled a campfire, warming the steak until it exuded an enticing aroma that he took a bite, with juices flowing from the corner of his mouth. The exterior was crispy, while the interior remained tender. Absolutely delectable. Scarlet Fantasy was instantly captivated by the scent, watching Lin Yi devour his meal, swallowing hard. Noticing her reaction, Lin Yi once again pulled out a few more wolf steaks from his backpack and offered them to her. "Thank you," Scarlet Fantasy said. Surprisingly polite, wiping the crumbs of bread from her lips. She then ignited her own campfire, heating her steak until it too began to release an irresistible fragrance that as she took a bite, her eyes widened in delight. And she lost all sense of decorum, devouring it voraciously. "Delicious!" Scarlet Fantasy exclaimed between mouthfuls. Soon, they finished their wolf steaks and prepared to continue their hunt. The task required them to eliminate knots, but it seemed that the small knots they had just dispatched did not count towards their objective. Only the larger knots qualified as task monsters. With a mischievous grin, Scarlet Fantasy approached Lin Yi and inquired, "How come the food you cook tastes so exquisite?" "It's a finished product," Lin Yi admitted. "He could never replicate such flavors." "Don't try to deceive me. I've purchased finished products from other players. And they were merely average," Scarlet Fantasy frowned. She gazed at the hooded archer, her curiosity piqued about his true identity. "I have a friend who is a culinary master," Lin Yi explained. Scarlet Fantasy remained somewhat skeptical. They resumed their monster hunting, and soon the forest was teeming with knots, allowing them to complete their task requirements swiftly. "Let's head back," Lin Yi suggested, glancing at the task. Scarlet Fantasy transformed into a cheetah and dashed ahead. Following the path, they arrived at the stone bridge by the riverside, where they found Brian. "You have not disappointed me, indeed." "Very well. Since you possess such capabilities, I shall entrust this task to you. Task details: journey to Crow Ridge and uncover clues regarding Charles. If necessary, do not hesitate to teach those vile undead a harsh lesson." "You must find Charles," Brian implored Lin Yi with a deep bow. Moved by Brian's earnest gaze, Lin Yi returned the gesture. "I will exert every effort to retrieve Charles. He is a valiant warrior of Goranlin," Lin Yi vowed. Brian's expression grew resolute as he waved his hand, casting a golden light upon Lin Yi and Scarlet Fantasy. "Unyielding. Increases your attack and defense by 10. Be cautious, little sprites, and may fortune favor your journey," he added. Thus, Lin Yi and Scarlet Fantasy, imbued with the unyielding buff, set forth towards Crow Ridge. "So that's how the task is triggered," Scarlet Fantasy pondered. Crow Ridge, as indicated by their task, was home to numerous undead and a few abominations. The forest was occasionally disturbed by the irksome cawing of crows that in the silent graveyard. A gray mist hung in the air, and the chilling breeze made Scarlet Fantasy's complexion pale. She dared not stray too far from Lin Yi. Suddenly, a tomb nearby emitted a cracking sound, reminiscent of bones creaking. This startling noise resonated ominously in such an environment, as if something dreadful was about to unfold. Lin Yi's heart raced, instinctively activating Dark Shroud to enter stealth. Scarlet Fantasy, equally startled by the sound, leaped behind Lin Yi. They took a few cautious steps forward, and Lin Yi scrutinized the tomb that had made the noise, feeling a chill run down his spine. It appeared that something was attempting to claw its way out from within, that a series of cracking sounds echoed. And finally, the stone slab of the tomb was flung aside, revealing a ghastly pale hand emerging from the earth. Lin Yi tightened his grip on the Xuanhua bow, involuntarily increasing the pressure as he prepared for the worst. Although he was an experienced gamer, unfazed by many situations, the high realism of this virtual game mirrored reality. Encountering such a horrifying scene made his heart race uncontrollably. The hand protruding from the tomb was ghastly pale and swollen, as if submerged in water for too long. Several fingers had even begun to rot, exposing the yellowish fat and white skeletal joints beneath. The nails were uneven and sharp, a grotesque sight. The stench of decay was palpable in the air. Scarlet Fantasy felt nauseated and promptly retched. Damn this realistic virtuality, Lin Yi could no longer contain himself and shot an arrow at the emerging horror. This was not Lin Yi's first encounter with undead skeletons, but in comparison to this abomination, the skeletons he had faced before seemed almost adorable. The abomination, level 24 with 2,500 health points, emerged fully from the ground as Lin Yi's arrow dealt over 400 points of damage. Infuriated by the attack, the abomination surged forth from the earth, revealing its grotesque form in its entirety. Chapter 049. The undead alchemist Grello's The Abomination was a repulsive amalgamation, a monstrosity stitched together from decaying corpses. Its body marred by rough white seams connecting various parts. Standing over 3 meters tall, it bore a rusted iron chain coiled around its arm, dragging behind it as it moved, the chain producing a nauseating, wet sound. In its other hand, it wielded a blunt, straight axe, dripping with green ichor that splattered as it walked. The abomination, enraged by Lin Yi's assault, directed all its fury towards him. With a swift motion, it lashed the chain towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the chain that whipped past his scalp, arcing through the air before crashing down onto the ground. Lin Yi crouched against a large tree and loosed an arrow into the abomination's abdomen, causing a spray of ichor that he began to retreat, while the abomination, hindered by the frost element's slowing effect, struggled to pursue, resorting to its chain for ranged attacks. Lin Yi dodged continuously, but as he maneuvered through the cemetery, more undead began to rise from the ground. Ghouls, level 24, with 2,000 health points, emerged, 3 in total, charging towards Lin Yi. Observing this, Scarlet Fantasy swiftly transformed and charged at the ghouls, drawing their aggro away. The ghouls, while far from appealing, appeared much more palatable in comparison to the abomination. Lin Yi executed another roll, evading the abomination's chain strike, and shifted his focus to the 3 ghouls, unleashing a lightning storm arrow. Silver currents erupted in the darkness, immobilizing the ghouls and reducing their health by nearly 2/3. The remaining health should be manageable for Scarlet Fantasy. Lin Yi continued to kite the abomination, using the numerous trees around them as cover, which provided excellent evasion opportunities. Once Scarlet Fantasy dispatched the 3 ghouls, Lin Yi successfully defeated the abomination alone. The abomination's massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, unable to advance further. Scarlet Fantasy felt a wave of nausea at the sight of the abomination, leaving the looting task to Lin Yi. The experience isn't bad, Lin Yi noted. Despite the abomination's repulsiveness, the experience points were quite substantial. Let's keep moving, Lin Yi declared, leading the way, while Scarlet Fantasy closely followed, casting wary glances around. Having slain the first abomination, Lin Yi felt considerably calmer, and they efficiently eliminated the subsequent abominations they encountered. I've got ichor all over me. It's revolting, Scarlet Fantasy complained after dispatching the abomination, constantly sniffing at her body. Fortunately, even though it felt incredibly realistic, it was merely a virtual experience, leaving no lasting marks or unpleasant odors that as they traveled onward, they had already defeated numerous abominations and ghouls, during which they also obtained a druid's wild healing skill. Much to Scarlet Fantasy's delight, that as Lin Yi ambled along, he suddenly halted, his brow slightly furrowing, that he crouched down and picked up a fragment of armor from the ground. This piece of armor, Lin Yi mused, noticing that it bore an emblem resembling a majestic eagle, that he recalled having seen this insignia in the military district of Dallas City. It was undoubtedly worn by the human guard. What are you doing? Acting all mysterious? Vejse van jedenast approached, noticing Lin Yi's pulse. The clues must be nearby, Lin Yi replied. Thus, he commenced a search in the vicinity, soon discovering a broken sword and an iron helmet. While Vejse Huang stumbled upon several shattered pieces of armor. I suspect that Charles and his companions perished here, but why are their bodies absent? Lin Yi pondered, perplexed. Could they have been devoured by ghouls? That seemed unlikely, as there were no ghouls remaining in the area, only a few respawned skeletons, which wouldn't account for the missing corpses. Oh, there's a small wooden cabin up ahead, and it appears to be illuminated. Perhaps there's an NPC inside, Vejse Huang suggested, having discovered a new lead. Lin Yi discarded the armor fragment and hastened towards the cabin. It seemed to be a quaint manner. However, The plants within the estate had turned black and withered, suggesting they had died long ago. Strangely, the little wooden cabin still glowed with light. Based on Lin Ye's gaming experience, he surmised that it was unlikely to be an NPC within the cabin. It was far more probable that a monster lurked inside, perhaps even the very creature responsible for the demise of Charles and his guards. If that were the case, it was likely to be at least a golden elite monster. Hey, do you think it's a monster or an NPC inside? Fei Sewanonthing Kawaii curiously. Having grown accustomed to letting Lin Yi make decisions throughout their journey. Given the light, it should be an NPC that IT might provide us with new clues or possibly a new quest. Lin Yi mused gravely after a moment of contemplation. I knew my instincts were correct. Let me handle this. Watch how I trigger the quest. Fei Sei Huanxi exclaimed, transforming into a cheetah and dashing towards the cabin, eager to beat Lin Yi to it. She burst through the door, only to be met with a harrowing sight. A hunched-over undead figure and a dozen human corpses. Some of the bodies were pale and swollen from being preserved in potions, revealing ghastly white bones in places, while others had already rotted, with entrails spilling upon the floor. The undead was currently dissecting a body, seemingly conducting some sort of experiment. The entire cabin was cluttered with various instruments and vividly colored potions, reeking of blood, decay, and a formaldehyde-like stench. The experiment of Grelos was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Fei Sei Huanxi. The scent of the living, Grelos cackled ominously, setting aside the corpse he was dissecting and fixing his gaze upon Fei Sei Huanxi. The undead alchemist Grelos was a golden elite, level 24, with 12,000 health points. Fei Sei Huanxi was horrified by the scene before her and the gaze of the undead alchemist, prompting her to flee through the door. You foul brother! Dare to defy me? I'll show you what happens, she shouted, disregarding her femininity in her panic. Stop, my child, Grelos called out as he pursued her. Lin Yi stepped forward, inspecting the attributes of the undead, confirming his expectations. Indeed, a golden elite. All right, enough of this chaos. You draw aggro, and I'll deal damage, Lin Yi instructed as he readied his bow. Fei Sei Huanxi realized she had to defer to Lin Yi. Understanding this was no time for frivolity. They had to eliminate this twisted, undead alchemist. Transforming into a massive bear, she let out a roar that served to taunt the enemy, a crucial skill for a tank. Lin Yi distanced himself, beginning his assault. His damage output was substantial, and Grelos' health diminished rapidly. Attack where he casts, Lin Yi commanded. Fei Sei Huanxi, being a melee class, had a high chance of interrupting the spellcasting. With a powerful strike, her bear form strength was staggering, nearly toppling Grelos. This was one reason why magic users feared casting spells in close combat. Many melee classes possess skills capable of interrupting spells with high likelihood. Though Grelos' spell was interrupted, he remained unfazed, retrieving several vials of purple potion from his person and hurling them towards Fei Sei Huanxi. The potions emitted a pungent odor, instantly transforming into a cloud of purple mist upon contact, enveloping her and causing her speed to plummet as she succumbed to poisoning, losing health continuously. Without needing Lin Ye's guidance, Fei Sei Huanxi repositioned herself, fleeing the area engulfed in toxic mist. However, the effects of the potions lingered on her. Wherever she went, the poison followed. She had no choice but to keep running, as halting would lead to an immediate loss of health. Lin Yi, in comparison, remained relatively safe, hardly needing to move. Observing Fei Sei Huanxi's desperate plight, he unleashed a demonic arrow upon Grelos, activating his dark power, resulting in a significant damage increase and a rapid spike in aggro. What are you doing? Stop! I can barely hold aggro. Fei Sei Huanxi shouted in distress, preoccupied with maneuvering and lacking the time to draw aggro herself, while Lin Ye's burst damage was causing a noticeable shift in threat. Leave him to me. You focus on healing, Lin Yi instructed, sending several precise arrows into Grelos' chest. The aggro swiftly transferred from Fei Sei Huanxi to Lin Yi. That it was no joke. Lin Yi was clad in an entire set of bone armor, boasting attributes far exceeding those of most players, resulting in formidable damage output. Switching to a rapid-fire crossbow, Lin Yi engaged in a tactical movement strategy, weaving between the trees and utilizing the terrain to kite Grelos. His speed was remarkable, After each shot, he would reposition himself. Even amidst such high-frequency movements, Lin Yi maintained an impressive accuracy of around 80%. That as Fei Huang lost aggro, the potion effects on her began to wane, allowing her to revert to human form, cast a healing spell on herself, and use several bandages to restore her health to near full capacity. With her health replenished, Fei Huang boldly initiated a wild charge, subsequently using a low roar to reclaim aggro. However, she was shocked to find Grellos' health had dwindled to merely half. "What the heck? What kind of damage are you dealing?" Fei Huang exclaimed incredulously. She knew Lin Yi had high damage due to his gear, but that was under the conditions she was tanking, allowing him to output damage without restraint. She had not anticipated he could achieve such damage while drawing a level 24 golden elite monster. The duo collaborated, occasionally swapping aggro, and Grellos soon found himself on the brink of defeat. That moment, Grellos ceased his attacks, standing still and gesturing while chanting a lengthy spell, indicating its formidable power. Lin Yi unleashed a piercing arrow at the focal point of Grellos' magic, while Fei Huang executed a powerful strike at the same spot. Yet, neither managed to interrupt the incantation. Lin Yi quickly realized the spell could not be disrupted and no longer wasting time. He switched back to his rapid-fire crossbow and initiated a barrage of attacks. Observing this, Fei Huang also shifted into cheetah form, striving to maximize her damage output. With Grellos' health already critically low, under the concentrated assault of both, he was unable to complete his spell and fell to the ground. "Wow, a bronze-level equipment!" Fei Huang exclaimed, eagerly collecting the spoils that had dropped. The alchemist's cloak, bronze grade, requiring level 20, granting 35 intelligence, 28 constitution, 50 poison resistance, with a durability of 30/30 to the sharp dagger, black iron grade, requiring level 20, granting 12 agility, 3 critical strike. 5,263 attack power, with a durability of 30/30 to Grellos' evil potion. Inflicts 150 poison damage per second on the target, and all within a 15-yard radius for 10 seconds. Usable at level 20. Having obtained 2 pieces of equipment and a bundle of potions, Fei Huang remarked, "Humph. You deceived me earlier. This cloak is mine now. That is only fair, right?" "Besides, you already have a cloak," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Fei Huang, cradling the alchemist's cloak, was utterly enamored. Truth be told, this cloak was marginally superior to Lin Yi's, though the difference was negligible. Lin Yi simply nodded in acquiescence, seeing Lin Yi's lack of objection. Fei Huang beamed with joy, thanking him before donning the cloak. While its attributes were commendable, it seemingly lacked the ability to conceal one's appearance. The dagger and the bundle of potions, however, were designated for Lin Yi. The bundle contained 20 vials. These potions had no cooldown, making them quite advantageous for monster hunting. Slaying Grellos did not signify the completion of their quest. Lin Yi was determined to uncover clues regarding Charles's fate. Thus, he proceeded towards the small cabin within the manor. "I'll wait for you at the entrance." Fei Huang hesitated for a moment before opting not to enter, the previous scene having left her shaken. Lin Yi ventured alone into the cabin, where the air was thick with a pungent odor of formaldehyde, causing him to grimace. Inside lay 12 human corpses, yet Lin Yi could not discern whether Charles was among them. Lin Yi searched the surroundings, and suddenly, his attention was drawn to a dilapidated wooden shelf on which vials of potions were displayed. These appeared to be the malevolent concoctions of Grellos. That Grellos' wicked potion inflicted 150 points of poison damage per second on the target and all entities within a 15-yard radius for a duration of 10 seconds. Usable at level 20. That indeed, the shelf boasted a total of over 200 vials of such vile potions. "I've struck gold," Lin Yi exclaimed, tossing all the potions into his backpack. While gathering the potions, Lin Yi inadvertently brushed against an unidentified yellow vial perched on the table. The glass bottle fell to the ground, shattering upon impact, and the liquid within began to emit an acrid odor that was quite suffocating. Soon, a thick yellow mist enveloped much of the room. Strangely, apart from this noxious scent, Lin Yi felt no adverse effects from any debuffs. Suddenly, he sensed a movement beneath him. Looking down, he was startled to see a lifeless corpse extending a ghastly pale hand that swiftly grasped his ankle. Chapter 051. The Stitching Monster. The corpse keeper Lin Yi's scalp tingled with unease. He invoked a secret technique, and teleported out of the door. Scarlet Fantasy, witnessing Lin Ye's distress and hearing unusual sounds emanating from the cabin, quickly deduced the possible cause. She chuckled gleefully, thinking, "Now it's your turn to be frightened after scaring me earlier." Inside the cabin, several corpses emerged. The unfinished abominations, level 24 with 2,000 health points, crawled forth. "Help me, or I'll delete the quest." Lin Yi glanced at Scarlet Fantasy, who was keeping her distance. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Scarlet Fantasy transformed into a massive bear and charged forward. And no sooner had she dispatched one than another 7 or 8 corpses crawled out. Converging together, these corpses attacked with a mechanical precision, their movements stiff and unyielding. Lin Yi unleashed a storm arrow, immobilizing the entire group, and promptly threw 3 vials of the wicked potion. The potions erupted, releasing toxic fumes that enveloped the corpses, and a multitude of poison damage indicators appeared above their heads. Each vial dealt a damage rate of around 1 to 200 points per second. And with the simultaneous detonation of 3 vials, the entire horde of corpses was swiftly eliminated. What astounding effectiveness! Lin Yi marveled, astonished by the results, which exceeded his expectations. The effects of the wicked potion were not entirely fixed. Some creatures had high defenses and poison resistance, thus reducing damage, while others with lower defenses and resistance received amplified damage. After the corpses perished, they transformed into wisps of souls that ascended. "Thank you, valiant warrior of the elf race, for liberating me." One soul, resembling a human, bowed to Lin Yi. "Who are you?" Lin Yi inquired, though he sensed he already knew the answer deep down. "I am Rostin, a guard responsible for safeguarding the Red Ridge Mountains. During a patrol, we encountered the necromancer Graylos, a demon who revels in creating abominations that we must eliminate him. However, our numbers were tragically insufficient. That abomination was far too powerful. Yet even in death, we would not falter. For we are soldiers of Goranlin, and this is our duty." Ultimately, we failed and became mere tools of Graylos, mere walking corpses. At this, Rostin lowered his head. "Brave Rostin, you are the pride of Goranlin, deserving of my utmost respect," Lin Yi replied, placing his hand over his heart, as appearances mattered in such situations. Every word and action from a player could influence the quest's outcome. Meanwhile, Scarlet Fantasy observed Lin Yi's performance with an eye roll, finding it overly theatrical. "Graylos has received his just punishment and has been vanquished by us," Lin Yi continued. "Wonderful. I am deeply grateful for your contributions to the people of the Red Ridge Mountains. But I possess nothing to offer you, save for my heartfelt wishes for your safety." Rostin bowed once more to Lin Yi. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly, wishing for the chance to receive some equipment or skill books in return, which was not an impossibility. However, such matters could not be forced. They had to occur naturally. As he gazed at the souls beginning to dissipate, Lin Yi suddenly recalled his primary objective. He still did not know where Charles had fallen. Thus, he inquired about Charles' whereabouts. "Captain Charles sacrificed himself to shield us from that abomination. He may have perished in the underground tomb of Crow Ridge. The underground tomb lies to the northwest of Crow Ridge, and that abomination is exceedingly formidable. Warrior, proceed with caution." With that, Rostin and all nearby souls vanished, a form of release for them. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his efforts had not been in vain. "Let us depart. Our destination is the underground tomb." Lin Yi cast a glance towards the northwest. Scarlet Fantasy, feeling exasperated, lamented the tediousness of the quest, recognizing that the underground tomb, as its name suggested, would likely be a perilous place teeming with abominations. Quite unpleasant indeed, yet motivated by the promise of rewards. She obediently followed Lin Yi. After a brief journey of around 10 minutes, Lin Yi finally beheld the so-called underground tomb, where stone slabs had been pried open, revealing a dark, ominous entrance. Lin Yi descended first, and as he entered the cave, an immediate chill enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine. The passage was shrouded in darkness. Without Lin Yi's night vision, navigation would have been impossible. After walking for a few minutes, Scarlet Fantasy suddenly let out a piercing scream upon inadvertently stepping on a severed arm. A gruesome sight, indeed, that in stark contrast. Lin Yi felt no fear. Rather, he was invigorated by the emergence of clues related to his quest. He searched the area and soon discovered new leads. A chipped longsword, a bloodstained belt, and several dismembered body parts system. The quest to locate Charles has been completed. Yes, the quest is complete. Scarlet Fantasy exclaimed in delight. It seems these should be quest items. Lin Yi observed the belt and long sword in his possession, surmising they belonged to Charles. Otherwise, the quest completion prompt would not have appeared as for the few scattered remains on the ground. Lin Yi was not inclined to collect them. "Let us leave," he declared, clutching the quest items as they made their way toward the exit, with Scarlet Fantasy closely trailing behind. Just as they emerged from the tomb, they were confronted by an abomination. This creature was extraordinarily massive, standing at least 5 meters tall and grotesquely corpulent, with a third, oversized hand grotesquely stitched onto its neck, aimlessly flailing in the air. The stitching monster boss, the Corpse Keeper, level 25 health points, 35. 000 a level 25 boss. It towered 5 levels above Lin Yi. Instantly, the creature's ire was directed at Lin Yi, who stood at the forefront. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled with each lumbering step of the corpulent abomination as it swung, its chains menacingly towards Lin Yi. Secret technique. Lin Yi instantly teleported to create distance, while Scarlet Fantasy transformed into a cheetah, sprinting away. The abomination swung its chains again, unable to strike Lin Yi, and redirected its focus on his Scarlet Fantasy. The chains whipped through the air at lightning speed, striking Scarlet Fantasy as she leaped. She was immediately immobilized, and the abomination yanked her towards it. Its second hand swung a blunt knife, crashing down upon Scarlet Fantasy. With just those 2 blows, Scarlet Fantasy's health plummeted by over 90 points. Had a critical hit occurred, she would have been obliterated. The damage from this level 25 boss was indeed terrifying. Arcane Arrow. Seeing Scarlet Fantasy in peril, Lin Yi turned and concentrated arcane energy, unleashing an arrow to reclaim aggro. The abomination's ire shifted entirely to Lin Yi, charging at him. Lin Yi dared not linger. He donned his swift boots, sprinting with such speed that he left the abomination far behind, while Scarlet Fantasy, free from the threat of aggro, swiftly slipped in a stealthed an elf druid and an elf archer vanished in the blink of an eye within the forest. Chapter 052, Regional Bounty, Part 1. The abomination had vanished from sight, as Lin Yi and Scarlet Fantasy had fled too rapidly. "Damn, are you human or ghost? How can you run so fast?" Scarlet Fantasy exclaimed in disbelief, unable to match Lin Yi's pace despite her own acceleration. This shattered her preconceived notions about the game. After all, he was merely an archer. There was no reason for him to possess such speed. The only explanation lay in his equipment. Scarlet Fantasy eyed Lin Yi's impeccably fitted dark leather armor, pondering whether it was a set. She vowed to unearth his secrets at the next opportunity. As they continued to sprint, they ignored the wild creatures they encountered along the way. These beasts, having pursued them for a while, eventually abandoned the chase due to aggro loss. Upon reaching a stone bridge, Lin Yi found Brian, that he bowed respectfully, presenting the long sword and blood-stained belt to Brian. Subsequently, Lin Yi expressed his profound sorrow and remorse for Charles's demise, extolling Charles's valiant spirit in sacrificing for the Goranlin Empire. He was a true warrior. A source of pride for the Goranlin Empire, Lin Yi declared passionately. Brian clutched Charles's belongings tightly, his eyes misting with emotion, yet he quickly gathered himself. "You speak the truth. Some may perish, but their spirits endure eternally. Warriors, you have saved the entire populace of the Red Ridge Mountains that if you are willing, please accompany me back to Red Ridge Town. I believe the townsfolk will welcome you with open arms." Brian extended an invitation. Naturally, Lin Yi accepted, especially since the task rewards had yet to be bestowed. The mission was modified. Escort Mayor Brian. The task status indicated it was incomplete that a thought flickered in Lin Yi's mind. Mayor Brian? This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was actually the mayor that in that light. The earlier display of fervor was not in vain. "You truly have a way with persuasion," remarked Scarlet Fantasy, casting a glance at Lin Yi. Had she been the one to undertake the task, circumstances might have unfolded differently. As Mayor Brian departed from the stone bridge, He began his journey towards Qiji Town, with Lin Yi and Scarlet Fantasy accompanying him as escorts. Occasionally, wild monsters would leap from the forest, but the duo swiftly dispatched them with ease. They soon arrived at the outskirts of Qiji Town, where two soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Qiji Town, nestled against the mountains, derived its name from the nearby Qiji Mountain. From a distance, the town at night sparkled with scattered lights, exuding an air of tranquility and peace. Mayor Brian, you have returned. Upon reaching the town entrance, the station soldiers, upon spotting the newcomers, were instantly filled with excitement and rushed over to welcome him. Tell the townsfolk that I have returned. From now on, I shall remain in Qiji Town forever. Mayor Brian nodded affirmatively. Splendid. I shall inform them at once, one soldier exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm as he dashed into the town. Before long, the townspeople of Qiji Town poured out, cheering and welcoming their mayor. Brian first expressed his apologies to the citizens before turning to Lin Yi and Scarlet Fantasy. He raised his voice. These are two valiant warriors of the elven race and champions of the Goranlin Empire. It is they who have rescued Qiji Town from its peril, the vile necromancer. Greyloss has been vanquished. With torches illuminating the scene, the villagers of Qiji Town erupted in cheers, with some even kneeling in gratitude towards Lin Yi and Scarlet Fantasy, though these were but game data and not an authentic reality. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a swell of pride and accomplishment. Scarlet Fantasy, too, experienced a rare moment of bashfulness, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Such a spectacle was an occurrence almost unattainable in the real world. Yet here, in the game, it became a reality that they beheld the fervent adoration of the townsfolk. Both Lin Yi and Scarlet Fantasy felt a wave of exhilaration. Amidst the villagers' cheers, Mayor Brian ushered Lin Yi and Scarlet Fantasy into the town. You have completed your mission splendidly. Here is the reward you rightfully deserve. With Brian's words, a radiant glow enveloped both Lin Yi and Scarlet Fantasy, bestowing upon them considerable experience points and fame. System notification. You have obtained a blueprint, silver scale chestplate. Blueprint, silver scale chestplate. Upon use, teaches you to forge a silver scale chestplate, requiring a forging level of 4. Silver scale chestplate. Heavy armor. Bronze quality. Requires level 20, strength 35, constitution 55, magic resistance 10, defense 120, durability 30. Lin Ye's eyes suddenly sparkled. A level 20 bronze quality equipment forging blueprint. With 55 points in constitution, 10 in magic resistance, and a formidable defense of 120, it was a top-tier piece of equipment for a warrior knight. Forging bronze quality gear was considerably simpler than that of purple copper quality, making it within reach for most players. Wow, I acquired a bronze quality necklace, Scarlet Fantasy exclaimed, holding a finely crafted pendant in her hand. Crystal pendant. Bronze quality. Requires level 20, strength 18, agility 18, attack power 30. Durability 30. The Scarlet Fantasy joyfully shared the attributes. Lin Yi felt a pang of envy, for he had yet to obtain an accessory for that slot. Observing the admiration in Lin Yi's eyes, Scarlet Fantasy felt a surge of pride, her vanity momentarily satisfied. No worries, little brother. I'll take you through dungeons from now on, she said, patting Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at her, pondering who was truly leading whom. By the way, what did you receive? Scarlet Fantasy inquired. A blueprint for a bronze quality equipment. Lin Yi replied that that moment. A militia guard rushed over, his expression fraught with alarm. Mayor. Trouble. A large number of ghouls and abominations have suddenly appeared near Qiji Mountain, along with a leader, the messenger reported. Mayor Brian's complexion shifted dramatically. Their town had only 5 or 6 guards, and their defenses were weak. The consequences of a monster invasion would be dire. It seems I must issue a bounty announcement, Brian declared gravely. Respected Mayor Brian, we are willing to assist, Scarlet Fantasy interjected. Stepping forward, having tasted the sweetness of victory and eager to adopt Lin Yi's manner of conversing with NPCs. The leader monster is too perilous. I cannot allow you to take such risks. We must gather our strength to have any chance of defeating it. With that, Brian took the guards to assess the threat. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile, since the mayor had decided to issue a bounty. He would not assign the task to any player that a level 25 leader monster was indeed beyond the capability of any single player, though Lin Yi still harbored a slight confidence in his ability to face it alone. Regional announcement. The Abomination's leader has invaded Qiji Town. All players may come to defeat it for a reward of 200 fame points, 100,000 experience points, 10,000 copper coins, and a bronze quality equipment. Present the task item, the Abomination's head, to claim your rewards in Qiji Town. Chapter 053. Regional Bounty, Part 2. The regional announcement echoed 3 times down on the outskirts of Qiji Town. The Abomination's leader, flanked by a horde of ghouls, initiated its assault. Although Qiji Town was classified as a town, its scale was quite small, hardly comparable to Hailing Town. It was more akin to a village. The game time remained at night, and with the player population already sparse, coupled with Qiji Town's remote location, Lin Yi had yet to encounter any other players. Scarlet Fantasy transformed into a massive bear, positioning herself to charge at the ghouls, while Lin Yi awaited his chance to strike. The townsfolk began spontaneously arming themselves with bows and arrows, while the few guards steadfastly held their ground at the front. Wow! Indeed a level 25 elite. As Lin Yi and Scarlet Fantasy engaged the Abomination's leader, a player rushed over. The regional announcement had encompassed several nearby maps, prompting players from the surrounding areas to converge here. Though the night brought fewer players, it did not mean none existed that ID. Fruity Bear Race. Human, level 20, class, Summoner. Big brother, please invite me to your party, Fruity Bear requested of Lin Yi. Although reluctant to share the spoils, Lin Yi accepted her into the group, realizing that additional allies would ease their burden. Fruity Bear stood at a distance, beginning to chant a summoning spell. Soon, a fire sprite materialized before her, followed by a stone-toothed boar that charged in a battle against the Abomination's leader. After summoning 5 or 6 creatures, Fruity Bear paused, wiping her brow and directing her summoned beast attacks. However, due to her limited mental capacity, she could only control 1 beast at a time. The others were left to the system's automation. Lin Yi cast a casual glance at the summoner named Fruity Bear. Her control was commendable, but she was still quite young and lacked experience. Had it been Lin Yi, he would have ensured at least 1 summoned beast remained by his side, never allowing his mana to drop below 20, that the summoner class was inherently fragile. Without a backup plan against ambushes, one could easily meet their demise, that in a game devoid of legal constraints or behavioral guidelines. The possibility of an ambush was ever present. The battle commenced in earnest. The Abomination's leader possessed a crushing skill with a radius of approximately 10 yards. Those caught in its path would be rendered unconscious for 3 seconds, followed by a devastating double attack with dull blades that could spell instant death. Just moments ago, had it not been for Fruity Bear's summoned beast taking the hit for Scarlet Fantasy, she would have perished as a result. Fruity Bear's summoned creature bravely sacrificed itself. Scarlet Fantasy, now at low health, had to temporarily retreat while several guards held the front line, though their levels were also 20. Their attributes surpassed those of players, ensuring they could withstand the onslaught for the time being. Scarlet Fantasy hastily cast Wild Healing upon herself, then began bandaging her wounds that moment. Another Guardian Knight appeared in Qiji Town. A level 21 human knight, he surveyed the battlefield, noting that the Abomination's leader had already lost 20 health points in this game. The ownership of loot after defeating a monster was determined by the total damage inflicted. The party that dealt the most damage would claim the experience and loot rights. The knight turned to Lin Yi and his companions, saying, "Brothers, let me join you. You can keep the gear dropped by the boss. I merely seek the task reward." Such a request was one Lin Yi could not refuse, leading to a natural expansion of their party from 2 to 4 members. System notification. Player Holy Light Deceiver has joined the party. With the addition of a Guardian Knight, Scarlet Fantasy's pressure significantly eased. This knight, known as Holy Light Deceiver, was the highest level among them and donned impressive equipment. Even while in a defensive stance, he could withstand the Abomination's crushing skill without issue. Certainly, this does not imply that he can single-handedly defeat the boss. When his health is low, he still requires the assistance of Scarlet Fantasy to absorb the aggro, allowing him to retreat and bandage himself. The Guardian Knight possesses robust resilience, yet lacks the agility of a shield warrior, and his healing capabilities do not compare to those of a druid. Each main tank has its unique characteristics. The health of the Corpse Collector has already diminished by 30, and at this moment, players have arrived. This time, it is not merely one player, but an entire team. A shield warrior, a murderous rogue, a crossbowman, a divine priest, and a mage, an archetypal national team configuration. Brothers, the boss still has 70 health left. Let us charge in and claim the damage, declared the shield warrior as he took the lead. Had the boss's health already dropped to 50%, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to collaborate with Lin Yi. For without cooperation, damage accumulation would be futile. However, the boss has only lost 30% of its health, with NPCs contributing to the damage, meaning Lin Yi's team accounts for merely about 20% of the total damage. His team, equipped entirely with white bronze weapons and bronze gear, skilled in their maneuvers, even boasts an additional damage dealer compared to the opposing side, significantly increasing their chances of surpassing the damage dealt. Should they succeed in overtaking, the loot from the boss would be entirely beyond Lin Yi's grasp. Their damage dealer is just an archer and a summoner. Let us not hold back our skills and unleash as much damage as we can, proclaimed the mage, who then began to cast. Standing firm, the mage has never feared anyone. Just moments ago, Lin Yi, who was feeling somewhat vexed, suddenly laughed. He had presumed that this team of players would opt for cooperation, which would consequently reduce the experience gained from the boss and possibly lead to disputes over loot distribution. However, Lin Yi did not anticipate that this team was overly confident, believing that simply having one more damage dealer would enable them to surpass the damage dealt and seize the rights to the loot. Since that was the case, Lin Yi was inclined to let them comprehend that even among damage dealers, there exists a distinction between primary and secondary roles. Not everyone can assume the mantle of the primary damage dealer. With 3 well-equipped main tanks and several guards to distract the boss, Lin Yi need not worry about aggro. After unleashing his powerful skills, he promptly switched to a rapid-fire crossbow, consumed a mana potion, and began unleashing a flurry of basic attacks. Look at that opposing mage. He is panicking, switching to a crossbow for basic attacks. This is hilarious. Does he think he is a ranger? Chuckled the crossbowman in the team. He set up a heavy crossbow on the ground, its shooting speed astonishingly slow, yet the damage inflicted by each shot was formidable. Meanwhile, the mage, resembling a mobile artillery platform, incessantly fired arcane projectiles. The murderous rogue relentlessly plunged his daggers into the Corpse Collector's corpulent body, causing revolting green ichor to spray forth with each thrust. Scarlet Fantasy, feeling the pressure, transformed into a cheetah, using his claws to relentlessly scratch at the Corpse Collector while furiously employing the 9-in-bone claw technique. Chapter 054. Abundant rewards in the face of concentrated attacks from 2 highly skilled teams. The Corpse Collector, as a boss, began to falter, its health rapidly depleting to AT this moment. The Corpse Collector's aggro was still fixated on the Divine Priest, who took a glance at the position of the crossbowman behind him and maneuvered the Corpse Collector to shift its position. The crossbowman, wielding a heavy crossbow, dealt significant single-hit damage, arguably surpassing that of a mage. However, the slow firing rate of the heavy crossbow severely hampered its flexibility. As the Corpse Collector was being maneuvered around, the shortcomings of the heavy crossbow became apparent. The crossbowman had already missed 2 consecutive shots, his expression darkening. Damn it, can we not drag the boss around like this? He bellowed in frustration. In contrast, Lin Yi, wielding a light crossbow with an accuracy exceeding 90%, paired with the bonuses from his bone armor set, delivered damage greater than that of 2 opposing players combined. Quick, we need to claim the aggro, the mage shouted urgently. If this continued, they would undoubtedly suffer defeat. The shield warrior understood the importance of aggro. Yet the guardian knight beside him exhibited such adeptness in drawing the boss's attention, along with superior equipment, that he found it impossible to compete. Sweating profusely, the shield warrior felt utterly helpless. Reluctantly, the crossbowman had no choice but to advance a short distance, approximately 20 yards, where his skills should not miss. As he aimed, just as he was about to pull the trigger on his heavy crossbow, the Corpse Collector unexpectedly swung a chain. The chain attack, a linear skill, was initially directed at the Divine Priest, who elegantly sidestepped it, evading the strike. However, the chain veered directly toward the crossbowman, who had just approached. With a sickening thrust, The fierce chain pierced the crossbowman's chest, and the corpse collector yanked him closer, resulting in an intimate encounter. 326 for the chain strike, followed by 351 for the axe swing, a rather rude combination of attacks to add insult to injury. The corpse collector leaped high and executed a gravity slam, landing heavily on the frail crossbowman. 506 for the chain, axe, and slam, a trifecta of brutality that instantly eliminated the crossbowman. The divine priest had no time to react before his teammate was dispatched, with one less damage dealer. The team's output paled in comparison to Lin Yi's, that the corpse collector's health plummeted to the single digits, on the verge of defeat. "Bro, we were wrong earlier. Let us team up, just add us in," pleaded the mage, lowering his stance, realizing that without cooperation, they would gain nothing. Lin Yi, however, remained indifferent to the mage's words, disregarding his application to join. What a joke. To think they could share in the spoils at this juncture was rather presumptuous. Corpse collector's remaining health. 8. Come on, don't be so harsh. We've dealt quite a bit of damage, the mage implored. Corpse collector's remaining health. 5. We don't want any of the gear. Just a little quest reward. Surely that's acceptable. Lin Yi continued to ignore him. Corpse collector's remaining health. 2. Damn it, you better not show your face in Red Ridge Town later. The mage finally threatened as Lin Yi remained unyielding. You'll regret it. I'll make you understand why the flowers bloom so red, the murderous rogue added threateningly. The shield warrior, feeling dejected, retreated, having invested so much time only to lose scrolls and potions without gaining anything. System. Congratulations. Your team has defeated the boss, the corpse collector. System. You have gained 120,000 experience points. System. You have earned 100 reputation points. With the demise of the boss, the remaining ghouls scattered, fleeing from Red Ridge Town. Area announcement. Congratulations to the team led by player Minjiwai for successfully defeating the corpse collector and safeguarding Red Ridge Town, earning the title of Red Ridge Town Warrior. Red Ridge Town Warrior title. All attributes 5. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised to receive a title that, while merely adding 5 points to his attributes, was better than nothing. Scarlet Fantasy, Guozi Bear, and the Divine Priest also received this title, which filled them with joy, as titles are notoriously difficult to obtain. The other team of players, naturally filled with envy, felt murderous intent, yet they were deterred by the presence of guards at the entrance of Red Ridge Town. Even if they were level 20, they would not dare provoke the guards, who are inherently hostile towards players, as anyone 10 or 20 levels lower would struggle against them. "Kid, you better stay in Red Ridge Town for the rest of your life," the other team shouted menacingly at Lin Yi as they left the town, their faces filled with frustration. However, they did not depart far, planning to teach Lin Yi a lesson. Lin Yi paid them no mind, instead cheerfully approaching to collect the loot. System. You have obtained the item Bonebreaker Boots. System. You have acquired the item Spellcasting Robe. System. You have received the item Arrow Rain, a total of 2 pieces of equipment, 1 skill book, and several intermediate materials, along with a substantial amount of red and blue potions, totaling over 500 copper coins in drops. Bonebreaker Boots Heavy Armor. White Bronze Grade, Speed 18, Constitution 45, Critical Resistance 5, Defense 80, requires level 20, Durability 30/30. Spellcasting Robe Cloth Armor. White Bronze Grade, Intelligence 35, Spirit 35, Mana Regeneration 10, Defense 32, requires level 20, Durability 30/30. Arrow Rain Advanced Skill Description. Range 40 yards, consumes 280 mana points, continuously fires a barrage of arrows in a cone-shaped area ahead, can be used 3 times consecutively. 24-second cooldown, requires level 20, Class Restriction, Archer. Although no purple bronze grade equipment dropped, the 2 white bronze items and an advanced skill book were still impressive. Upon examining the skill book, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. It was a linear area skill, requiring no target lock and no minimum range restriction. "What did you get?" Scarlet Fantasy was the first to approach. The Divine Priest and Guozi Bear soon followed, not out of covetousness for the loot, but out of curiosity regarding the quality of items dropped, as this was a high-level boss. "Wow, white bronze grade equipment and an advanced skill book. Too bad it's not for me," Scarlet Fantasy sighed. The Divine Priest and Guozi Bear's eyes lit up as well. Indeed, the attributes of the level 20 white bronze equipment were formidable. Particularly notable is the bear named Guzi, whose chestplate is of black iron grade. When compared to the spellcasting robe, it appears utterly inferior. Gazing enviously at the attributes of the spellcasting robe, Guzi quickly averted her gaze, recognizing that she had not initiated the encounter with the boss, and her damage output paled in comparison to that of the archer, known as Minjiwai. Content with merely securing a task reward, she collected the remaining coins and materials potions. Lin Yi then severed the head of the corpse collector, completing the quest AS for the distribution of loot. The two dropped items, the Holy Light Deceiver and Guzi, would be beneficial to both. Although they had merely participated for the sake of obtaining a quest reward, even if Lin Yi decided against dividing the equipment, they would not voice any complaints. However, Lin Yi dismissed such an approach. Without their assistance, the boss would have been claimed by the previous 5 players. Therefore, since everyone had contributed, Lin Yi felt inclined to be generous. The skill book is useful to me, so it belongs to me. These heavy armor boots will go to the Holy Light Deceiver, and the mage's cloth chest piece will be given to Guzi. Everyone has played their part, so there is no need for formality. Lin Yi willingly distributed the gear and then learned the skill. System. You have learned the skill Rain of Arrows. The Holy Light Deceiver and Guzi, having received their equipment, were immediately filled with gratitude, especially Guzi, who had contributed very little damage but unexpectedly received gear. The coins and materials potions dropped by the boss will be yours, Lin Yi said, glancing at Fi's fantasy and trading the items to her. Let us go and turn in the quest. With his bow slung over his shoulder, Lin Yi jogged toward Shijizan. Seeing this, Fi's fantasy and her companions followed suit. The defensive measures along the outskirts of Shijizan had suffered significant damage. Yet at least the enemies had been vanquished at this moment. Many townsfolk were busy repairing the destroyed buildings, carrying the quest items. Lin Yi found Mayor Brian and submitted the task. System. Congratulations. Your team has completed the regional bounty quest. System. You have gained 100,000 experience points. System. You have gained 200 prestige points. System. You have received 10,000 copper coins. System. You have obtained the item Whirlwind Axe. All 4 received generous rewards, a piece of bronze equipment, substantial experience points, and copper coins. Such regional bounty quests were highly lucrative. Due to completing several consecutive tasks, Lin Yi's experience points had surged to around 70. All right, everyone, the quest is complete. Until we meet again, Lin Yi disbanded the party. Thank you all, Guzi said, her face beaming with joy. The Holy Light Deceiver clasped his hands in thanks to Lin Yi, contemplating the equipment adorning Lin Yi before departing Shijizan. Guzi also expressed her gratitude before logging off. I must log off too. I'm utterly exhausted. Fi's fantasy yawned and sent a friend request to Lin Yi. Upon seeing Lin Yi accept, she waved goodbye and chose to log off on the spot that in Shijizan. Lin Yi organized the miscellaneous items in his backpack, repaired his gear, roasted a few food items over the campfire, and savored a few mugs of delicious ale before contentedly leaving Shijizan. Shijizan was connected to the Chijishan Mountains, and the journey to Hailing Town was quite lengthy, separated by several forests, with a few hours remaining until dawn. Lin Yi should be able to return to Hailing Town before daybreak. However, just as he exited Shijizan, a group of players charged towards him. Kid, you've got some nerve daring to venture out of town alone. An opposing mage sneered at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with animosity. This group of players had previously appeared in Shijizan to slay the patchwork monster boss, and having failed to secure any damage, they naturally directed their resentment towards Lin Yi. Chapter 055, Justifiable Defense. I warned you before, do not act too rashly. Now tell me, how do you wish to die? The leader of the mages glared at Lin Yi with a cold, malevolent gaze. Lin Yi, unimpressed, had already observed during the battle against the corpse collector that these players exhibited a level of skill far superior to that of typical players, boasting commendable equipment and levels. Yet, to Lin Yi, they still seemed rather inexperienced. Scanning his surroundings, Lin Yi noted that only 4 players remained. One rogue was presumably in stealth mode. It seems more fitting for me to utter that phrase, Lin Yi remarked casually, seemingly taking a step back. This seemingly inadvertent maneuver was, in fact, a carefully calculated decision by Lin Yi. for this position placed him just beyond 35 yards from the opposing team, allowing him to initiate his skills while rendering them unable to respond. Clearly, however, this crucial detail had been overlooked by his adversaries. "Since you wish for death, I shall oblige. Your equipment appears rather impressive. Splendid. I shall take it all from you," the mage said, a smirk forming on his lips as he noticed the killer rogue stealthily inching closer to Lin Yi. Poised to strike, Lin Yi appeared calm, yet his gaze remained vigilant. Scanning the vicinity at that moment, he activated Eagle Eye, leveraging the dual advantages of enhanced vision to spot a shadowy figure creeping closer. Stealth was not entirely unbreachable. Both players and monsters possessed a perception range, typically around 35 yards for players that, of course, seasoned high-level rogues could narrow this range even further, and once within proximity, it would be too late to react. Feigning ignorance, Lin Yi allowed the rogue to approach, confident that he could evade a critical strike through deft maneuvering while luring the opponent into an ambush. Guanao Biao Kuan licked his lips, his dagger gleaming menacingly as he aimed for Lin Yi's back. "The angle of attack is decent, but your speed leaves much to be desired." Lin Yi shifted his body slightly to the left. The dagger struck his shoulder, merely grazing the surface. Such an attack would be deemed a miss by the system, resulting in minimal base damage without any skill effects. System. Player Guanao Biao Kuan has initiated a malicious attack against you. You have 10 minutes of justifiable defense time. During this period, Lin Yi may retaliate freely, including against other members of this group. A miss. Guanao Biao Kuan was left dumbfounded, questioning the speed required for such a reaction. Or was it merely his slight repositioning that had caused his attack to veer off course? Using teleportation, Lin Yi calculated the distance and swiftly moved 30 yards to the left. Teleportation was incredibly swift. As soon as he landed, Lin Yi had already drawn his Xuanhua Bao. Following the use of the spell, Lin Yi's subsequent skill would benefit from a 15% damage boost. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Thunderstorm Arrow. The opposing mage and his companions, still envisioning how to torment Lin Yi, were suddenly met with a silver magical arrow crackling with lightning, hurtling towards them. The shift in narrative was abrupt. The mage, the shielded warrior, the crossbowman, and the priest found themselves frozen in place, their bodies stiffened as if leaden, unable to move. The Thunderstorm Arrow's damage was already substantial, augmented by the 15% boost. It became even more formidable. That single arrow reduced the health of 3 of them, excluding the shielded warrior, by 2/3. Before they could recover from their paralysis, Lin Yi unleashed his second area damage skill, Rain of Arrows. Drawing the Xuanhua Bao in rapid succession, Lin Yi released 3 volleys of flame arrows, each consisting of at least 8 arrows. The damage of Rain of Arrows was considerably lower than that of Thunderstorm Arrow. However, with the elemental enhancement and the effects of the Xuanhua Bao, the consecutive volleys still inflicted notable damage, sufficient to eliminate the other 3 players, leaving only the shielded warrior. The shielded warrior, despite his high defense and health, could not escape unscathed. The lingering effects of the Thunderstorm Arrow rendered him immobile, and his charge was insufficient, inciting a desire to vomit blood. Meanwhile, the rogue was momentarily dazed. How had this transpired? He had barely activated his sprint, yet he was already receiving notifications of his teammates being slain, 3 of them at once. This was not how the script had unfolded. "You scoundrel, die!" Guanao Biao Kuan quickly regained his composure. Rallying himself, their opponent had exhausted their major skills, and it was undoubtedly a moment of vulnerability. Utilizing the rogue's signature skill, he sprinted towards Lin Yi, fueled by vengeance for his fallen allies. Lin Yi effortlessly raised his bow and loosed a shot. The penetrating arrow struck Guanao Biao Kuan squarely in the chest, eliciting a grunt as he felt an overwhelming force propelling him backward. The impact sent him crashing against a tree, leaving him dazed. Lin Yi activated Swift as the wind, shifting his focus to the shielded warrior. The warrior raised his shield high, simultaneously consuming a health potion to regain some health. In this defensive position, even Lin Yi, clad in the bone armor set, found his damage output diminished. Recognizing this, Lin Yi temporarily abandoned his assault and redirected his attention towards Guanao Biao Kuan. Although the sprint skill granted a significant speed boost, Lin Yi's Frost Elemental Mastery mitigated its effects, and with his own Swift as the wind activated, granting him a 30% speed increase. Their velocities were evenly matched. Lin Yi shifted to the left, thereby ensuring a safe distance from the rogue, while also avoiding an encroachment upon the remaining shielded warriors, should the shielded warriors seize an opportunity to charge. It would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma that in the face of Lin Ye's relentless assault, Guanao Biaoquan continuously dodged left and right, yet Lin Ye's predictions were exceedingly precise. Guanao Biaoquan felt as though he were being toyed with, his frustration mounting to the point of nausea, leading him to question whether Lin Yi was perhaps a shooting champion in reality. Despite being a rogue, a class typically characterized by its fragility, Guanao Biaoquan found himself unable to endure for long, his health plummeting to a perilous threshold that he was compelled to retreat behind a large tree, attempting to exploit the terrain to disengage from combat and play a game of hide-and-seek with Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi was not inclined to allow this tactic to succeed. Just as Guanao Biaoquan was about to escape, Lin Yi swiftly maneuvered to a different angle and released an arrow. Guanao Biaoquan, realizing the impending danger, made a desperate attempt to evade, yet the arrow grazed him nonetheless. Skill deviation. Nevertheless, being struck thwarted Guanao Biaoquan's plans to disengage. He consumed a vital healing potion. But the meager restoration of a few hundred health points was insufficient to save him, as Lin Ye's damage output was simply too formidable that in that fleeting moment before his demise, Guanao Biaoquan felt a twinge of regret. Sensing that he had provoked a true professional player this time, then, the shielded warrior who had managed to survive stumbled over, his movements sluggish and hindered by his lack of speed and distance for a charge. 30 yards. 35 yards. The shielded warrior's eyes suddenly gleamed with determination, ready to initiate a charge. However, a sudden system notification nearly caused him to despair. System. Target distance too far. You cannot use charge. Chapter 056. Enjoyment. In terms of calculating capability, the shielded warrior was no match for Lin Yi this moment. The shielded warrior found himself in a predicament, rendered a living target. No amount of defense or health could withstand the severe restrictions imposed by long-range classes. As his final health points were depleted, the shielded warrior tragically fell. All 5 members of the group were eliminated by Lin Yi, who subsequently collected 2 pieces of bronze equipment as loot. Lin Yi departed from the scene, vanishing into the cloak of night. Upon their resurrection, the 5 members exchanged glances, each noticing the bitter twist at the corners of each other's mouths. They had long relied on their equipment and level advantages to act with arrogance. But this time they had finally met their match. Lin Yi moved swiftly, traversing through dense thickets, dispatching any wild beast that dared to attack him along the way. As the night gradually waned, light began to envelop the entire game world. Lin Yi soon caught sight of the outline of Harlan Town and quickened his pace to return to the settlement. After teleporting, Lin Yi made his way to Radis, where he intended to tend to his equipment. Counting the items in his personal storage, including those acquired from monster slaying and quests over the past 2 days, he found over a dozen pieces, all boasting commendable attributes of bronze quality. With such an abundance of gear, placing them on the market was undoubtedly the most convenient option. Thus, Lin Yi retrieved the items and set appropriate prices. Bronze-grade equipment was the mainstream gear within the game. Enjoying high sales and stable prices, Lin Yi estimated that he could sell these dozen pieces for at least 60 to 70,000 copper coins. In his storage, only one item remained, a large halberd. Level 20 copper-grade weapon, Murloc Trident, with an imposing design and formidable attributes. Lin Yi resolved not to part with this weapon for less than 100,000 cash. Currently, only certain studios or wealthy individuals could afford such a weapon. Ordinary players would hesitate to spend that amount. Just as Lin Yi contemplated how to sell this weapon, Huang sent him a voice message, indicating that he had successfully sold all the equipment and materials obtained from the Skeleton Cave. Furthermore, he had also mailed the items pertaining to Bloodstained River. Lin Ye's interest was piqued. Perhaps he could entrust the weapon to Huang for sale. Truth be told, Huang had a far broader network than Lin Yi. In the realm of professional high-level crafting, there were few players willing to pursue this path, which meant that many upper management personnel from various studios had interacted with Huang. They sought to recruit him into their studios and frequently purchased the various foods he crafted, resulting in some degree of camaraderie. "Send me your coordinates and I'll come find you," Lin Yi replied. The two met in the free trade zone. After a brief conversation, Lin Yi presented the Murloc trident to Lao Huang. A level 20 copper-grade weapon. Lao Huang remarked with a serious expression. He had gained some understanding of the different tiers of equipment and recognized the significance of such a weapon. You have more connections than I do. Take the time to sell this weapon. If the offer is below 100,000 cash, don't accept it, Lin Yi instructed. Lao Huang nodded solemnly, carefully stowing away the weapon. Let's go. It's my treat for drinks, Lin Yi declared, emboldened by his newfound wealth. In the game, having money allowed one to indulge in a variety of exquisite wines that in the bustling center of Radis, there stood an upscale building of European architectural style. This establishment, designed by the system for player recreation, offered rare and high-quality food and beverages, all for a price. The entry fee alone was 1,000 copper coins at this stage. The number of players present was sparse, giving the area a somewhat desolate feel. Lin Yi headed straight to the second floor and extravagantly reserved a private room for 5,000 copper coins per hour. You're wasting money, Lao Huang remarked, visibly pained at the expense. The private room was adorned with luxurious decorations, featuring exquisite furniture and jade-carved luminous wine goblets. Flanking the room were high-quality moonstone lamps for illumination. Lin Yi removed the hood of his cloak, revealing his relatively handsome visage, that he gestured to the attendant outside, requesting a jug of fine wine. Premium wine consumable, 15,000 copper coins per jug. Certainly, please hold on, the attendant said with a slight bow before gracefully exiting the room. No wonder nearly everyone, young and old, is playing this game. The original promotional tagline claimed it was humanity's second world. Now I truly understand, Lao Huang remarked, taken aback by the scene before him. The advancements in technology were remarkable. This place was a complete alternate reality, far surpassing the simplicity of a mere game. Had this been a decade or two ago, he would never have dared to dream of such a scenario. The wine was soon served, and players could choose whether to hire an attendant for tasks such as pouring wine. Lin Yi, however, preferred solitude, even if the attendant was merely a system NPC. Once the attendant exited the private room, Lin Yi poured a glass for Lao Huang before filling his own, and the two raised their glasses in a toast. Gazing at the crystal-clear goblet, Lin Yi recalled a line. In the night, the beautiful wine glimmers in its cup. Yearning to drink, the lute urges me on. Now, this was true enjoyment. While Lao Huang lamented the extravagant spending, Lin Yi remained unfazed as all of this was earned within the game. Additionally, it was a facet of the gaming experience. If the game merely consisted of slaying monsters and leveling up through dungeons, it would be far too monotonous, losing sight of the game's original intent. Beyond that, one can explore new maps, solve quests, capture pets, forge equipment, engage in high-level battlegrounds, cook gourmet dishes, and savor exquisite wines, among other pursuits. Since we are playing a game, we ought to experience all its facets. That is what makes it worthwhile. Clearly, you've persuaded me, Lao Huang chuckled, recognizing the merit in Lin Yi's argument. So, don't spend all your time cooking. Let us team up for some monster hunting in a couple of days, Lin Yi suggested. The Kobold Camp was the game's first team dungeon, accessible to players level 15 and above. Depending on the difficulty, it yielded various levels of equipment and blueprints. Team dungeons were also the primary source of high-quality gear. The two spent over an hour in the private room, discussing numerous topics before finally exiting together. Lin, I believe with your talent, you should consider joining a top-ranking studio, even if you decide to retire in the future. It would bring you both fame and fortune, Lao Huang remarked, feeling that young players ought to strive for their futures, unlike himself, who was already over 40 and had settled down. Fame and fortune were no longer as significant to him. We can discuss that later, Lin Yi replied. Lao Huang departed, intending to seek a large studio to sell the Murloc trident and, as Lin Yi suggested, join a party to slay monsters and hone his skills. As for Lin Yi, he needed to acquire forging materials to craft the silver scale breastplate, convinced that the attributes and quality of this equipment would render it in high demand.